We are live. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 64 with Gray Puppet and Marvel DC. So, how are you, Gray?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. It's great to be on this show and talk some good old fashioned entertainment with you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming. That's amazing. I cannot wait to talk about everything we have to cover today. How are you, DC?
Pretty rough. The last couple of days have definitely been rough. Yeah, I've been dealing with a lot of issues, but yeah, things have hopefully will get better. Not sure if they will, but yeah. But
Things
obviously, going.
things tend to get better, man. Just
Yeah,
believe it.
yeah.
So, Cole is not there yet, but he said he may run late, so he will be there at some point. And I'd suggest we can start with the masterpiece that's Punisher. I'm just joking, that was bad, but Punisher season 2. Before we dive deep into season 2, I want to hear about your thoughts, Great Puppet, about season 1. What did you think of season 1?
Well, um, I might have been looking at it with rose colored glasses, but I remember liking season one when it was out. I remember there being like one or two really amazing episodes. Like one particular I thought was just like I don't know the best version of the Punisher that I've seen. Like it was just like an amazing episode. And then there's a lot of lows. If I remember right, it was a really slow show.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just think they definitely could have made the pacing a little bit better. I don't know if it needed that much runtime for what story we got. I think a lot of it could have been accomplished in like montage, kind of sped up. But to be honest, there's not a lot that sticks out. I didn't hate John Berthal's version of the Punisher. It's not my favorite version of the Punisher. Like everyone that we've seen on screen, it doesn't seem to be accurate to the comics. It's kind of their own weird version of it. That being said, I didn't hate this one. Again, I might have been kind of jaded towards liking it with these rose-colored glasses, but I don't know. I remember enjoying it at the time, but I've never gone back to watch it. And then, yeah, my experience kind of changed when we got to season two. But to be honest, not a whole lot from season one is sticking out in my memory, other than I remember there being like two really good episodes. But yeah, that's kind of the extent of it.
You know what's hilarious? Both season bleeds of the same issues, but season 2 is just not as good. So you just see even more the issues the show already had, and that's so sad because when I watch
Mm.
something, I really want to like it, but if it's bad, I just can't. And that's
Mhm.
Punisher season 2 in a nutshell. And you talked about pacing. I agree with you, and Cole also agrees with you. And Cole in his statement last week was like, "Oh yeah, usually I like when stuff take their time. I don't mind pacing, but this show had horrendous
Mm.
pacing." And I was like, "Oh, Cole, man, we agree on something. Hell yeah, I like it."
It just seemed so inconsistent. But yeah, like I don't know. It did have some highs though. I do remember liking season one, and then just there being like a huge drop off with season two. It took me like three or four times trying to watch it to actually finish the season.
And
But I do remember it was around the time that it had aired. Like it had just finished when I started watching it.
and you know what's very interesting? I also liked season 1. I think season 1 had a lot of strength, and it was a very entertaining show, but the pacing was just horrendous. It's still a good show. Season 1, like on its own, it's still very good. It's just not
Mm.
consistent, and it takes way too long for no valid reason. The perfect example is freaking episode 12. That one was a masterpiece until they flashed like 6 7 times pacing we don't need. Like they added lots of scene where Frank is getting tortured, but then he sees his wife again and again and again. It's like we get it. He tried to think about something else. We see it 6 times. It kills
Yeah,
me.
isn't there like the rule of threes or whatever?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. It doesn't feel like you need it quite six times, but I don't
For
know. Maybe they had a runtime to fill.
for me, it's like two times 3 time is if you really want to stretch it, but we had 6 freaking same flashes. They just reuse the same clips. Insert, insert,
Oh
insert. And
god.
that episode was so good, but then you have that shit going on. You're like, that episode had emotion in it, but it's in your face, in your face. Anyway, that's
Mm.
like season 1 in a nutshell. Now,
I probably should have rewatched it, but yeah, I don't remember much other than I remember there being one really good episode. I want to say it was like I'd have to look back, but it was somewhere like just past mid in there. But that's like all I can remember.
if I remember correctly, I if I want, I could like look into my notes, but I believe it's like episode 4 or 5. That's really early in the show. We had a really
That might have been the one.
really good episode, but I can't exactly remember which one. But my experience with season 2 is very different. You see, when it first came
Ooh.
out, I was excited. I I I always enjoyed the Netflix shows. I thought they were enjoyable, not perfect, enjoyable. So I was excited to see
For sure.
Punisher season 2. Punisher season 2 came in. I dropped out after 3 episodes. And
I honestly don't blame you.
So I wasn't the only one. Did you ever go back and finish it?
well, I did for the podcast today, but prior,
So maybe this season just has that effect because, like, a couple of my other buddies I was talking to about it, that was kind of their memory of it too. Is like, no, I had to keep trying over and over again to like finish that one.
I just
I don't
gave
know,
up.
like
And
how?
Honestly, I don't blame you because I've only watched the first 5, didn't have nearly enough time for the others. But honestly, watching the first 3 episodes, even I wanted to drop out. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
So I completely feel your pain.
and the sad part, episode 3, like the last 10-ish minute where we just see Frank going on a rampage and ending up many lives was great. But the rest of the episode is just so bad. You're like, man, is it worth watching?
Yeah.
So when there's action, it's really good. But when we just have people talking, sometimes it's really boring. Let's be honest. It's not like really valid criticism saying, "Oh, it's boring," but we can point out to the pacing. Man, the pacing is something else. Like they really want to stretch in, so we have like 55-minute, 57-minute runtime, and it's hilarious because most of these episodes feel like they should be 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And
I think that's the thing. The pacing is just so off that I don't know. It just feels long, and a lot of those shows don't have to feel long.
Yeah.
Like I don't understand it.
yeah, and I will bring maybe a weird example for someone that hasn't seen the show, but Stargirl TV show. I don't know if you have seen that, Gray Puppet.
I have not.
This is a show I highly recommend. They only did 3 seasons,
Hmm.
and every season was very consistent. The writing was on point, and that was like 13-ish episode a season, just like any Netflix shows. And the runtime was between 40 and 42 minutes. Only the first
Huh.
episode in the first season was like 50 minutes, but it was earned. It was a good and worthy 50 minutes. So when I see that, I'm
Nice.
like, if you're 13 episode, you can make 40-minute episode and it can still be very good. More doesn't mean better.
Yeah.
It just
Do you think these type of seasons are kind of the reason why they're all going to like 8 episodes now? It seems like that's kind of where I don't know. I think all the Disney stuff went to 8 per season for the most part. I don't know. Did they just not have enough material to fill 12, and that's why it all feels long and stretched? Because I don't know. They had 8 episodes worth of material.
most likely, and it's hilarious because I will bring another example, Agents of Shield. The show itself, the only time I've seen it to the end, it wasn't consistent. Uh, it went from a slow downfall, like the first three seasons are the best, the rest just slowly gets worse and worse and worse until it got better with seven. Seven is like one of the best seasons the show had, but season six they decided to go with 13 episodes. And you know what's funny? They had more than one story arc.
Huh.
So when you do 13 episode and you feel like you cannot feel 13 episode, just separate your storyline. Do two things. And this is basically what they were doing with the early season of Agents of Shield. They had like 20-ish episodes a season, but they would separate the season into two, and that was a great formula. It's just that the show
Yeah.
went
That kind of makes sense.
the show went slowly downhill, but surely it was still enjoyable. Only season six is godly atrocious awful, but season five was average based on my last viewing, and we will cover Agents of Shield in the future. So if you're intrigued to see it, you could take a look, and if that piques your interest, you can see it to the end, and you can join us once we get to cover that. And we got Cole.
Yeah, apologies.
All good. How are you, Cole? Cole. Cool.
He was here.
Yeah,
For a
yeah.
second.
I was actually going to message him if he was coming, but yeah.
No, you said it would be a bit late, but
Yeah. Yeah.
okay. I
Okay,
will
I
mark
fixed it
down.
now.
Okay, how are you, Cole?
Pretty good right now. Been a little stressful today, but I'm doing fine now. Sorry that I was late, but yeah, it's great to see Gray here and everyone.
Hey, nice to meet you, sir.
Yeah,
So
same.
we were talking.
Oh no.
I choke on my water, man.
I thought
Yeah.
you might pull it. Damn.
Through the internet, man.
Yeah.
We were talking Punisher second season.
Oh boy.
So without hearing anything else about it, did you make it through season 2 in one try?
That's pretty
No,
cool.
I watched like 5 episodes of it a while ago, then tapped out. Then I went back to revisit it, but then I remembered nothing from it because it was so forgettable and bad. And now I rewatched it for this, and yeah.
So my running theory is that nobody can just watch it in one shot. Like everybody taps out. That's just from everyone I've talked to. That's what happens with season 2.
Yeah,
but I also don't remember much.
Honestly, I couldn't handle the show at all, and that's just only for seeing like a few episodes. I really couldn't handle it. So the only way is if you somehow had the power of mind controlling me, then yeah, I would be able to handle an episode. But honestly, me being perfectly normal, I could not. And I'm gonna straight up say this. I think Supergirl is a better show than The Punisher.
Oh my, that's a very odd take. I don't know if you have seen it, Gray Puppet, Supergirl, the TV show.
I have not seen all of it. I'm familiar, but yeah, I don't know. I think that might be a hot take.
Yeah,
You know, season 1 had like
it's a
2 really good episodes.
Yeah, it's a hot take.
I don't know though.
Because Supergirl is a really bad show, but honestly, but we've seen some of these episodes from The Punisher, especially like episode 2 and episode 3. I'm like, I don't even think Supergirl had this kind of stuff. And normally it would have been like, and Supergirl was pretty bad, especially when they do with the whole romance stuff. But honestly, when on it, like Punisher had so many inconsistent moments to a point where I'm like, wait, what? Like in episode 2, this is one of the worst moments, and quickly shows how poorly written. So if you're like a hotel like waitress, I'm not sure what they're called, but someone hands you money, but it has blood on it. Don't you think you would get suspicious? Like, I'm
$20 is $20.
well, yeah.
I'm just saying. I don't know, man.
I'm
It's
just
the service industry.
Yeah, I'm just pointing out how honestly I find it really ridiculous that she didn't alert the authorities, because by that logic, I could be completely covered in blood as if I just murdered somebody and go into public, and yet I'm fine. I won't have to worry about getting arrested. That's Punisher's writing logic, essentially. Um, which that episode alone was so bad to a point I was like, what am I watching? But yeah.
I will say you're a bit harsh on Punisher. I think it's slightly better than Supergirl. Now, as someone that has seen Supergirl show many times for content's sake, and because I first time it was enjoyable as a hardcore DC fan, um, I came to the conclusion after watching the show a few times, it's bad. It's not a good show. Supergirl, it's like 6 seasons and only 2 seasons are worth watching, but it's still like slightly better than Punisher. Maybe in the entire show, but if you pick and choose the season, Punisher wins. It's like it's was the worst there.
Yeah.
So yeah, Punisher season 2. Oh my. Um that's a weird one. Um we just covered a few weeks ago Luke Cage second season and Iron Fist both seasons. I don't know if you have seen these two shows, Gray.
I have. So I did like Luke Cage season 1. Season 2 also had like kind of a drop off for me. I don't know. I guess Netflix kind of did that with most of them. I don't remember disliking Daredevil season 2, but I again watched them when they were like out, so I might have been looking at them with rose-colored glasses. But Iron Fist, I could not get into. It also had a pacing problem for me. I don't think I made it to season 2 in Iron Fist. I know I made it all the way through season 1. I didn't connect with the character, and then like the pacing of the show, I was just like, come on, do something. But yeah, I feel like they kind of had that same issue with the Punisher. So I don't know. Overall, I don't think I was a fan of the. I didn't know too much about the character prior to the show. I wasn't too enthralled with it, so I just had kind of a low view on that. But Luke Cage, I remember fondly season 1. Season 2, I think that might have taken me a couple times to get through as well. I eventually did. I do like the actor, but I just didn't like the material that much in season 2. It wasn't nearly as compelling, and I'm trying to remember any of it. I should probably look up what was in the episodes, but nothing's really standing out from season 2. I just remember it being kind of a letdown. Where did you guys kind of fall on Luke Cage?
Season 1 was very enjoyable, but DC did a Black-led show that was better, which is Black Lightning. That was
Yes.
far better than Luke Cage. But anyway, Luke Cage season 1 was enjoyable. Even on my first watch, I liked it. Iron Fist, on my first watch, I dropped out after 3 episodes. And I watched to the end
I wanted to.
only for this podcast here. And it was bad. Season 2 is like an entire other level bad. That's like among the worst thing we covered on the podcast. Like Iron Fist season 2 is like it deserves its own video, like on how bad this is. And it's funny because the anti-woke crowd, they're just complaining about like how they are like woke and stuff, but even if you disregard the woke aspect, Iron Fist second season is just straight up shit. Like literally, like it's garbage. The only thing that is worse is actually Legends of Tomorrow, like season 6 and season 5. I don't know if you have seen Legends of Tomorrow.
I didn't. I didn't make it to that one.
So this show started off with 3 great seasons. Then starting season 4, it only got worse and worse. And season 5 and 6 is some of the worst entertainment you can find online. Um, it's like really dog shit. Cole can witness that. Like Cole was even more harsh than me. Was saying even season 7 was bad. DC has basically dropped out of the show after 3 seasons, I believe. Not even 3, I think 2. I think you dropped out after 2.
Yeah, too.
When it was at the peak. But yeah, Iron Fist second season is just horrendous. Lucky us, Punisher second season is better than this, but that's not much.
It's not that
Yeah,
much.
it's not that much. Okay, I guess now that we talked a bit about Punisher second season, let's have the deeper talk about what really went wrong. For me, at least, the first thing would be the pacing. That's obvious. That's something everyone mentioned. The other thing would be the dialogue. Oh my. Some of the characters sound like insert from the writer. We like that when this happens, right? We like that. These characters that don't really talk like characters, they just talk like writer. They're like, oh, we need to push that idea. Okay. Next up would be plot armor. Characters sustain so much damage it makes it unrealistic. And it's funny because season 1 had a lot of really violent and brutal scenes, and maybe at 1 or 2 instances it was like, okay, they stretch it a lot, plot armor on people. But this season of Punisher, it's like almost every week. Like it's like they tweak it like 100. They're like, we didn't torture enough the characters in season 1. Let's make it double in season 2. Yeah, sure. Um, the story has lots of weak execution. Lots of episodes are filled of plot convenience, like the right person at the right place at the right moment. This is bleeding all over season 2 a lot. We had a few of these like in season 1, but season 2, like there are episodes where it's like plot convenience after plot convenience. They're building block for the episode is like plot convenience. This is how we do. And the therapist character, I'm wondering what's everyone take on that, starting with DC. What did you
Honestly,
think of the therapist? Yeah, honestly, go for the
honestly, I'm
end.
gonna share this. I think the therapy sessions were like the only thing that was actually good or intriguing. And yes, that therapist character was actually a good character because it actually felt like there was some story moving forward. However, apart from her scenes and her scenes with Billy Russo, she did not save the show or the season, and she was like possibly the only redeeming. No, it was possibly the only redeeming value, the most redeeming thing about this season, at least in my opinion.
You
Okay.
know, the scenes
I
weren't
should probably go
bad.
next because I don't remember any of the therapists. I remember that he went there, and that's like it.
You don't?
Like so.
So
Really?
we
Wow.
will
I don't
refresh
like.
your memory, and I will add more after Cole. So Cole, what did you think of Miss Therapist?
Oh, me? Okay. Yeah, I mean, I understand what Marvel DC means, but I don't know. There were a lot of moments though that didn't feel like realistic with how they did it. I think the writers just did a poor job with that and understanding how they work. Like I don't think the scenes themselves and the performances in them are poorly done. I think that's actually some of the better parts in the show. So I can understand what he means with that stuff, but the writing kind of screwed it up as well. So
Yeah, okay. So here's my thought. Um, it took me a while to really talk about the therapist because I was like, maybe there's a plot twist. Maybe they will do something special with her, and they did. So I did the right thing to wait before I criticize. So coming into it, I was like, okay, some of the therapy is not really like therapy, and it's coming from me that did therapy for many years, and on top of that I did study in special care counseling for 2 years, so I know the basics, and a lot of the things she did throughout the show are
Yeah.
wrong, and this
So
is
you're
not
saying
what
it's that because the reveal it makes up for it in your mind? I
exactly
mean, for
the
me,
reveal.
I'll just say like with how therapy works, the thing is you don't. I don't think like a therapist who like has well somebody who has like that motive secretly needs to do that stuff and like do stuff that a therapist wouldn't in order to get stuff like that out of it because I feel like with what they do in their job they're already going to, so that's why I still don't really like it because I feel like it just wasn't needed. They could have done it both ways where it still like made sense but they were also doing that.
So yeah, the twist. Basically, throughout that show, the therapist does something wrong that no therapist on their right mind would do, is defending a mental ill person, and then sleeping with that patient while you're the therapist. That's something you just don't do. That's not really ethical. That's just straight up wrong. That's abuse of power, that kind of stuff. But within this show, it worked because in the end she was one of the two villains, and her goal was to turn Billy into someone that really ate the Punisher. And this is also why um, they had that kind of love toxic relationship between the therapist and Billy. And I think that aspect was well made. Um, if she wasn't a villain in the end, I would have been pissed because they would have shown that these writers don't know a thing about therapy. But that twist make it up right for me. Um, she was interesting. Um, my only gripe with her is really like her thought process by the end of the season. At some point, Madani is like, "Oh yeah, Billy is wrong. Billy and people lives just like that." And then the therapist tried to flip it and say Frank is no better, but they are different. Frank has a code, Billy doesn't.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I missed
Frank,
that. Frank goes after people who actually commit worse crimes. Billy goes after innocents. So yeah, Frank's not. Yes, Frank is not necessarily the best, but he's in the right.
yeah, and the way she was talking, she really believed in Billy, and the therapist was like, "I will defend to the teeth that guy," and it just felt wrong. Even if she wanted to manipulate Billy, even if she wants to break Castle. First of all, Billy and Castle are not around. It's just Madani and the therapist. So the sole fact that the therapist truly believes her own lie doesn't make sense for me. And yes, some people do believe their own lies. That's the thing, but it wasn't well made because in this show they really showed us viewer, they told us viewer that this therapist is smart enough to manipulate people, so there's no way she would fall on her own trap she placed in the way. I don't know if I sound crazy there or if what I'm trying to say makes sense.
No, that makes sense.
So
Uh, I can definitely see that as one of many plot holes that kind of were there this season. But yeah, I don't know. I get what you're saying with the whole therapist thing. But yeah, I'm kind of surprised I'd completely forgot about all of that. That was only what, like 4 or 5 years ago. I don't know. That season completely did not stick with me.
Okay, I have some issues. My mouse froze, so I cannot unmute myself.
Oh no.
Okay, now I can move around. Okay,
All right.
that's amazing. So I froze.
Sorry, I thought I just stunned you with my amazing commentary.
No, that well said, man. Well said. Um. So okay. Now I guess now that we talked in length, I will ask the panel here. What did you think of the teenager girl? Starting with DC, the teenager girl. What did you think of her?
Honestly, the first time she showed up, I thought she was okay. Before she extremely gets annoying really fast to a point where I'm like, God, she's like, she honestly gets so annoying to a point that I'm like, I don't care about her character, and she completely takes me off. Yeah, she completely like took me off the show completely.
I cannot blame you. What did you think of the teenager girl? Puppet, gray puppet.
Yeah, I don't remember much other than I just remember she was annoying, and I really was not happy every time she kind of was there. So I don't know. I probably should have rewatched season 2 to go back. For some reason, it was just super forgettable. But I remember a bunch of chunks from 1, but I'm just kind of left with that there was that annoying girl thing. It feels like they kind of shoved more, I don't know, modern day politics into it, and yeah, it was not well paced. But yeah, I seem to have forgotten most of it. So sorry, I'm not a little bit better.
That's fine. That's telling.
Well-versed
That's a lot being said there, because if you cannot remember, that means that character was forgettable, and if it's forgettable, it's sadly a flaw. Let's be honest. If it's great, if it's
Yeah.
good, you will remember even many years later. So, Cole, what did you think of the teenager, the fabulous one, the
Don't just it's crap. Move on. That's really yeah. Honestly, I have really nothing else to say, at least right now. Also, since I showed up late, I do have a bunch of notes. I'll just say later, but I'll let Marvel go first.
he
Alright.
already
What he thought
talked
of that.
about the girl.
Oh, he already said. Oh, my bad. Yeah, sorry. I was like DMing someone there. My bad. Okay, I'll just quickly say this, shit I have, I guess, since I was late. Try not hold up the stream. Okay, it's like the thing I'm angry the most about this season is how they just wasted the main character in this so hard. Like I brought it up last week though, how I thought John Burfall had moments of greatness and weak moments in season 1. But in this season, I really don't have an issue with the performance itself at like any point, which makes me question now if it was solely the direction and writing's problem this time around in season 1. However, they do fucking nothing with him. All right, he never truly becomes Punisher in this, just like how Iron Fist never truly becomes Iron Fist. He barely does any actual Punisher things throughout the entire season. And he also barely wears that fucking skull vest. Alright, the fucking pacing sucks. They never reached the heights that season 1 did at any point throughout the entirety. It's just weaker in every way. The tone sucks a lot more. It went from feeling like the Punisher from the comic books, at least, to feeling overwhelming and seeming like they tried to throw too many ideas at once. I hate the number of stories they attempted at once as well. It ruined any potential of any of them being great. It seems to be like a trend in some of these Netflix shows, though, such as Luke Cage. And I didn't care for any of the villains in this show, this season. I enjoy the storyline, sort of Amy being on the run and watching everyone after her, just because there were some interesting things I thought, in my opinion, that they didn't fuck up. But even that wasn't done very well, and the action was in this season was like on the Purge levels of quality, which isn't a compliment if you've seen those films.
I've seen like 3 of them. I don't know how many they did, but I've seen the first 3 at least. Yeah. Do you want to add more, Cole? That show is amazing. We all know it, right? We all know
Yeah.
it. Okay, I guess no. I guess
Yeah,
Cole.
sorry, my bad. I was just sorry. I was getting a DoorDash there. My bad. But yeah, I just have I think like 1 or 2 things left. Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. I actually know. I pretty much said all my notes. I guess looking at this. But you know what? I'm actually going to describe this season in a nutshell, though. This was like the equivalent of you meeting a girl and getting along with her and then marrying her, only for her to then pull a 180 a week after the wedding and turn into a bitch. So then you would get a divorce and she would get half of your shit purposely. Yeah, and the reason I say that because I thought the first episode of this was actually amazing, but then it all goes downhill from there. So it's like a fucking shock like that. Fucking hell. But anyway, no. So if you want to know my top 3 and bottom 3, episode 1, 3, and 13 are my top 3, and then bottom 3 is 4, 6, and 8. And if you want to know my predictions for you, it would be your top 3 is 1, 10, and 12, and bottom 3 is 2, 4, and 9.
Okay. Very
I
interesting.
said everything there. My bad. Sorry that it took a little while.
That's fine. So now I'm looking at my notes. So my worst 3. Oh my, I have so many to pick. let me see on my
them have
Got a
to
little
be
option
like-
paralysis on this one.
Yeah. I mean, one of them has to be like episode 4 or something, right? Or 6.
Wait. I won't bullshit you. So, okay. The worst one is episode 2 with a 5 out of 10. The pacing was bad. The girl is freaking dumb to just threaten Frank despite him saying people want her dead. That was brain dead. I was like, bruh, she is so stupid. I don't believe this shit. The college girl is dumb to try to run away from Frank after he saved her. That was like, bruh, why? Pacing. Again, that's the second time I mentioned this shit. The police just teleported. It's been what, 5 minutes? The girl called the cops. Plus, it's countryside. That would take at least 10 to 15 minutes. 5 minutes is like when you're downtown or somewhere in the city, but they are freaking countryside. Don't tell me they will just show up after 5 minutes.
I mean, it was a sheriff, so it was a sheriff's department. So it's not technically necessary police. So I'm not sure how quick countryside, at least the fastest, has been, at least when it comes with sheriffs. But I do find that a little bit more believable. But yeah, I do agree with teleporting, especially in one episode where it's so obvious. Yeah. But
like in the city, I get it. When they just came in the city, because there are scenes where the police show up in the city, I get it. It's 5 minutes, and as a security agent, I do interact a lot with the cops, so I kind of know like their response time, and 5 minutes is legit depending on what's going on. Like even when it's very urgent, you will often see the firefighter before the cops. So yeah. It's ridiculous. 5 minute countryside, just driving around takes 5 minutes. Like the time you go on your car and you take on your gun and stuff, or just drive around to try to find a place. It's more than just 5 minutes. The pacing again for the third time. Hell yeah, we like that. The girl looking like a victim. Didn't they find a rifle near her? I mean, she had a gun, right? Right? So why would she be treated as a freaking victim if she carries a gun? Okay. So that's the worst
I
episode.
was gonna make a joke there, but I think it would get you banned. I was
So
about to
don't.
make a Kyle Rittenhouse joke.
Oh no.
So that was the worst episode. So episode 4 was the second worst. Okay. First issue, the guy in the bus being one note and unrealistic bothered me a lot. That was the guy that was like, "Oh, freak! I ate freaks, so I will bully you, freak." It's like, bruh, why? Pacing was stupid. The teenager is unbearable. Again, pacing, repeating the same thing over and over again. Pacing again.
Oh, face.
Telling instead of showing. Telling instead of showing. Pacing. With a juicy 5.5 out of 10. The next stop would be episode 7. Here again, another 5.5 with telling instead of showing. Not funny. They really tried hard on that one, I remember. The girl talking to Madani felt like an insert. I think that was like the teenager girl. I'm pretty sure that was the teenager girl. Oh yeah, the dialogue about smile, bruh. I was like, bro, that's so modern, man. A woman must smile. I'm like, sister, shut the F up. Really? Really? Shut the F up, please.
Yeah.
I never ask someone to smile if they don't want to.
Yeah.
You ask for consent to smile?
Wow. So next up would be the girl at the bank didn't feel like a character. All she was a roadblock. She was like, "Oh, that's my ancestor bank, so I will keep the money in." Remember this shit. Can't aim. Okay, so I'm the kind of people that will nitpick when people can't freaking aim, and I hate this shit. DC knows that, Cole knows that. Now you know it, great puppet. So
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Not a
and-
fan of Stormtrooper?
yeah, Stormtrooper, I hate them.
Yeah, yeah, and believe it or not, Multi, this is actually one of the few ones I would actually agree with you. And it actually is an episode earlier, but yeah, you can go on.
So okay, now that may surprise you, but my favorite episode this season, I will just double check to make sure. Actually, there's worse. I just realized episode 10 is worst. Episode 10, okay, episode 10 is probably the worst episode in the show. The lightning was
Worse than episode
terrible.
9?
No. Nine is nowhere near that bad. Let me see 9, but
So what were the ones you said again? That was 2, and then what other ones with?
so that was
He
2,
had 4 on there.
4, 7, and
Okay.
now 10 apparently, because I just realized 10 is
Okay.
actually the worst episode in the show
Okay,
so
I mean
far.
you were definitely right with 2 and 4, but I mean I'm a little surprised you think that way about 10. I mean it was bad, but damn, 8 and 9 I thought were even worse. Like those were just
So 10, the lightning was terrible. Telling instead of showing. Facing, the therapist is just straight up stupid since despite Madani telling her how bad Billy is, she still defends Billy. That comes back to what I said earlier. I thought for most of the season she worked well because she wanted to manipulate people, but this is the one time where that fell off for me and that didn't work at all. Facing, the lightning was bad again. Plot armor on Frank. He's badly smashed, but yet he didn't die in the sewer. Him being able to fight back is even less believable. The lightning was bad again. Why would the psychologist want to break Frank? It doesn't make sense because in the other end, she tried to redeem Billy. And this goes back to her characterization that was kind of the bad side of her characterization. She's like, oh, she wants to redeem Billy. So why doesn't she want that for Frank? They try to tell about a 8 baller she has with Frank, but it's not really well explained. So just because she wants to redeem one character but not the other doesn't add up and make any sense for me. It's more like an inconsistency in a character, and this pisses me off a lot. Okay, so this episode was a 4 out of 10. Straight up shit. Okay, so my favorite episode is episode 13, followed by episode 6, followed by 13, 6, and 9. I shock you, right? Okay, so I will start with 9 because that's the weakest of the three. So 9. Pacing, pacing, pacing. Pacing almost killed me, man. That was bad, man. The pacing was horrendous. But I thought this episode was entertaining. The villain searching for Frank was cool. Frank taking down people is always fun to watch. Frank calling the girl. Oh, I think that was the episode where he saves the girl after she disarmed one of the guys. The payoff with the girl taking the weapon and shooting someone was enjoyable. Yeah, that was the episode. That's why I liked it, because they show us early in the season like Frank training the girl to take a weapon away from someone and then shoot, and here it's the payoff, and I really liked it. Frank saying he need to end other people's lives to save the others. That's very accurate to his character and the way he thinks. So yeah, that's why I liked episode 9. So okay. Episode 8 was on par, but I remember why it was worse. Like the pacing was even more horrendous. We spent so much time with the girl I didn't care about. So okay. I will say something weird, but here we had one of the best firefights on TV and movies with episode 13
Where? Wow.
with
episode-
the hotel. Do you remember they shoot through walls? I like this shit because it actually makes sense
I'm
why
sorry,
they
I
don't
don't
hit.
remember. It just gave me dementia.
So basically they are both like
I'm
on
also
different.
suffering from that.
Jesus.
So basically Castle is in one room and the other villain is on the other room, and they basically shoot through walls and they try to hit the other one, and they just riddle of all both walls, and like it was a very interesting firefight. I really liked it. Usually I'm like, aim bitch, aim, but here that actually made sense because a wall was stopping them from seeing. They were trying to be smarter than the other one, and they would switch rooms and then trade bullets when they switch rooms. It was a creative one. That's why it did stick up in my mind. Um, Also liked a lot how he gave two choices to the other villain. Either the truth is told and your son's life is ruined, or you take that one bullet and end your days. That was priceless. I really enjoyed that outcome. Um, so overall, I think this second season is really bad. It's so sad to say. I want to like this show, but I just can't. Now, I will mention a Netflix issue there because I have seen all of the superhero genre stuff because I already have seen Daredevil in the past, so I kind of know what I'm talking about here. I feel like Netflix just doesn't want to make heroes. They like so much the gray areas. Even with the Sandman, they
Mhm.
just hate the idea of someone that just is good at their core and someone that just wants to do some good. Even Matt
Yeah.
Murdock in Daredevil when you realize how broken he is, and that's part of the charm, but that's also part of that trend where you just don't make good heroes. And even Luke Cage, like, or
Yeah,
Iron
they're
Fist,
all kind of like that. Yeah.
it's so sad. Like, they want so hard their gray heroes or gray, like, somewhat anti-hero or whatever they want. Like, every
I mean,
show
I
does.
can understand to an extent because all these IPs and characters they're working with in these shows, they kind of are like that though, because they're more so like regular people at the core. So, and regular people, have their negatives and positives, so they're not perfect. So I get it. I do get it. I just don't think it's well executed most of the time. Like I think it's well executed in Jessica Jones and Daredevil outside of the odd moments, and sometimes with Luke Cage, but with the others, it's kind of
I think it's fair to have flaws, and it's important for your character to have flaws. What I really mean there is the motive of being a hero. Like, I will bring a good example: Daredevil, Matt Murdock, in the Netflix flick, at least. He became Daredevil. Like, the surface level is like, I want to help others, but deep down he wants that not to do the right thing or to be good, but because he is a broken man that want to break others. And they really dive deep into that with season 2 and even with season 3, and even season 1 touch upon it. And, like, the idea is cool. As I said, I like Daredevil, it's great, but the sole fact that every single Netflix show wants these characters to really deep down, they're not really heroes. And that like, I feel like you need to make at least one hero in the bunch. Like, we have 6 shows: Sandman, Iron Fist, Luke Cage, Jessica Jones, Daredevil, Punisher. We got 6. Why can't you make one exception? Maybe 2 if we get lucky.
Well, that's why you had the Defenders. You put them together, you got one.
Nah, because they are still the same characters at their cores.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying like all these shows are bad because they try to have nuance and gray shades, but I really want something to stand out.
I mean, it does for the worst.
And yeah,
You think it stands out for the worst? Like even up against some of the Disney ones? Like
Oh well, I
don't know.
mean,
it's better than Disney. We are not there yet.
No, for sure. Sorry to sidetrack. I was just like, really, the worst? Okay.
Moon Knight was bad. We haven't covered Moon Knight on the podcast.
oh
because,
god,
Oh god.
we started the podcast right after Moon Knight. We actually started by the end of Miss Marvel, and
I didn't hate Moon Knight as much as the other ones, so that might be fun to kind of go through. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, I'm no huge Moon Knight fan, but like, I don't know, I liked it more than like She-Hulk or some of the other ones.
I
mean, She-Hulk is trash, so that's like, yeah, but
She-Hulk is like
I
the
don't know.
worst can be. Like it, like
Yeah.
Iron Fist is somewhere above.
Come on. It was supposed to be that way. Like there were the bad writers in the show, so it's actually intelligent. You don't understand.
People
yeah,
try to defend
but,
this show, man.
yeah. I mean, Moon Knight for me, it's definitely not one of the worst, but I don't know. It was almost like the equivalent of gaslighting. That's what it felt like.
Fair enough. I liked Oscar Isaac's performance in there. Like, I don't know, when he switched to like the different
I mean, he did
whatever accents.
Yeah,
it was
they
like,
just
all
kind of
right.
wasted him.
Yeah.
We need that strong
for
female
sure.
character. We need her.
I
She will
thought this
save
that
the world.
just they did
Well,
like nothing with
soon.
it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So let's go back to like Punisher. We are near the end of that Punisher talk. We talked in depth and told everyone why it was really bad. Man, Netflix, if you end up doing other DC or Marvel stuff, please stop making everyone gray and lots of shade and nuance. Like, it's cool. I like that,
Gray's
but
okay.
huh?
I'm a fan of gray. What can I say?
I
Uh,
oh wow.
no,
But yeah, I like nuance. I like gray stuff. But when everything look the same, when feel and sound the same, this is where you failed.
yeah. Oh, so you like 50 Shades of Grey?
No, I heard about it. I haven't
You
seen
know, I
it.
mean, I kind of have to be.
Okay. So I guess Punisher now. For me, that was a 6 out of 10, and that may sound good, but for me, it's not. 6 is like mediocre at best, and it's only because the good moment I really enjoyed it, but the bad moment are terrible, terrible.
Yeah.
What would be your grade out of 10 gray if you grade stuff you watch?
I don't even remember much of it, so I don't know. For me, that would probably be like a 4 or below. So I guess since I don't remember it, I don't want to score it too low. I guess I go 4 and just unmemorable. That's kind of my entire.
Mhm.
I don't know. I just remember certain elements of it. Like I just remember like they trying to throw in like the white nationalist thing, and it was just I don't know. It felt not great and ham-fisted. So I don't know. For me, overall, just forgettable. 4.
So you see, I'm from Canada and I haven't seen that shit at all. So
Well, I mean, it's
I guess
you
that's
know,
the
when it
thing.
happens. It's usually in like it happens in sometimes in like some places in the U.S., but also happens in the UK, I guess. Not really in Canada, but there are how do I say? I forgot what they call them. There's groups, but groups that are kind of like racist towards First Nations people. But yeah, I mean, it was just fucking poorly done, though. That was like She-Hulk's level of how they did it. It's like so unrealistic, and yeah, as you said, like ham-fisted. There's a good way to do it, and then there's that.
So now we will start Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
actually, no, I forgot to ask Cole. What was your grade out of 10? And DC, what
Oh,
would be your grade out of 10?
like a 3.
Yeah.
3. And what about you, DC?
I'm gonna go into the negatives. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that. I'm gonna give it in the negative range a 1. I thought it was that bad, but in terms of the positive one, a 1 or the closest to a 0, basically.
Yeah. How about like a 0.1?
A 0.1. But yeah. Yeah, I will go into the negatives. I will probably go into the negatives again with when we talk about Daredevil. Because I have a lot.
Really?
He
Wow.
Yeah,
truly hated
Hot take.
Daredevil. But I
yeah,
think parts of it is because he misunderstood parts of Daredevil.
yeah. I guess, but it could also been because I was I was like, it was like a few years ago, like during
Yeah.
2020. So
I mean,
maybe
you
I
think
must
you're
have.
gonna rewatch it, or
Well, I remember a lot of what happened in at least season
okay?
2. But
Well,
yeah,
you know what? Actually, kind of interesting because a lot of it might be, you know, it might be like misunderstood or something, or because
yeah.
you're young. But however, I want to hear it anyway because I've never heard that before, so that's still interesting. But also, I will say though, now while I wouldn't call the show bad or anything, I do think it's a good show. It definitely has piss poor moments that people want to try and ignore. Like, I remember there was this one scene with it was Kingpin like just crushing this guy's head, and it was so poorly filmed and acted, and his line delivery. Oh, and
He was
and
he
the
was
edit there.
hitting the
No,
guy with the
D'Onofrio was
door.
awesome in that. It was
No,
poorly
no, there
filmed, but
was
D'Onofrio was
there was
awesome.
yeah, but there was one poor scene. It was like that guy in the office that he was then like crushing the head of. Oh, that scene was so rough how they did it, and I felt bad for him.
But I remember one of DC's complaint was like, "Oh, Matt Murdock was stupid when he saved that child," and that was misunderstood because that was
Yeah,
part of Matt's
yeah, yeah,
characterization. Even if
yeah,
he's not really all good deep inside, when it comes to like innocent lives and saving someone, this is when he truly becomes a hero, and this is some of the best moment we get in the show. And it's not
yeah.
because he's stupid or anything, it's just that he won't let an innocent die. Even if it's a damn trap, he will go for it because that's the reason why he is Daredevil in the first place. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's a talk for like I believe next week or 2 weeks from now. I can't remember when exactly we start
I
Daredevil.
because it says it was like near the beginning of October, so it should be next week. So
Yeah.
and yeah, October 3rd. Yeah, so that's when we're gonna talk about the best show ever made.
I actually think it's one of the best. It's one of the best made by Marvel, at least. I think I will sound weird, but I think Stargirl was better than Daredevil because Stargirl had 3 really solid seasons, and Daredevil only had 2 solid seasons. The third season wasn't bad per se, but it wasn't anywhere near as good as 1 and 2.
So, doesn't it have 3.5? Because you got She-Hulk as well. Like,
That doesn't technically count, but I mean,
I
I
don't
I
know,
won't
man.
count it.
He
I
gets the yellow suit.
I don't care about the yellows.
that's a She-Hulk show. Nice.
Is Karen Page there? No. Is Foggy Nelson there? No. Okay, it's not an extension. That's why when I've seen when they decided to do Born Again, I heard that they will replace Karen and Nelson. When I've seen that floating around, I don't know how much true it is, but if it's damn true, this is a future failure they have in their hand. Um, Karen Page and freaking Nelson were the art of the show. Like they were the backbone of it, and that was like that bond of friendship between the three that made this show so good. But also grittiness, but like the core characterization was through these 3 characters. Um, so if they take them away, man, they are there for a massive failure in their hands. So, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom Scroll, the amazing, the masterpiece that everyone likes.
Yeah.
Who
So
wants to go
this is
first?
some. I mean, I don't have much to say, so I'll just quickly go. But yeah, this is a film Jada keeps obviously bringing up. Like, I don't understand why people keep trashing on the 2023 one so much and saying it ruined the franchise when this one already did. He keeps saying, and I mean, I kind of agree with him. Yeah, this was bad, but I mean, the reason why they say that though is because this was a film that they pretty much like forgot or like ignored afterwards after it failed to the point where it's pretty much not canon anymore, especially since they don't really reference his son in this. And also especially because of the things the actor have done lately. But so because of that's why they still say that, because then they tried to a second time and it failed again, but this time the 2023 one is pretty much canon and with the one character. I'm pretty sure, but I don't know. We'll see. But also because it's 1,000 times worse. So just to mention that to Jaded, if he ever watches that's why. But anyway, yeah, this was bad. Again, I like the setup and premise and everything. It's obviously something cool, and with like the crystal skull stuff in real life, which then Dan Aykroyd, I remember he made that vodka product of. You might have seen it before in stores. Multi the crystal
Believe he
skull
still
vodka.
does.
Oh,
Yeah, and
really?
If not, the stores near me
oh
still
yeah,
have an
and
old
it's
supply.
the
I still see
funniest
him.
thing ever. He's like sounds like an absolute like crazy person anytime he talks about it and goes on the news to try to advertise it. He even went on Larry King before he died, and he like had some shots
I
with him,
remember.
almost fucking killed the man. Oh yeah, and
Wow.
I remember he did like a advertisement in theaters. Well, at my theater thing, and he had just like one in the background secretly in the video. But yeah, so it's a cool thing though. But yeah, this was just poorly done in my opinion, and the villains were obviously. But usually the villains are like the weakest part of every Indiana Jones film, kind of. But the action just isn't very well done. I do like the main performance by him, but even if it's not the greatest, I do think he nailed. That is actually one thing that I like kind of more than the others. In the other three, there were times where I can notice his accent he was doing or his voice like sinking in and out a little bit. In this one, though, by this point, he kind of nailed it. So that's one positive they'll say. But yeah, just action's not very good. Filmmaking's kind of bland, and all that stuff. Supporting cast pretty lame, especially that just like one crazy character they're with. I did laugh at that one scene though of him just bringing the fucking guards to them to their area after they got out of that situation. But yeah, and also it had like I believe this is the one that has like the dumbest scene ever that people try to bring up, which was kind of cool, but makes no sense that he survived.
What do you mean?
With the
What do you mean? It makes logical sense. It's lead lined. Come on.
The houses are blowing up, but not the fridge. Or
It's lead lined. The houses aren't lead lined. Come on.
God. You know, like in fairness, you know, when you go in a fridge like that with something like this, I mean, it does give you a great chance to survive stuff like that, and also and that scene was kind of cool, but not him then like tumbling down and falling from the air in it. That would kill him. That part would do it. I can understand the explosion, maybe even with like the shell shock and or whatever you call it, that kind of like destroys your internal organs if you're in that. That can happen, but the falls and everything, like no, you're fucked. At the very least, you're gonna be like fucking almost paralyzed or paralyzed, and you like barely walked away with a fucking scratch.
you know, I will add more to that. The fridge scene was dumb. Even if by unspecified miracle the fridge protect Indy from the nuclear blast, the fridge banging many times on the ground should have injured Indy at bare minimum. Hell,
we'll put
Indy
him in,
should
like, a
have
wheelchair.
died. Broken spine, broken rib cage.
Yeah. I imagine if that happened, and the rest of the movie is him in a wheelchair in the 2023 one. he'll be like swinging on ropes with the wheelchair.
Huh.
Anyway, that's about it.
I guess the rest of the movie and the sequel could just be like a coma dream or something. Like, you never know.
True.
Oh my!
Maybe I have some
Shout out
head
to the
canon.
writers, bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
All right.
I like
Damn.
that idea.
Yeah, you
Maybe that's a
see,
fever dream.
you see that right there is better than a lot of the shit that the writers did who were on strike recently. So
Yeah, great puppets. Apply for Hollywood, man. You will do better job than them.
but yeah, that's pretty much all I have to really say though. But yeah, just a big downgrade. Definitely kind of a bad film. Kind of enjoyable, but bad.
I will shock some of you, but here's the hot take. I think it's
You
on
love
par with the second one.
What? You think it's on par with Temple of Doom?
Well, no. Here's the thing. He was not a fan. He was not
What?
a big fan of the. He was not a big fan of the other three. So
The first three I thought were like mediocre at best. Maybe the first one was average if Cole was right when I said
No.
that was a 7.
No.
yeah, this is he does this like I think
Okay.
he did this with
So what
Star
did you
Wars
think of
now.
Last Crusade? Like the most perfect movie ever made.
Oh my. That was mediocre at best, my friend.
Yeah.
Most
I'm just
overrated movie I've heard about.
also, Gray, just to give you also some clarification, if he sees something like people who don't have like how do I say snake eye level aiming in the film, like they're aiming poorly while shooting, then yeah, he knocks off points off of it, stuff like that, and plot convenience.
So you're knocking off points because like Sean Connery blew off his own tail?
Yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
He has no experience with a
But
machine
you
gun.
know what's funny? Um, this movie, Kingdom Scroll, it's not good by any means. I'm not saying that. It was a bad movie. But the aiming wasn't that bad. Movie was bad, but at only one point I was like, the aiming sucked.
Is that like a secondary score? Like you give it like overall score and then score for aiming as well?
No, here's how my scoreboard worked. Like the first issue, I give the movie a 9.7 by default. Sometimes I give a 9.9 if I really thought that was a strong movie and my nitpick was stupid. But most of the time, one issue means 9.5, 9.7. Then the second issue, it drops to 9.5. And then after the second issue, so that means issue number 3, I knock out 0.5. And each issue is 0.5. And then when I'm done knocking off points, I look at the score I end up with, and sometimes I take off an entire point, sometimes I take off 2 points, in some cases 3 points, especially with the Alien movies that were really trash. Um,
Wow. Yeah. You see, he's gonna do this with like the majority of like old sci-fi or adventure films because they have stuff like can't
maybe
aim
not First
properly.
Alien. The First Alien, I think I took off only
Really.
point.
I
After
thought you
the
took
score.
off quite a bit for Alien 1. I thought it was like Alien 3 or something that you surprisingly enjoyed.
Yeah, as Alien 3, I took off like straight up 3 points because
I
that
mean,
one
you
was
like
bad.
you did like the two
Because of
Predator
Newt?
films a lot.
Huh? Both of you talk.
Oh, I was just wondering if it was a 3 points like because of Newt and like Hicks, like they're just out of there. I don't know. What
They
is
were
the
nuked
3 points off the bat?
because the
right
movie
about?
was bad. That's on the third one.
All
Like
right.
the third Alien was bad.
Agreed. But so do you treat anything else in your life that way? Like, do you tip that same way? Like, you just set like 20% on the table, and then it's like, okay, every mistake, I'm just going to take some of this off.
Yeah.
Like, okay, now you're
Yeah.
down to like 19%.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's kind of cool. I mean, like, it's a standard for sure.
I
Huh,
treat everything the
hilarious.
same way, and this is funny because the Christmas special from Star Wars, I gave it a 5, man, because I treat everything the same way.
5?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's given that. You listen, if you watch back on our streams, you're gonna be shocked by some of the films he gave a lower score than the Christmas special. Like, I'm pretty sure he gave like Banshees of Inisherin a lower score.
I think I gave like Banshee like 4.5.
Yeah, and that is a crime. What the hell? Yeah, like now that's a film I don't think you truly understood with your complaints.
And there's that one case where Wakanda Forever went in the minus. I think it was like minus 4.5. So I was like, I don't want to sound like I'm not honest. So I gave back some points because of my likes. And at the end, it ended up being like a 2.5. So yeah, like Wakanda Forever was the first case in the podcast where I thought again about my grading system because I wanted to sound as honest as I could, and minus 4.5 just sound like Babyface screaming, "That's bad! Buy this!" And I want to sound like him. So yeah, most of the time my grading system stick. I think the other time where I went in the minus was either Coke and Beer or one of the sequel Star Wars. Maybe
Cocaine
both.
Bear went in the negatives for you, and I love the way that you say it, by the way. But wow,
It sounded like you said Coke and beer.
Yeah.
yeah, I
Coke
was
and
like,
Beer.
yeah,
Bear.
in the negatives, huh?
Yeah. That movie was trash.
Well, how can you say Cocaine Bear is trash? It's like what?
It's supposed to be. I don't know. I thoroughly
mean,
enjoyed it, but I wouldn't say it's a great film or anything like that. But
I mean, I can understand. Look,
Well,
I understand. I understand that the point of it was like to be a a joke and a meme film, but
It wasn't funny, man.
no,
You
it
call
did it.
yourself a comedy like
Yeah,
She-Hulk,
it was
and I don't
funny.
laugh.
I don't know. I just did a watch party on it like 3 or 4 weeks ago. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Like, granted, I had just woken up and I was in like a good mind state, but like, I don't know. I enjoyed myself. I was
I'm
expecting like
sorry.
a
It's just
Sharknado
they
type
didn't do a
thing.
good job. They didn't
I
do a
thought
good job
the
at it. in my
character
opinion.
actors were pretty good. What's her name? Like Margot Martindale. I thought she did pretty good as the stupid
I thought they
sheriff
did kind of a
lady
bland
getting high.
job. Like they didn't
Fair
even
enough.
do an accurate depiction at them being high on cocaine. That's not how people on cocaine act. It's like
They don't
they
Do you
didn't.
know how
it.
a bear on cocaine
They
acts?
sniff it.
Oh no, but still, and also that's the other thing. They didn't do a good job with the bear. Like honestly, it would have been better if they just fucking had somebody in a costume. That would have been better. Like I understand the point of it is that it's a meme film and a joke, but
I think
as
it was a
meme
funny
and a
meme film.
joke's
Like,
bad.
so compared to Sharknado, like I don't know. I
mean, no,
viewed it on that level, but it was
Sharknado
just
did a better job, mainly the second one, but that even
Hmm.
that as well also kind of
ooh.
bad as well, just because it feels very corporate. It feels like a very corporate soulless attempt at trying to do something like that compared to others. But again, it's just like and I blame the director though of Cocaine Bear for it. They had all the pieces,
She's
all the
awesome.
production. No, they had all the pieces in production, and then you hire that director. So because of that, there wasn't any style to the meme film. It was just bland. It was just bland and unfunny with no style to it. If they had a better director, then Cocaine Bear would have been a very good meme film. But you know,
So it could have been because I was like drinking the night before and I woke up at like 4 a.m. to watch this movie. But like, I don't know, man. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I thought the characters were pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I was laughing my ass off, and so was everybody else in the thing.
Yeah.
I think they hit on some of the comedy. I have seen some of her other films. I think she also did Charlie's Angels, didn't she?
Yeah,
my.
I'm blanking
yeah,
on
she
her
did
name.
that, and
But
like,
so I was primed to like hate this and everything. I did not think it would be great. I didn't think that she was funny. I really enjoyed it. So I don't know, but I still would
wasn't
only
her,
rank it
though.
like a 5, maybe a
she
6.
did a shit job. It was the actors and the producers, which was Phil Lord. And
So I
Christopher
loved
Miller.
like I think it's Ray Liotta's last performance. If not, it's like one of his last ones.
Yeah,
I thought he was
there's more
decent
coming
as
out,
like.
but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So I don't know. Yeah, I can totally see what you guys are saying. It definitely wouldn't be everyone's cup of tea, but like for me, I was just expecting one thing and was like, oh, okay. There's like
Yeah,
decent
no, I
characterization.
went into that
There's
without
like,
expectations. I just think it did a bad job at it. But again, and you know, it
fair
wasn't,
enough.
it wasn't garbage. It was watchable, but it just wasn't a good attempt at it. But and the parts that did work, again, I think it's more so the cast, the production, and the producers. Like again, you had Phil Lord and Christopher Miller producing it and being like the higher ups on it, and other talented people. So I would say they were more responsible for it instead of Elizabeth Banks. You know, I doubt she did jack shit.
Thank you. I could not remember her name.
Yeah, but speaking of talking about past films, though, if you want to talk about like your thoughts on the other Indiana Jones films quickly before Crystal Skull, you can do that.
I'm curious. I almost forgot. Thanks, Cole. So, Gray, what did you think of the first 3 Indiana Jones?
So I probably have a weird take on it. So I think The Last Crusade is a damn near perfect film. Perhaps it's nostalgia. Like I always used to watch that film as a kid. That one was great. The other one that we had was Temple of Doom. So those two are just like my absolute favorite. But Last Crusade definitely goes above that.
Yeah. Can you believe
should
that
have stopped there.
round won an Oscar?
I cannot. I don't know. Like there's so much that should. Yeah. But I just love those films. I always liked the first one kind of the least, but they're great films. For some reason, I liked the darker Temple of Doom, which everyone kind of seems to say is their or was their least favorite till these came out.
It's overrated. It's definitely. I mean, for me, it's weaker than the other two, but
it did a solid job, and it kind of embraced the craziness
music
that was in the others. Yeah.
Kingdom
And
Scroll
then they
is
had that
better.
NES game from it too. Oh, come on, Kali Ma. Like you
Yeah.
don't have a Kali Ma moment in this, and there's
it embraced itself, which was cool because some of the comedic moments and everything was the best parts of the others. They overdid it, but
for sure.
but I think they
And like
still
the
did a
whole
fine
like
job.
reaching in a bowl thing. I don't know. There's
Yeah.
just moments that just like stick with you like forever.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. I can't think of reaching into like a dark hole without like kind of picturing that scene. But so those are like perfect for me, and I might have more of a controversial stance on this. With the latest one, I'm forgetting Dial of Destiny. I didn't hate it as much as a lot of people do. I do not think they should have made these last two, but somehow I like Dial of Destiny better than this thing, this Crystal Skull. I don't know. I just hated Mutt. I hated the way that they brought Karen Allen back. I hated the enemies in this. I hated the whole like Crystal Skull thing. I don't know. It just seemed weird. And that being said, like, yes, they had time travel in the other one. Like it's not good. Like they introduced Indiana Jones with a baseball bat banging on his neighbor's door. Like that is just not my Indy. That being said, I somehow liked that and the adventure that they went on, like the characters they had with them,
for me,
like
they're
the
about the same,
scenes
but...
that they're going through. Yeah, I don't think either of these should have been made, but I would give the other one like 1 or 2 more points than this one. Like if I had to, maybe again like a 5 or 6 on the other one. This one like a 3. Like
also for the record, I've seen it, but I don't know if these two have. So just be careful with spoilers for the 2023 one.
Sorry,
I have not.
I don't think I gave any real spoilers in it, but
I'm sure they'll forget.
I have that memory, so if you don't spoil too much,
okay,
I'll most likely forget about it.
Sorry, when you said the other,
because
I think that's kind of a controversial take. When I hear everyone just hates this new one because there is like an element that was never in it before, but they kind of keep doing that with them. I don't know. This one with the element of aliens, though, I didn't feel like that fit, and it's not something that I wanted in my Indiana Jones. But face melting is one thing. But yeah, and
I mean that shit at the end was hilarious. So with the alien,
yeah, it was just so weird. So to me, like this movie never should have been made, and then like with every aspect of it, like I just thinking of like the car chase in the jungle with the monkeys and everything. Like I don't know, it was
terrible.
It's not good. Then like the graveyard scene where they're like trying to dig up the grave. Like I don't know, every part of this was bad. Every set piece to me was bad.
You
like I just don't know why they made this. I don't know why they chose Shia LaBeouf.
Really?
Yes,
this
so much.
Is so low. Why? Are you kidding?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they definitely stole some stuff from Brendan Fraser's The Mummy, and you can notice it. It's just wow. It's like that's how creatively bankrupt they were at this point.
It felt like they were trying to like check scenes off. Like, okay, we had the tank thing from 3, so we've got to get like a car chase thing where they're kind of like pushing each other. I don't know. It felt like they were retreading stuff, but not well. Like I don't know. It didn't feel like it was necessary to me. And I didn't like the characterization, like how they ended up changing everyone. I don't know. Not great in my book, but I don't know. Why did you hate the others so much? It's kind of hard to explain, I suppose.
They can't aim.
They can't aim.
So was the aim much better in this one? I remember like the whole.
Yeah, only one time I was like, they can't aim, but there were other issues I had. But I remember one of the 3. I can't remember which one, but I had at least 2 or 3 can't aim. So it at least lost a full point for this shit.
Yeah, but I will say again, Multi. I said this like the other stream, but I mean, in fairness, with other films, even though I don't agree with it outside of certain points where then I'll agree it becomes too much of a plot convenience and gets too much the rare time. In the Indiana Jones film specifically, that aim and stuff and them like shooting in a line on the floor and everything like that's kind of like part of the joke as well. It kind of like jokes or like memes itself, and it's also something that became iconic, at this time with them kind of doing it first. I think
there was also a lot of plot convenience here and there, especially in the second one. Like the first 10 minute ish of the movie was horrendous, and I think at that point I
What?
already
It is an amazing set piece with a dance number. Come on.
bro.
Yeah,
I just
that
hate
was
it
very
when
good.
people are just starting to sing in my face.
Oh yeah, he doesn't like almost anything that has to do with like music and people singing or dancing. He
Well, the
hates it.
music I like it, but when people sing and dance, I'm like, bruh, I'm not watching a freaking number,
But the
man.
antidote. It's on the ground.
No,
They've got
the
to pick it
antidote
up.
should have
He hides behind
broken.
a gong. It's iconic.
The
Yeah.
freaking antidote. They should have walked in it and broke
Yeah, and I mean,
it,
what's
man.
wrong with the music and stuff anyway? I mean, that's part of like film, you like musicals and everything. Like,
Oh yeah, and in Temple of Doom, I remember there's a sequence they just cannot aim. They walk on a straight line. They're like pew pew. They don't hit anybody. Pew pew.
well,
They
yeah,
don't
again,
hit
that's kind of part of the
anybody.
joke though in this franchise. I mean, others I can understand, but that's part of the joke in the Indiana Jones thing. It's sort of like
If I remember correctly, in Temple of Doom, that was the one where everyone was made so competent only for Indiana to escape.
yeah, it's funny.
Well,
Like
funny,
depends.
every time, everywhere, they just keep doing that. That
Yeah.
got on my nerves.
Again, it's
fast.
part of the joke. It's sort of like a Three Stooges thing in that opening. Like and also God Back to the Future has done similar stuff as well. So God, he's
They were
gonna
also
hate Back
setting
to
him
the
up.
Future.
He's supposed to get on that plane. They don't actually want to hit him. They're trying to
Yeah.
kill him in a plane. It's way more convenient.
I've only seen the first Back to the Future.
Yeah,
I haven't seen the other two.
Malty is gonna hate those films, and everybody's gonna lose their shit because he's gonna bring up these same things.
I mean, to be honest, I've seen the first Back to the Future, and I don't think it's a bad movie. I just think it's okay at best.
In
But
the
the way
past,
that 2 weaves into it, it's so good. Like,
yeah, listen,
don't watch
well, no,
3.
in
You don't need
fairness,
to.
when I was younger in the past, I did kind of think that as well about the Back to the Future films, but I think the Back to the Future films, like when you grow up more, you start to understand more like the positives in it, or like how do I say the style and tone of it, like why it's so good and what it does.
I also remember in the Last Crusade, they just randomly find a room and then they overplayed that joke where they flip the wall again and again, and they find a
It wasn't
freaking
random.
staircase by
Only the
accident.
penitent man can pass.
Oh, man, we can't see eye to eye with Last Crusade. Sorry.
Oh, it's near perfect. I'm sorry. The accuracy was great.
Okay.
Sean Connery was nearsighted.
All right.
Yeah, I am looking at
Okay,
all this with nostalgia glasses for sure.
Yeah.
I do get that, but
Well, that's
I don't know.
fine.
I don't see how you rate this one so high. Like, oof.
It's so bad, as
Mm.
I said. It's
Yeah, I think he said it's more like on par with Temple of Doom. He's
yeah,
saying.
it's on par with
Yeah,
Temple.
blasphemy.
Yeah, which he said was like a 5 out of 10 or something, which is bad to him.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna give my thoughts.
Yeah.
Because okay, I think it's enough time. But yeah, all right. I'm gonna be the most positive because I actually think, as of right now, I haven't seen Dial of the Destiny yet. I think this is the best Indiana Jones films. At least as of right now. I like all the other 4 films.
What?
I enjoyed the other films as well. Okay, so I'm not saying all of them are bad. Even Raiders of the Lost Ark, which I will personally say it's my least favorite, but I still enjoy it. Okay, it's still a 9 out of 10. Okay, it's not one of my least favorite movies of all time, so at least there's something. I have to say, I enjoy Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I just enjoyed how I like how in the first opening scene, when the first few minutes, it's not as intense as the other films. It's a more light, open film.
The fridge? That wasn't intense to you?
Before that scene, before that, like the first where it's before they get inside the base and he is needed for something, and then it starts getting a little bit more intense, and then we get into the fridge scenes, which okay, I'm pretty sure everyone's gonna go after me, but I'm gonna say is I absolutely enjoyed the scene. Yes, it's extremely ridiculous. Yes, it's extremely dumb, but honestly, I just love it. I absolutely love. I enjoyed the setup because of how it's like, holy, how is Indiana Jones gonna get out of this? And then the perfect is like the lead line fridge, and yet I just enjoyed when he just when the fridge just like bounces like 100 times and he's still alive. Yes, I do find it's a little ridiculous, but honestly, I just love it so much to a point. I have to say it's one of the best moments of the entire film.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. It like again, you know, if you watch this film, just like if you watch it as sort of like a soft film where you understand it's going to be stupid and you just watch it for guilty pleasure reasons, then yeah, that scene is legendary. Like it's still talked about to this day for those reasons, and some of it
Yeah,
is ironic fun and for a reason, and it's just so stupid but also so kind of entertaining.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, but I think one reason why is because you know, I sort of grew up with that scene because I have the Lego Indiana Jones 2, The Adventure Continues video game, and they obviously had Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. But yeah, um, I also I think the reason why I think this is the most underrated Indiana Jones film, why I think a lot of people should not hate this film nearly as much, is because I feel like some of the issues that they have, Shia LaBeouf, Ahmad, granted, I have seen the Transformers films, so at least the first one. Not, I have seen parts of the others. I've also seen the fourth one. I thought Shia LaBeouf in those films was fine, or at least in the first one he was fine. So I don't know how on other films he's been in, but yeah, I'd say I actually enjoyed him in this film because I thought of him much of as more like you know, as any sidekick, and how, you know, the two have never really been together for years, and yet now they just met and they're starting to bond, which I enjoyed. Um, you know, much like Last Crusade, where it's a very father son bonding like film, I enjoy the same aspects with this one as well. I just really enjoy the scene where Indy's in the quicksand and yet Mutt grabs a snake and yet Indy refuses. I just thought it was hilarious. But yeah, Kate Blanchett as the villain, I thought she was actually a very good villain. Yeah, she's your typical Indiana Jones films, but honestly, I just
That's why that accent was so terrible. That was Kate Blanchett. What the fuck? Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's surprising, you know, like one of the best actresses ever.
Yeah, but make her do a bad
we
accent.
literally,
But you're saying
yeah.
Mutt was good? Like, even though, like, the motorcycle and the wedding like, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just surprised because she's usually good with accents. Like she did it well in Nightmare Alley and such, and then we just saw it in the what was it? Yeah, Tar. Like, yeah, which I'm still surprised she didn't win the Oscar for. But yeah, just surprised she. I mean, had one this bad. Whatever.
Yeah. Hello, kiddo.
Yo.
Yeah. But yeah, honestly, I also enjoyed the Crystal Skull and the mystery. I don't think it's weird to have aliens in Indiana Jones films. I don't have that as an issue because honestly,
He had ghosts and stuff.
I'm only just saying it because honestly, I really wouldn't mind it. I mean, a friend of mine once told me that apparently some point in 2022 that some government with aliens turns out aliens are real. Not sure if you guys have heard or if there's more info. I
Oh
probably
yeah, they said it. It's not confirmed, but there's documents and stuff that release that say stuff like that. But it's not like confirmed or can mean other stuff. I mean, I do think there's a possibility. If not that, I mean, there are maybe some out there, but
yeah,
I don't know. I mean,
yeah.
I'm not saying there's a great chance. I just think out of old things in the world, like, you know, like paranormal stuff, religion, and all that stuff, I think one of the more realistic chances is that, if not aliens, just like other life forms on other planets, at least, even if they're not like intelligent life forms.
And it makes sense that you would kind of be cool with it. It sounds like you kind of hit this maybe the same age that I kind of had those other ones. So I'm definitely giving like Temple of Doom probably more leeway than it should. It hits me right in the nostalgia spot. So
Yeah.
I don't know. That's not that weird, but I don't know. When you had the other three films and they're separated by so much time, and they had a bit of a supernatural element, but they just kind of didn't go there. I don't know. To me, it feels like it's out of place, but I can definitely understand how. I don't know if that's kind of where you start. It wouldn't,
And
for sure.
and to add to this, we had Zale, someone in our circle. She liked it a lot out of nostalgia. So you are not alone in that case where you enjoyed it out of nostalgia. Temple of Doom is really liked. I'm just the only weird one that has no nostalgia, and maybe that's why I'm the only one that really hates it. So, do you want to add more to this, DC?
Yeah, I'm gonna add more. I'm almost done. Yeah, I have to say I enjoyed the climax of the film where Indy's sidekick betrays him for like the third time in the film, which granted I don't have a problem with. And I also forgot to mention though the chase sequences, which I enjoyed. I just enjoyed where I just like how like with the whole like tank with the chainsaws and how it's cutting through the forest, and I was like, yeah, it's great. And I also enjoyed how a lot of the Indiana Jones chase sequences as well. But yeah, now into the climax. I have to say I enjoyed it because of how you would think that Indy's sidekick is on his side, but when he's flip flops, yeah, and yet and then later, the aliens come, if I remember, but yeah, and then they have Kate Blanchett go near the alien before she gets vaporized, and then they escape. But honestly, I enjoy it because honestly, it just shows you how the difference between Indians and the villains is Indy was always never out for the artifact. These guys were, and they were always looking for power. He wasn't. So, but yeah, which honestly I have to say I enjoyed. And that's about it for me. If anyone wants to go.
Okay, I guess we will let Gray talk about that masterpiece that's Indiana Jones 4.
Else to say, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just have a different opinion on it, but perhaps I'm being way too close-minded. I didn't enjoy Kate Blanchett as the villain. I don't know. I wanted more out of it. I think it was the accent mainly, but it was just like, oh, come on. Like, this could be so much better. You've done Nazis better in this series. I don't know. I really dug the chick from Last Crusade. I wish I could remember her name. She wasn't in a bunch more films after that, but I don't know. Like, she did the accent well. I don't know why they couldn't have gotten it better. It's sad because Kate Blanchett is great, but
yeah, I think the reason why is because in the first three Indiana Jones films they take place in the 1930s, 1940s, so that's around like World War II.
Mm-hmm.
This one does not. It takes place in the 1950s. This is like around the Cold War time, so I think that's why.
It definitely could
I mean,
be.
it still doesn't really excuse it, but I don't know.
Yeah. But then you get to like the fridge scene, and I don't know. He has defied death before, but it doesn't feel like anything has been as fantastical as that fridge scene.
But it's still amazing.
So
no, it's shit, bro. You're the one that will defend that.
It's legendary. I wouldn't call it amazing. It is a scene that often gets talked about. But yeah, and then you get to like all the car chases. Yeah. I feel like in every other one they've done it better.
In the comments, if you wanted to answer, Gray.
Oh, I just realized. Okay, which Indiana Jones is your favorite?
Ooh, so mine would definitely be Last Crusade. Just hands down, that one's just amazing. Like just the, it's hard to beat Sean Connery in almost anything, but that's one of my favorite Sean Connery performances, and just the way that they play off each other and just annoy the hell out of each other. That's great. Yeah. I cannot remember the character's name, but the one who is playing both of them, that's just such a fun character. And then when you get to like Crystal Skull, where you have like Mutt I don't know. Maybe I'm just anti-LaBeouf, but yeah. I don't feel like it has great characters in there. Like, he has had great sidekicks before. I really love Short Round. I wish they would have brought him back. Sadly, it sounds like he got LaBeoufed out of existence, because that would have been a prequel to Raiders of the Lost Ark. So yeah. But going on with Crystal Skull. Oh, Elsa Schneider was the character from Last Crusade. That character was just like amazing. I don't know. The side characters were just like so great. And then you get to this one, and I think they totally wasted Karen Allen's character. I think they totally wasted the chance to like have a relic that means something. Like, they at least try in the next one. I won't spoil it, but it is a less fantastical type of relic. But yeah, I don't know. It felt so out of place compared to the other ones. There were fantastical elements, but it wasn't aliens. It wasn't teleportation. It was just, your face gets melted because you can't see this object, which somehow makes more sense. And also a cup that could kill you if you choose poorly. I don't know. That somehow made sense to me. Perhaps I'm looking at it with nostalgia glasses and I'm just being too critical on this one, but I don't know. It wasn't Indiana Jones's performance. It was just every set piece. Like, it just felt wrong. Like, to me, the graveyard felt wrong. Like, it just, again, there were like ghosts that were out and stuff. Like, I don't know. It was very strange to me. The whole like chase scene with the monkeys and like that whole like chopping down the jungle thing. I don't know. It just, none of it hit right. It felt like they were trying to recreate some magic from past Indiana Jones films and they didn't get it quite right. So I don't know. I haven't watched it in a good few years, and it sounds like I might be overly critical, but I don't know. It just left a bad taste in my mouth. It is a film that shouldn't be, in my opinion. Along with the newer Indiana Jones thing, they should have just quit at 3. But yeah, that's kind of my overall thing. And if I had to rate it, I'd probably go like a 3, maybe a 4. There's some okay elements, but it just should not be.
So Cole, what would be your favorite Indiana Jones, since chat asked?
Yeah, again, it's the third, but I enjoy all of them. I mean, ranked, it would go 3, then 1, but they're about the same, and then 2, which I do think, is weaker than the first and third. It's not like amazing like those. It's still very good, and I think overhated by people for sure. And then between the 4th and 5th, they're about the same. They're about just as bad to me, but I would say, God, I don't know, like maybe the 5th I can give some leeway for because of what they had to work with, and they still were able to make things work, unlike this where almost every like set piece and everything didn't work, and despite the actors and stuff still being enough in their prime at the time, but at the same time, the 5th is going to probably damage the franchise more in the long run. So I don't know. You can take it for what you will. It's sort of like a Rise of Skywalker versus Attack of the Clones situation. But anyway,
amazing. DC, what would be your favorite Indiana Jones?
It's actually Kingdom of the Crystal Skull as of right now.
This is why I like doing this podcast. Everyone has their own opinion. Mine is, I can't remember if I gave 6.5 or 7 to the first one. So because of that, I will say either the first one or the third one. I gave it a 7? Okay. So
yes, and you gave like a round of 5 to the second, and then round like a 6.5 to the third.
Yeah.
I forgot about the ant scene. Oh, the ant scene. Oh, there's so many bad things about this movie.
I also forgot to bring it up, but it's actually one of my positives. But yeah, I also enjoy the ant scene. A lot better than the tarantula scene in Raiders, and a lot better than the bug-eating scene in the temple. But those are so
that's
great.
Actually a funny thing though. Gray, he didn't like the tarantula scene in the first in the beginning because it gave him like PTSD when he was younger.
No, that was different. No, it psychologically damaged me because now sometimes I sometimes have a feeling like there's like a bunch of there's a bunch on me, which now granted with the films that like Cole with the Saw films, That is how it's done right. Not with Raiders though. But yeah.
Well, it's totally a different time, though. Like, I don't know, that was like 20 years prior. But I don't know. I get what you're saying with like the psychological thing, because Temple definitely did that to me. The whole like reach your hand in the hole thing. I literally cannot put my hand in a hole without thinking that there's going to be like a million bugs in there and stuff. Like, I don't know. It freaks me out, but in a great way. I think it just hit me at the right edge. So I guess I get that, but ooh, I don't know, man. The ant scene, it's just that's tough.
Yeah.
So, Cole, I think you're the last one to talk about Kingdom Stroll, and then it's me because I will roast the shit out of it. Cole,
well, no, I already pretty much said everything.
okay, so I will roast the shit out
Car
of
in the
that one then.
tree? Like, how do they drive the car in the tree? Like, the monkeys, the bounce, like,
Okay,
magic.
Kingdom Scroll roasting time.
Skull.
First issue. People can't aim. Then plot armor on both character that kept being smashed into glass window without getting injured. That's when they fought early in the movie, just before the fridge. They kept like falling through glasses, like glasses is not something that can cut you off, you know? They were not even bleeding or anything. Then the fridge scene. I said it. It's dumb. He should have died right on the spot.
but it
Followed
was
by
lead
Clock.
lined.
I don't care. He gets smashed like 20 times. He should have broke every bone in his body. Next spot would be plot convenience. The student bumping into Indy leaving by train. Or I should say, no proper setup for him knowing where Indy is going. No proper setup on how the villains knew where Indy was after he found the skull. That's really early in the movie. They just happened to be there waiting for him. It's like, why they don't show us a scene at least where someone is spying on them or anything. That pisses me off. People can't aim again. Second time. Next stop would be because of gravity and water density, falling from high places turn water into cement. So each time the boat fell from a waterfall, it should have injured or killed everyone. On top of that, that boat should have been destroyed. And by the end of the movie, the pacing was horrendous. I was like, the last 30-ish, 40 minutes, I was bored. I was like, man, I want this movie to end. I want to watch something else. And that's all I felt. Now, like, for an hour and a half, that was the entertaining movie. Characters were somewhat likable and enjoyable. The fight wasn't perfect, but it was entertaining nonetheless. Now, I don't have much more to say. I thought the ending was decent, and I don't understand why Disney wanted to ruin everything by making a fifth one. I think this one deserves a 5.5 out of 10. I believe Gray score was a 3 or a 4. Was that a 3 or 4, what he gave?
Yeah, I think I said both. I think I'd probably go with 4. Maybe I'm being too harsh, but yeah, it's low for
No,
me.
you're not. It's okay. You're being too nice.
I'm the one too nice. With 5.5, I'm too generous.
Yeah.
Cole, what about you?
In the past, I gave this like a 4, but I think this deserves like a 3 now.
And what about you, DC?
Okay, for fair, I'm gonna give the Indiana Jones Kingdom Crystal Skull a 10.
Oh my, bro. Everyone has their own take, and this is why we like this podcast. It's always very interesting to have another perspective. That's a 10 for you. So, Indiana Jones 4. So, now, Ashoka time. Are you with us, Sanctum? K dot.
I am
K dot. How are you, K dot?
I'm alive and I'm well.
That's good. That's life. So, starting Ashoka. Last week we unfortunately didn't add you around because things happens. So, what did you think of episode 5 before we move on to episode 6? What did you think of episode 5, K dot?
Uh, I'll be honest about episode 5. I really thought episode 5 was very much a nostalgia filled episode for a lot of people. That it was very much nostalgia. It doesn't mean the episode was bad or anything. I felt like people really overhyped that episode to the max. Yeah, Anakin returned, whoop de freaking do. Um, but it wasn't bad. Like I said, it was just I expected more the way it was being overhyped and put in theaters and stuff. But it was a fine episode. Personally, I think 6 gave delivered more stuff for me that I kind of liked personally. Episode 5 was just let's revisit this Clone Wars era. I did like the actor that played young Ahsoka. I thought she did a good job as far as portraying Ahsoka and adapting that version of her. And Hayden Christensen as Anakin. I mean, he was fine as usual. He wasn't bad. He was so far, and I'll say this: he's the only person I've seen in the show so far that's actually fought really good with a lightsaber, aside from everybody else. I don't know what it is, but he seemed to be the only one that felt like a Jedi using a lightsaber and stuff. He was moving quick. He wasn't too slow. It was like he felt like a force user. I don't know why the Ahsoka character and many other lightsaber wielders in the show are like moving so freaking slow. It's like as if they're like, well, we need to ground it. We can't really have them be doing anything too crazy. And it's like, no, Ahsoka was literally born around that same era. She should be moving nearly just as quick, and she does, especially in the animations. But other than that, it was a fine episode.
Okay. So Gray, you were not around prior to this stream, so I am wondering, what did you think of the first 5 episodes of the Ashoka TV show?
Okay. I am not a huge fan. That being said, I don't think I have kind of the I guess Clone Wars or Rebels kind of backstory knowledge in this. I kind of tried those and it wasn't for me. So I never I don't have that nostalgia thing that a lot of people were getting. I didn't actually realize that they had released at least episode 5 in theaters. Like that is kind of news to me. I didn't realize that it had so much of a hype. So I didn't enjoy it that much. I got the teaser from what was it? Book of Boba Fett or whatever, where she's in there, she's kind of teaching Grogu. It's like, okay, this could be cool. I don't know, just from like episode 1 where somebody gets run through with a lightsaber, but it doesn't do much to them. I don't know, it just feels like they've kind of nerfed the weapons a lot to me. But only at certain times, because then what's his name, Ray Stevenson throws the rock at Ahsoka, and she's able to just cut it right in half. But that's not how it's treated when they go into like battle or anything like that. I don't know. It just seems like a departure from what I'm expecting, but it's not the worst. I don't know. To me, it's better than Obi-Wan, but that's not saying a ton to me. To me, like the space whales, they seem like a step down from like the space horses that we got in what was it, Solo, or was that Last Jedi? I can't remember at this point.
Yeah, I think it was Last Jedi. I mean, I wasn't a fan of the horses, and especially in Rise of Skywalker.
Wait, what space horses?
They weren't exactly space horses, but it was
there was
those
something, but they were riding
that
it.
They're riding on the wings. Yeah.
Well,
and
if I can clarify real quick,
please.
The space whales do play.
And I get that they're from the show.
Yeah,
I just didn't have the experience with
they wasn't rebels, but to be fair, I do understand that this show is not really doing a good job at telling people, like it's not reminding people of what some of this stuff means.
For sure.
Because people seeing
they
rebels know that the space whales are the ones that transported Ezra and Thrawn to.
Yeah, and I definitely got that by the time episode 6 went by, but I don't know. I guess I just didn't know what these creatures were. It just kind of felt like they were trying to do like
they said they were going to explain it to people who didn't see like Rebels and the Clone Wars, but they haven't really done the best job at that. So, but also, didn't they actually have actual like fucking horses in space, like in Rise of Skywalker?
I swear they weren't exactly like this one. She's got like the dog.
Oh, you mean when they was fighting
like
in
that.
that was so dumb. Space's atmosphere. They was fighting in space. Oh yeah, it was Finn and them. They was fighting in space, and I was like,
don't remind me. Don't remind me, please.
No, let's remind Cole.
I get it.
Let's remind.
As not knowing like Rebels, it totally seemed like they were just trying to do like an Avatar thing with the space whales. I then later kind of heard that no, this is actual lore and everything. So yeah, that's totally my bad. But I didn't understand that. They just kind of seem like weird whale squid that can somehow do warp things. I don't know. It seemed very weird to me. And
they
kind
were
of
Mandalorian, weren't
again,
they?
like I don't remember them in Mandalorian, but
in,
I did not watch
at least the first episode.
I was gonna say I didn't finish the last one. I kind of tapped out at Book of Boba Fett. I probably should watch the last season.
Oh yeah, well, Book of Boba Fett is
Lizzo.
So
I gotta see my Lizzo in there. Yeah, I haven't had the pleasure yet, so I will catch up with that. But I did catch up with Ahsoka, and I don't know, it just seemed a little weird, and like the fights all seemed kind of weak. And I guess I didn't know how much she loves Ezra that like she would be willing to like give this, possibly getting Thrawn back just for that. And then there was no Thrawn reveal in 5. So sorry, I think that's kind of the end of my thoughts on 5. To me, I was just waiting for it to end, like something to happen. I think there could have been better pacing with 5, particularly.
What would be your favorite episode among the first 5?
Ooh. There's been kind of issues with each. I guess I can't remember if it was 2 or 3, but there was one where you kind of get to see like Ray Stevenson, I can't remember his character's name in that, and his apprentice kind of fight. I don't know, it seemed kind of decent. That one at least got my attention. Sorry, I wish I had taken notes. I kind of watched the first couple when it came out, and then took like a month off or something. I think it might have been episode 3 now that I'm thinking about it. But I just 5 to me, I was waiting for something to happen, and then it felt like it actually did happen in 6. So 6 rates a little bit better to me. Out of the 6, I would go 6 is probably my favorite so far. But I just feel like it took a long time to get there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wish I had taken kind of notes. I just kind of watched it, not enjoying myself the first time, so I definitely should have been more attentive.
That's fine. So before we move on to episode 6, DC, do you want to stick around, or because you haven't seen any of the other topics, you want to leave? I'm asking you, that's the moment where I'm asking you, do you want to stick or leave?
Leave. I also have things to do as well.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. What do you have going on your channel right now or in the near future?
I plan to record some videos. I know I haven't recorded a video in a while, at least for a while, but honestly I've been busy, but I should start at least recording some videos during the weekends. I'm hoping I can record some videos during the weekend, but yeah.
You should make a video on Spider-Verse and Nimona.
Oh yeah, I plan to review Nimona and Spider-Verse.
You will be the only Nimona review online outside of our stream we did on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you a lot for joining us every week, man. Take care, have a good one, and we will talk later.
Yep. See ya. Bye.
So that was DC, everyone. So now
Yeah.
let's go into episode 6 of Ashoka. I will let Cole talk because it's been a few minutes he didn't talk, so I will let you go
Okay.
on with that one.
Right. This one was a very weird episode for me. There was a lot that happened, and I kind of enjoyed that there was a lot kind of going on and different like story things going on and resolutions, I guess. And there were some cool visuals or style things and costume designs and everything I really liked. Like I really liked the ship scene, that was, and with the stormtroopers, whatever they are. That was cool. Gave me some like, how do I say, Beyond Good and Evil vibes, maybe along with others. I still think that fucking blue guy kind of looks like Elon Musk though. But anyway, this episode though overall also kind of didn't like it that much to me. There just wasn't anything in this episode that was neither terrible or great. It was like pretty above average and in the middle. Like I just didn't really care outside of like the visual aspects and everything. I didn't care much about what was going on in it, and with the characters, even if there was a lot going on in it. And just because I think the execution of it was kind of lacking a bit with the emotion and the writing and all that, which I still hate those fucking pauses and sentences when they talk. God damn. But the performances weren't bad, and I did like that they kind of like that they gave Sabrine like kind of a solo episode after the last episode. And you said that she was kind of missing from it, so I'm sure you might have liked it, Malty. But and I liked what they did with the character. I just think there was something lacking there. But I thought Ray Stevenson was great as always. Though he's definitely like been the best part of this show so far, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't know what to like really say about it overall. Like, there's a lot I kind of like about it, but there's just something that's really missing that keeps me from just like saying it's kind of like an average episode. I don't know what it is. Like, I think it just kind of lacked that impact and everything. I think they kind of just like were a bit sloppy in areas with it. I don't know. That's pretty much all I really have to say. I don't have too much to say about the episode this week compared to other weeks, but I'm interested in hearing what K-Dots thinks.
So I guess that's a signal. That's your turn to talk, K-Dot, about episode 6. What did you think of it?
Well, as I said, I think episode 6 compared to 5 was a lot better. I mean, Thrawn finally showed up. We only got like 3 episodes left now.
We got 7 and 8. I think that's 8.
Yeah, I thought there was only like 2 left. Yeah.
I figured they was gonna do that. Well, from jump, introduce villain super late again. But other than that, Thrawn is here. That it's the same voice actor from the show, so I kind of like that they did transition him over. He does have a little beer belly, but we can work past it. The Night Sisters that they introduce us to, pretty intimidating. They look pretty freaky. I'm still kind of like mixed on Sabine's motivations. Like, I understand she wants to get to Ezra, but was it really worth risking bringing Thrawn back to their galaxy where he's going to, try to regain power again? Seeing Ezra was pretty cool to see. He pretty much looked like Moses. Yeah, I mean, it was a fine episode. A lot of talking, but I got to see things that I wanted to see. Ezra, Thrawn. But I hope they elaborate next episode on like what was going on with Ezra and Thrawn this whole time, because they've been in the same place. I thought maybe Ezra was going to be, kind of swayed by Thrawn to join his side at some point. and we would have seen them working together, or vice versa. But I hope they do elaborate next episode what their relationship is or what they've been doing.
For sure. Not knowing like the backstory or anything like that, like it's pretty confusing. I have no clue, kind of not having that a whole like Rebels backstory to it.
Yeah,
Was
and
it
we
at
also
all
have
like interesting to you to, or not interesting? Did the like Thrawn and Ezra live up to like the ones from the show before? Like
I mean,
don't know,
yeah,
is this what you imagine?
the actor playing Ezra, he's pretty spot on as far as the adaptation. The guy playing Thrawn, the voice actor, he's doing a pretty
Yeah.
good, depiction of Thrawn in live action. Yes, he does look like a blue Elon Musk. I will not deny that. But I think so far they're portraying them both well. It's just that story-wise, and mind you, this is another. It could be an issue because Rebels takes place before Episode 4. Ezra and Thrawn been trapped here since Episode 4. No. It was like it was like 10 or something years before Episode 4. Yeah. So they've been here for a while, right? A long time. And you see with Thrawn's guards that have been revived and stuff or whatever, they got their dirty stormtrooper suits. I don't know. I just want to know how they're going to explain this big gap of time and everything, because that's a huge gap of time for them to be stuck in this other galaxy and not around, and you're trying to do content about them and stuff. But hopefully they explain it well and can justify it. I also want them to elaborate more on this new galaxy far, far away that they have done. Because like I say, I talked with someone about this. They really should just go ahead and just delete those sequels, because it's clear that and I say that because, okay, now they just did something very different in Star Wars. They literally traveled to a whole new different galaxy, right? And they're at this point, if they're going to do this war with Thrawn, they have to bring back Luke, Leia, and Han in their CGI form, whatever they're going to do. Because you can't ignore the fact that those characters would just stand by and let Thrawn do this stuff.
No, they're busy though. I don't know. It's very interesting. Like they are going to change everything. I don't know. Do you think
I'm at a point where like they really might as well, because if they're already doing
a new Daisy Ridley one though,
because they're already doing with these shows like Mandalorian and Ahsoka, what they did with the prequels with Clone Wars. That show, one of the reasons that show came out was to fix some of the issues people had with the prequels. Like, yes, they wanted to make a new Star Wars show, but if we had to be honest, that show was created to fix some errors and fill in blanks between the prequels that people had to justify, characters doing certain things. And that's what they're doing with this new Star Wars content, trying to fill in the blanks, justify, justify what happens in the sequels.
How do you justify what happened in those though? I don't know that there is.
Oh no, I don't. There's nothing. I don't think they can. I think they're on a weird crusade to do so. But I feel that at this point, you might as well just start over from scratch with the sequels and just do something different. Because they're going to CGI Luke anyways. They're going to CGI Han. They're going to CGI Leia. So rest in peace to Carrie Fisher. But they can have them all meet again as their CGI selves. CGI Han, Leia, and Luke. As much it sucks that would have to be an alternative, but they have the technology to start to redo it and do something different, alternative.
So, is there anything else you'd like to share about episode 6?
No, that's pretty much it. It's really not much else to talk about from this episode.
Great. What did you think of episode 6?
I actually liked it. So far, this was the one that the most kind of happened. I think you could have condensed a lot of what happened in like 1 through 5 into like maybe an episode or 2, and then you could have gotten to this action. This is what I kind of wanted to see. Like once they finally get to this new dangerous world, you get to see creatures from there. You get to see, I don't know, I really enjoyed that. Like the saddle dog sniffer creature, I think they called it like a howler or something. That was cool to see. The weird like hermit crab people, that was awesome to see. There's some like really interesting things that they're doing with this that I feel like they didn't do with the first part of this. Maybe it was more fan service to people who have seen, Rebels. Uh, if so, I don't know. I don't feel like it did a great enough job of kind of choosing those of us or including those of us who haven't. Um, but this is intriguing to me. I'm excited to see kind of where it goes from here, and this is kind of the first time I've felt that with this series so far. So I don't know. This particular episode, I think, was done pretty well. Um, I don't know. The Thrawn looked really weird to me. That kind of took me out of it. I have seen like his, cartoon version, and I don't know. It didn't seem to take me out of it. So maybe that was just me being weird. Because, young Ahsoka from the other episode, that was not bad. That didn't take me out at all. But somehow just Thrawn did. Maybe I'm just not familiar with his race or his person at all. But I don't know. He seemed a little strange to me. But overall, this episode was awesome. It would get the biggest, highest rating from me so far. But yeah, so far this series hasn't made me want to watch up until now. So I don't know. I guess that would give this episode make it more effective than the others for me personally. But yeah, I'm interested to see where it goes. But I don't know. I got a feeling they could take this in weird routes. Were there more characters that I'm supposed to know? Like this army that they have. Like, are any of those characters that they brought back or something? Like, there's this weird gold-faced one. Are all of these characters, or are we just supposed to kind of know what's going on with those guys?
Well, with the stormtroopers.
Yeah, well,
These guys, there were
stormtroopers?
stormtroopers that transported with him in his ship, but like,
So they've been training
like
for,
the guy
10
with the
years.
golden mask, he's new to me. I don't remember him from the original Rebel show.
Because I don't know, like all that stuff seems intriguing. I don't know. I guess I wish we got here sooner. Is my main complaint.
Yeah,
I feel you 100%. I thought the last two episodes were really good, but the way to make it into this was way too long.
Mhm.
I still liked a lot episode 6. So here's the very funny thing. It's not an issue, it's more of a side note. This episode proves that Ahsoka isn't even needed in her own show for the story to happen. And I think it's a bit sad, but that's a living proof. Because this
Yeah, well, that's
episode,
the issue. They do a poor job with the characters in the show so far.
like this. Honestly, this is a glorified Rebel sequel than it is a Ahsoka show. It's just Ahsoka's like just
The
her name
flagship
is on it.
character.
the flagship, because they know
Yeah.
they cannot sell Sabine. But that's funny because I like Sabine a lot, and I was glad she was the focus. It's just a bit sad that Ashoka wasn't more involved. She was the flag title, as you guys mentioned. So I have two issues with this episode. The first one, more telling instead of showing. This show
Agreed.
does that so much. And I get it. You want your viewer to have seen Rebels and Clone Wars and all of these other properties I have not seen. But there's the thing. You can still put out some effort to show some of what you want to show. Stop telling us every week past adventures. I get it. The lore is rich. You cannot show everything, but try. Please just try. That's all I'm asking. That's the first issue. The second issue, people cannot aim. Outside of that, I thought the episode was very entertaining. As I said, that's one of my favorite we got so far. That's probably my second, or yeah, that's most likely my second favorite episode so far. I really enjoyed it. The character noticing Sabine as a prisoner was good. I was scared she would be considered as an ally for the villains, but no, she's really like in her cell with like handcuff and stuff, and I'm glad. Um, Here again, we see Sabine trying to use the Force, and I enjoyed that. The music was enjoyable. Thought the episode was entertaining. Um, I'm a huge fan of Sabine. I will keep saying that. Balin is a great villain. Um, yeah, Balin is the villain, right? The Dark Jedi, or I don't know.
Yes, Ray Stevens or Stevenson. Yes, that dude.
He's the second best character in this show. I think Sabine is the best, but Balin is hands down a great second best. Um,
I would say he's one of them for now. I don't know, I have a feeling like he's just gonna do some like last minute switch. I just have a feeling. I don't think it's gonna happen. I have a feeling though.
I mean, he's another gray character, so I like him. But yeah, maybe that's just me.
I also enjoyed the action, the fight, and I was glad Sabine finally reached her goal. And it's funny how the villains are like, yeah, once she get to see her Ezra, or I don't know, um, she will die. That's dark for Disney, you know. Um, but yeah, I think this episode is a good one, and I would give a strong 9.5 out of 10. I don't have much more to say except if guys would like to add more. I think K. Dot, Gray, and Cole can all share your grades
Yeah,
out of 10.
7.
7 for Cole. What about you, K. Dot?
I agree so far. 7.
And Gray, what would be yours?
If we're doing like half points, I'd probably go like 7.5. But if we're not 7, I don't think it's quite an 8. But
I
it's
do
getting
have
there.
points.
Okay,
7.5.
I'll go 7.5. It feels like it actually makes me want to see the next one. This was the only one that I like couldn't wait to see the next one, and I think it's actually like premiering today or something. So
Yeah.
yeah, I'm kind of excited.
I
So yeah,
bonus.
for me, it gets the highest so far.
So you came in right on time for Ashoka. We were about to actually end Ashoka, but you joined us. Welcome among us, Polis. So, how are you, Polis?
I'm good, thank you. Good morning, everybody, or good evening, wherever you're from.
That's evening
Mhm.
for most of us, I think. Good morning for you. So you had time for Ahsoka, right? Episode 6.
Sure. I mean, not that I have much to say about it, but sure, I can give some thoughts.
So what did you think of it?
Okay, hold on. Let me just pull up the episode right here. Um, Episode 6. Could you? Is this the Ezra episode? This
Yeah,
is.
when they finally met Ezra.
Oh,
That
okay.
was last week, basically.
Right. I don't have much thoughts about the episode. Okay. I will tell you what I felt while watching the episode.
Yeah,
I felt that halfway through when she was searching for Ezra with the little rock thingies from Frozen, those little guys. I was thinking, oh boy, are they really gonna drag this out like this long? I just feel like all the good stuff they're like purposely like trying to hold it back so that they can keep us coming back every week. um I don't know, I just didn't feel very excited about this episode. Thrawn was nice. um when Thrawn came on, that was kind of cool. um we see a little bit of how he was like. When Sabine finds Ezra, I did find it a little interesting, her the choice of acting. When she found him, she was so almost like very chill about it. You know, like this was a person that she basically like sold Ahsoka for, like to not really sold like in a literal sense, but you know she left her master to basically die back in that planet they were on, and then she doesn't do anything. I mean, they don't have an interaction except like oh you're you're such a scallywag, Ezra. You know, you're just like this guy. Instead, like she should have been, like totally like speechless and just like hugged him and you know,
I
I
agree with you.
mhm,
To play kind of devil's advocate, though,
mhm.
could it be that like one of his first lines to her is like, "You've come to rescue me," but she has no way to rescue him?
It's like because I've never seen Rebels. I don't know what their interaction is like. Are they like really friendly with each other? Do they like
It's
hoot
a
at each other constantly? Yeah.
it's a lot more friendlier in Rebels. Like even like like their interaction here was in character to an extent, but
Okay.
like I tell people, um, like they're bringing back some voice actors to play their live action characters, and like I said with Rosario Dawson and even Sabine, the
Mhm.
actor playing Sabine, they're like fresh new actors. They're not fresh like green actors, but they're new actors playing these characters, and they don't really know how to interact as these characters because this is their like first time being them.
Mhm.
The interaction wasn't bad, but it could have been a little bit more like the Rebels show as far as interactions go because it kind of comes off more like it's way more playful. It's way more
Mhm.
playful because they were
Right.
both essentially around the same age when they were both rebels.
Right. Yeah, I
Yep.
just felt like as a guy with no context on what these characters are supposed to be like, I just have context of the show. I felt like her emotional like her emotions when she finds Ezra was a bit underplayed a little. She should have been this was the guy she's been obsessing with since when Rebels ended or whatever, and she doesn't say much when she sees him. So I don't know. Just an interesting choice. I'm not harping on it too much. I just thought it was kind of interesting the way they did that. Other than that, we have what else did we have? We just have like a teaser to episode 7 with like Balin talking about like balance or something like that. But yeah, other than that, like I didn't really think much about this episode. It was fine. Like I did start to feel like okay, they're kind of dragging this out a little bit. They're trying to get us to watch next week, which they're
Yeah.
succeeding. Kudos to them. But yeah, that's all I've got.
Perfect.
Nothing good. Yeah.
What would be your grade out of 10 for episode 6, Bolus?
Um, I would have to give it a I would have to give it a 4 out of 10. Not not something I would rewatch ever, especially since I have no context on Rebels or whatever. Didn't really care much about this one. 4 out of 10. Thrawn was cool. The entrance of his like Star Destroyer, that was kind of a whoa like set piece kind of thing. Ezra was nice, I guess, but I don't really know Ezra. So 4 out of 10 for me.
Okay. K Dot, before you need to go, I'm wondering what did you think of both season of Punisher? I'm wondering.
Um. Okay. I think season 1 overall was a stronger season. Season 2 to me had a better opening episode, but I think
Be
season
harsh, man. We trashed the show for an hour, so it's fine if you trash the show as well.
Oh no! I don't think Punisher is bad. I think that and Daredevil is the only good Netflix and Marvel series. It's
One
just
quick question: did you make it through all of season 2 in one shot, or did you have to like? Did you restart it or anything? I just have a theory that everyone abandoned it at some point.
It's just that for me, like some of the season two motive, like for the villain's motivation, I'm not sure if anybody remembers it, but like the reason he was doing all the stuff he was doing was because he got caught doing some acts sexually with some people. And I'm like, I mean, okay, I understand somebody would like do some crazy stuff first, but like all that, like, okay. I mean, it's kind of like that's over the top. Not saying nobody wouldn't do that. We live in, people have done crazier stuff, but that was kind of over the top. The villain's motivation in season 2. But that preacher guy, I did like him. I did like him as a villain, but the guy he was working for, silly.
I agree. What did you think of the teenager girl?
She was, she was
Bad.
meh. I mean, I didn't dislike her. I did like that Punisher was protecting this, little girl and stuff. But other than that, she didn't really. She was good in the first 2 episodes, and that's about it.
Oh,
Other than that, she was just damsel in distress that he just had to protect.
Thank you very much, K-Dot, for joining us.
Yeah, so you haven't seen anything else on there, K-Dots?
Wait, Minority Report.
Yeah, I've seen Minority Report.
Wait. Let me bring it up. That sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's the one with Tom Cruise, but
that's
yeah, I mean, if there's
I haven't
anything
seen
else,
I'll be honest. I would have to rewatch that. I have not seen it in a long time.
yeah, same. That's why I'm going to talk more about it next week. But if there's anything else on that list that you've also seen that you want to quickly talk about,
Oh yeah, I seen Saw. Just to confirm, Saw 3D is the one where it opened with the girl with the girlfriend and her 2 boyfriends, right?
Yeah, and that was hilarious.
That's the one.
Yeah. I like that opening, but the rest of the film, meh.
I mean, it's hilariously bad though, at least, and entertaining.
Yeah. Well, I still think it's like an entertaining opening. Like that opening was just like, well, yeah. I mean, I'm with the guys.
I think we're breaking up with you, Tina. Also, Saw X, the early screenings came out tonight, and it's actually being positively received. It has an 8.5 on IMDb right now.
Really? Did they? Wow, cool.
Yeah. It comes out worldwide in like 2 days or so. We're gonna watch it next week if you want to see it in theaters.
Yeah, I will.
Nice.
I will see it in theaters for sure. I don't think it's a great franchise, but I still like to support cinema.
I mean, yeah, it's entertaining. At least the franchise, as long as most of it entertainingly bad, and then the first one, which is good. But then there's the odd one that's just bad and not entertaining. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Spiral.
Oh wow!
But Chris
Okay, so K-Dot, thank you again for coming. Is there anything going on your channel or in the near future?
As of now, nothing really. Just dropped a new video on the Phil Spencer Xbox news.
Yeah, all the babies crying over nothing when like nothing was leaked or nothing bad was said. Yeah.
But other than that, I just have to figure out what I want to drop this week. But go check out the most recent video on my channel.
Yeah. I mean, you think you're gonna do any movie reviews on your channel soon?
Oh, I will be reviewing The Substitute. I just seen that today.
Ooh.
That sounds fun. So anyway, thank you again. Have a great one and take care. We will talk later.
Peace. Thanks for having me on, guys.
So now, it's very interesting and funny at the same time. Gray and Polis both have seen very different stuff, so I really don't know how we will proceed.
Yeah, I mean, what we can do first is we can just well, hold on. Has Gray at all seen Smallville?
I have. I think I only went up to like season 6. If you guys want to go Smallville, go right for it.
Okay.
Well,
so
I think what we could do first is just let him quickly say his thoughts on Crystal Skull since he's seen that.
Oh yeah, you're right. So what we could do is we let Polis talk a bit about Kingdom Scroll because we already covered that,
Yeah, we can do
and
like back and forth, then let
and
Gray
uh,
talk about something, and then him again.
after that, what we can do is we cover Smallville, because Gray has seen at least 5 or 6 seasons,
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, we can let him talk about that. Yeah.
and then we could cover one of the two Saw movies, and then we could cover Past Lives, and finally the Jigsaw movie last, if that
Yeah,
works for everyone.
that
I'm
works.
asking Polis and Gray, does this sound good for the both of you? That planning.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, so Kingdom Skull. What did you think of that Indiana Jones movie that most of us didn't like outside of DC?
Okay. I have a very interesting perspective on this movie. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys why. Maybe this shows my age a little bit, but this was my first Indiana Jones film. I've seen bits and pieces of the other films, but I've never finished. I never finished them at that point. Crystal Skull was the first one where I sat down and I really watched the whole thing, and I was like, "Oh, okay, so this is what an
Yeah.
Indiana Jones film is."
I
So,
mean, I don't
so
think it's abnormal because this is the one a lot of people saw in theaters first this generation and others, and also the older ones. They probably a lot of people don't remember all of them, just bits and pieces until they rewatch it. So
mhm. Yeah. So that's my perspective. Just some context. This was the first ever Indiana Jones film I saw. And with that being said, I actually really love it. I thought this was like an adventure film like I've never really seen before. The action was really like exciting. It was very intense, but it was never, how do I call this? How do I say it? It was never unfun. It was always having fun. I felt like throughout the film. Um, I love the. I had no context for well, what's the lady's name in Indy's wife? What, could someone fill
oh,
me in real quick?
right, it
Marion?
Is it
was
Was that
yeah,
Marion?
Marianne?
I
Marion?
Marion Ravenwood.
Ah, yeah,
yeah.
Ravenwood. I had no context of her, like obviously because I haven't seen any of the older films at that point. So when she came on, I was just like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know who she is, but I like her. Like, she's feisty. She kind of like plays off indie very well. I also really like Shia LaBeouf as Indy's son. I know that's a very hot topic when discussing with indie fans, but I thought he was I thought he was cool. I don't really understand what the hate for him is all about. I just looked at it like purely as he was just a new character. I thought he was cool. He was brash. Um, he was kind of like a more reckless, more impulsive indie with like with a hint of anger issues. So that was kind of fun to see. The whole mystery with the crystal skull I liked, although even as a new fan, like even as a guy who's never seen any of the other Indiana Jones films, I felt the leap to aliens was a bit too much. I I thought I thought the whole point of the movie, like throughout the movie, it was like a grounded mystery. I had no idea that by the end we were gonna jump all the way to aliens, which I don't know if I totally like buy, because the whole movie was set up to be like, okay, the mystery is kind of fantastical, but it's still kind of grounded, you know. So when we jumped to aliens, I was suddenly like, okay, like you kind of lost me a little bit. Um, Other than that, I thought it was fun. Um, I thought it was a good movie. I don't really understand the hate for it. Maybe I'm about to understand in a few minutes once you guys start talking. But
We
but
actually
I liked
already
it.
covered it, but we can get back to it after you're done.
Oh, you can just give me like cliff notes on what you guys think. We don't have to go through the whole shebang again.
Fridge.
Okay, the fridge. Okay. That's where we're at, are we? The nuclear fridge. Okay, I've heard a lot about that as well. I didn't really think much of it when I saw it. I didn't know it was such a painful point, but okay, I kind of get it why. Like, I kind of get. Out of all the fantastical things in the movie, the one that people complain about is the fridge. There are literally aliens in the movie, but okay, sure.
Well, I mean, there's always been like some paranormal things in the Indiana Jones franchise, but they still did things like physics wise that was mostly realistic,
Mm.
to an extent at least. But that one is just it breaks all barriers. It's like now in the first and other ones, he does do some things that are like a bit unrealistic, like when he's on the moving car and such and going under it. But that stuff still is possible. It's just very rare, but it is
You can kind
possible.
of close one eye and be like, okay, it could kind of happen, you know.
Well, people have done it, so yeah,
Mm.
you know, it is possible, you know. But
Mhm.
with the fridge thing, like that's just physically impossible. Like not the surviving from the explosion thing that can be possible in a fridge, even with the explosion radius and such that could destroy someone's internal organs and shit. It's the fact that when he, you know, all the tumbles and shit, and he doesn't even
But it
like
was lead
break any
lines.
Yeah.
You should have
It's like,
died with all of his bone being
yeah,
broken
that
by
or
the
just at
fall.
least like break a bunch of bones or fucking get paralyzed. Like that is by far out of all things in the franchise. And again, there are a lot of things that are sort of unrealistic because that's kind of the point of it. But that one's the most also because in this one they were trying to be a bit more serious with it, even with that alien stuff. So that's what makes it worse as well, because stuff like Temple of Doom, they were intentionally trying to be goofy and over top, you know, such as like the raft scene from the fucking plane. So that they were trying to be, but with this, they were trying to be more serious and they fucking failed.
Remember the boat falling from 3 freaking stores of waterfalls?
Yeah.
They should have all died, or the boat should have been destroyed. But no, they're all fine. They
Or did the
survived.
boat
Like,
just land like a piece of paper onto the water? Is that what it was? Like they
yeah.
just launched themselves from God knows how high and they just landed like a piece of
Mhm.
paper. Okay, I remember that.
Yeah,
Or
but again,
people
that one
cannot
was
aim.
purposely being goofy again. This film, the fourth one, really isn't for most of it.
So, yeah, that was a bad movie.
I mean, do you have anything else you want to say, Paulus?
No, I'm good. It was
What's your
a
rating?
fun movie. For Crystal Skull?
Yeah.
Okay, at this point I've only seen Raiders and a part of Temple of Doom, so I'm trying to like position it
The good part, though, right?
amongst
Like
the good.
Kalima.
I've seen parts of the actual temple itself, like so when he's being possessed and stuff. So it was all the fun stuff.
Okay, so the good part. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Compared to Raiders and Temple of Doom, I will rank this a well against Raiders it holds no comparison. Raiders was just amazing. I thought I'd give it a 6 bordering on 7. I actually kind of like this better than Temple of Doom.
Oh,
honest.
I'm not crazy.
Yeah. To be
Someone else
honest
like
with you,
me.
yeah, to be honest with you, I kind of like this better than Temple of Doom. So
Ah,
I'll give it a 6. Temple would be like
What?
5, and then
Hell
Raiders
yeah.
is just 9. I like that.
There's
we
you
share
like
the
this
same
more than
boat,
Temple of
Paulus.
Doom.
We are
You
the
like-
same boat, Paulus.
Oh my god, you like this more than Temple of Doom.
No, it was more. What do you call it? It was more bright and fun. I had more fun watching this one than Temple.
Yeah.
Temple was
Yeah, I mean-
impressive set wise, and you know like all the
Yeah,
creepy stuff.
you
that
know,
was
it actually
happening.
had a soul and creativity, unlike, you know, Skull, which just did everything the same but worse. Yeah.
Looks like I know where you stand, Cole.
I am not alone. I am not alone.
Yeah, yeah, you have one other person, I guess. That's like me with A24. Okay.
Yeah, now you know how I feel, Nicole.
Anyway, so I guess which we could do Smallville next. I guess.
Yeah. So we will let Gray start on that. What did you think of what you have seen from Smallville? Gray?
Okay,
So
I guess
sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Still, I just started talking to myself. Yeah, go right ahead into Smallville.
Yeah, so what did
Yeah.
you think of the first seasons you have seen, like 5, 6
So,
seasons? Be
it's not the-
honest. Here we are honest, man. We will disagree, but that's fine.
I gotta be honest, it's one of the better portrayals of like Lex Luthor, in my opinion. I don't know, I kind of like that version of it, but I don't know, there's a lot of highs, a lot of lows for me, and it's I don't think the show was meant for me. I definitely watched it with somebody who enjoyed it, so they were very happy to kind of show me all of it, and I don't know if they maybe built it up a little bit too much for me before I actually saw it, but it didn't hit for me the same way that it hit for them. That being said, I don't think it's a bad show. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's better than a lot of the later CW versions of those types of shows, but that might be controversial. I know that those have their fans for sure.
Yeah.
But overall, I had kind of a positive view on the series. Like, it wasn't for me, but it wasn't unentertaining. Like, I didn't hate it or anything like that. It wasn't something that I disliked in any way. So I don't know. It might get like a 5 or 6 overall if I was to like rank it. That being said, I don't know exactly where I quit in there. I think it was somewhere around either season 5 or 6. I know it was past the halfway point, but I don't know exactly how it ends. But I've got no hatred for it. I guess I just wanted more Superman, but that wasn't what the show was about. So it wasn't, grabbing a cape and flying everywhere. So I don't know. It was just different than what I wanted. It wasn't the show made for me. But that being said, I didn't hate it. I don't know. I don't have any strong feelings against it or anything like that. I thought this was better than seeing Jesse Eisenberg or even Gene Hackman as Lex Luthor. So I don't know. It's got some real positive things for me, but it just wasn't what I would want out of a Superman show. I really kind of like Superman the animated series or whatever. I don't know. I think that's more of what I was looking for out of a Superman show. So
Yeah.
I didn't watch it when it was airing, and it was definitely afterwards where I kind of watched the 5 seasons or so that I did.
So maybe to help out a bit on that, it's very understandable because first of all, you were most likely not the target audience because you didn't grow up with the show, because
For sure.
the show is about growing up, and season 1 to 5-ish, it's basically a teenager going into adulthood, and his adult days are really starting like with season 6 and upward. And he really starts to become more and more like Superman, like around season 7-ish, even season 6 at some extent, but there was a lot of messy stuff going on in 6 that kind of took away some of the focus from the journey to become like Superman. But yeah, that's how I kind of see it. Like maybe that's why I also like the later season much more than the earlier season, because it felt more like a Superman TV show without him flying around. So yeah, on that one, now we will dive deep into season 10, the last season, and I will let Cole or Paulus start on that one. And I will also add this: I unfortunately didn't have time to rewatch a fifth or fourth time the entire season. I only have rewatched
fine.
some episode I selected because I kind of knew.
Well, that's good. Like, did you rewatch the finale?
Actually not, but I
Oh.
remember it. So my last viewing was roughly a year and a half ago, so I still remember this very well because I've seen the
Okay.
entire show at least 3 times, maybe 4 times. So I will still be capable of talking
Mhm.
about it.
I
Maybe I
see.
will miss out on a few details here and there, but I still remember that season very well. So I will let whoever wants to go second. I will be right back
Okay.
shortly.
Right. I'll just try to speed through my notes here so Paulus can go. But the ending I think could have been better for this season. 100%. I think they kind of screwed it up a little bit in areas. Now some of the solo stuff with characters I think really dragged down stuff throughout the season when they should have focused more on just Clark for this last season more as Superman and Lois will probably do for season 4 as long as it doesn't get canceled. The villains of season 10 have many issues for me, and because of their power scale issues with who they brought in, which I brought up, last week. There is great acting in the season though, and the characters are very well done overall, at least the ones that matter the most. And that's what keeps this season for me being pretty solid, even if I think it has a lot of issues. I enjoy the Lois and Clark scenes, of course. I actually enjoyed Tess more in this season with the character growth. It was a nice change from season 9. I really didn't like her in season 9, but in season 10, I thought they actually did some good stuff with her and she grew. And that decision and everything, it was pretty good. I like how they brought back many characters since it's the last season, but because of that, a lot of them just felt unneeded and they didn't really like spend time thinking of creative ways to use them as much. It was sort of like a Flash TV show fucking event thing that was bad, but or like the Flash finale with those characters. But I don't know. I hate how they. I also hated how they would do twists or cliffhangers only to then do a standalone episode on the very next one. That was kind of annoying. I don't care that we didn't really get much Superman in this season. I actually kind of like it, despite being the finale and taking his next, his final steps to become Superman fully. But what I am disappointed by is how weak the scenes are with him as Superman, in my opinion. In the very few ones that we did get in this finale season, with it being the finale and having such limited ones than from before, I expect much more. But there were really a few seasons with that did a much better job with it, and I was just a little bit disappointed there. And there were also definitely moments that felt forced, in my opinion. The technical and filmmaking aspects were good though throughout most of the runtime, but there were other moments that felt outdated for this this year that the season was released in, almost as if like the show never really updated their production for a little while. But and I was also a bit disappointed by the music in the season. It was still good, but not as good as other seasons, in my opinion. It was fantastic in previous seasons and with great license and music that actually fit the episodes well, but it almost feel like they kind of had to cut their budget on them in like season 9 and 10. But I mean, overall though, I enjoyed the season. I still thought it was good, but it was also a bit of a letdown for me because of all this. This is kind of like in the middle for me when it comes to ranking seasons, which I haven't really done, but maybe I'll try to like think about my rankings for all of them after this. But and for my episodes, I mean, my top 3 would probably be Homecoming, Isurus, and Luthor. I like the finale episode as well, but I don't think it's top 3, and it has some issues. I think it's only rated as highly because of the finale and everything. And then my bottom 3 would probably be Shield, Abandoned, and Collateral. And I'll hold on to my predictions for yours later, I guess, when you ask.
Yeah, but I'm actually surprised of one of the 3 you picked for your bottom
Mhm.
3. I won't ask you which one because that will end at one of mine. Um, but I'm surprised of one of your bottom 3 because I still, as I said, I still remember the show very well.
I mean, I'm pretty sure
And
you said you like Collateral or something, but I don't know.
actually, that's funny because I didn't have time to rewatch that one. So when it comes to my bottom 3, I may mention it or may not. Maybe I will mention one of the few I
Hmm.
did rewatch recently because I decided I tried to watch the entire season. I ended up watching like 9 episodes, so I still have seen like almost half of it.
I
Um,
see. I
and
will
in
say though, Scion or whatever it's pronounced was also close to getting on there. And I
yeah.
will also say another thing. I didn't really like the Supergirl episode.
Oh, really?
It probably would have been on there over Shield, as I really did not like it. But I felt nicer because I don't think it was like terrible or anything, but I think it had a lot of issues, and I think people give it leeway just because of what it's about and everything. I mean, what I'll say is it's at least better than the 1984 Supergirl film, and it's
I
better than
hope
the
so.
Supergirl TV show. So there's that.
So Paulus, what did you think of Smallville final season? You're muted if you talk, Paulus.
Sorry, my
Paulus.
sorry, my mouse was acting out. I couldn't even tab over to the stream. Okay, season 10. Okay, this is the season where I'm most fresh with since I just finished this a couple weeks ago. Um, okay, season 10 was I think we cannot really like argue is a clear step down from season 9. Immediately when I started watching the first few episodes, I'm like, okay, this is not gonna be at the levels of amazing that season 9 was, but it's fine. It was still a good season. I don't think this is one of the worser seasons. I actually think this might be like above average for Smallville, like comparatively to the other seasons. Um I really like that we put a little more like, I mean, we should be like putting more focus into Clark really like finally cementing himself as Superman. I feel like we got a lot of that in the episodes like um Lazarus, where we get the return of John Jonathan Kent. Um we get episodes like Patriot and stuff like that. So I like it. The finale. I actually really liked the finale until Cole mentioned something, where I started to like second guess myself. So when I think of the finale, all I think about is those final 10 minutes. I actually don't remember much about like the episode itself. I just remember that final 10 minutes. So maybe it wasn't as good as I initially thought, but those final 10 minutes really like were amazing to me, where he finally becomes Superman and stuff. I do agree with Cole. I wish after 10 years, 10 seasons, we could have gotten more of Clark in the suit, more Superman stuff instead of relegating it to the last 10 minutes. But what they gave us was, I guess, like sufficient. I liked it a lot. So, yeah. Other
It's
than that,
it's
this. Mhm.
it's sorry, but it was Tom Welling ideas. He is the one that told the writers no flight, no tights, and he held
Was
on
that him?
until yeah,
Oh.
that was him. He told the writers because I remember like seeing one of the interviews because I did watch a lot of interviews. They basically said, "Oh yeah, the writer they wanted more Superman stuff in Superman, and they wanted to add more of that." Like season 6, 7, when they really introduced like the Justice League, and Tom Welling is the one that said no, 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 okay, no tights, no flight, and this is why they really held on to the suit until the last moment because he really wanted the suit to be earned and the flying ability to be earned as well. And this aspect worked very well, but I can see the struggle of like we want more of Superman and Superman. But the point of the show was him into growing into Superman. That was mainly the idea. So I will let you on move on with the rest of your ideas on that.
Okay, I do understand that, and I do appreciate I do respect them for like sticking to their guns till the very end. I don't know. I just thought like maybe as like a long time fan, I would have appreciated a little more Superman. But I get it. I appreciate them sticking to their guns on this. Like the show was not about Superman. It's about the man becoming Superman. So okay, cool. Um, I guess I'll go top three. I guess
Yeah,
if that's okay. Yep, sure.
yeah,
Okay, top three. I would have to say Homecoming because it was a callback to all the previous seasons. I like the subversion they did with Bug Boy from episode 2. You think like you think like him walking up to Lois and like looking all menacingly like is gonna end up at something, and it's just nice that it was a subversion of that. He was just going up to tell her like what Clark meant to him and what he did for his life and stuff like that. I don't know why this season I more than usual I started to pick up on what kind of media they were like borrowing from. So Homecoming was obviously borrowing from A Christmas Carol, Brainiac bringing him from past, present, future and stuff like that. So I like Homecoming. That was one of mine. I like I really like Luther a lot this season. Um, I like I like the whole like darker world that they went to, and I will say right now, I don't know. I'm not sure if I mentioned that Zod was like the best villain the show has ever had. I
yeah.
will
You
like
did.
Oh, I did. Okay, I would like to take that back right now. I just forgot the best villain we've ever had on the show is Clark Luther, hands down. I've never felt so for lack of a
Ultraman.
better word, scared when like when he was mentioned, when he was on screen. Like I was literally holding my breath when he broke into Watchtower and started like bullying Lois and Tess like on in that scene. I was just very floored, and at that moment I was just like, Tom Welling, like you are a fantastic actor. So Luther was really cool. Luther was really fun. I like that a lot. And finally, an honorable mention before I give my third one. I really like Collateral. They were obviously borrowing from The Matrix, but good for them. They're borrowing from like a really good movie. So I really like that a lot. And I will just have to say, I guess, the finale. Like, although I don't really remember or I don't really feel fondly too much about the earlier parts of the episode with the whole Lois and Clark, like, oh, we're not gonna get married. Yeah, sure, you're not gonna get married. It's the final episode. Yeah. But that final like 10 minutes where he ascends to become Superman, I just thought it was so glorious to see John giving him the suit, his two dads like giving him the blessing and stuff like that. I really like that a lot. So yeah, I thought season 10 was great. Not the best, but above average for sure.
And I'd like to add a bit more because both of you mentioned Luther. I like Clark Luther. He is amazing, and the parallel are great. And it's also a payoff in case you guys missed it. It's a payoff from season 1 or season 2. I can't remember, but one of the two season there was a scene where Clark talks to Lex or Lionel. I can't remember which one of the two he was talking to. I think it was Lex, most likely. They were talking, and Lex was wondering what would have happened if Clark would have been found by the Luthers instead of the Kents. How it would have turned out to be. And Luther being all about that was very fun. And the other thing that was really great is that this version really takes himself as a god. And in case guys missed it, Clark Luther actually knows how to fly. So this version of Clark was able to master his powers faster than uh, the one we got in the show. So that's just a few detail maybe guys have missed. by only watching once in Paul's case or twice in Cole's case. Um, so yeah, season 10, I liked it a lot. I for a long time I thought that was the best season the show aired. Um, this af viewing actually maybe proved me wrong. I think I praised a lot that season for being the last one and for liking it a lot after that rush we got with season 9. So maybe I overrated that season for a long time. But based on the few episodes I've seen recently, it's still a good season. I liked it a lot. But maybe it's a bit pale, more pale than what I used to think. Now, there's a lot of going on in that season, and I'm glad they brought back one of Clark's flaws, the anger issue. And that anger issue was from season 1 and 2. It was an issue that Jonathan had, and Clark, it got passed on to Clark through their exchange and interaction. And here it's very interesting because it was brought back because it was kind of on mute for like 4 season ish, 5 season. It wasn't really a thing. It was only a thing when Clark was on Red Kryptonite. And it's very interesting that they brought that one back. And it made sense because for most of his life, Clark didn't give a crap about Jor-El, and in season 9 he kind of embraces Jor-El and he follows Jor-El's training and all, and he really wants to be accepted. And at the start of season 10 it starts off with Jor-El rejecting his son for the first time, and this create that anger Clark has because it was like, I done everything you wanted me to do and now you just let me go, you let me do things. And then you learn that through Kara that Jor-El doesn't believe in Clark anymore, and and Kara is the one that will do the things. And when you look back, maybe that's the final trial. Maybe the final trial is proving Jor-El is wrong and being able to use everything you learn to be better and to be Superman in the end. And it's a very interesting exchange with a lot of layers, and that's Clark part. But Clark part is also like learning how to trust um, Lois. He does like Lois a lot, but it takes very long time to just open up. I thought I would sneeze, but I don't. Okay. So the other thing that's very interesting about Clark is how he is a leader now for the Justice League, and he is that example forward. That's a very interesting aspect to it. And the other thing is homecoming, letting the past go to go seek for the future. That's amazing. Clark just wanting to let go, like that guilt he had for like 5 years after he lost Jonathan, was great because all these years he blamed himself. He said, "That's my fault. That's my responsibility. That I did defy Jor-El and Jonathan died. I decided to change fate and Jonathan died." And now he realizes maybe that's not his fault. Maybe it's just the art condition Jonathan had. So this also reflects very well in real life. People are like, they have these ideas about their parents or something they think they did wrong, but in the end they didn't do anything wrong. And it's only when you grow up that you realize maybe you were too harsh on yourself. And that's a great message there. And yeah, I think that season was really well written on that aspect. We also got Tess, the reverse uh, Lex, and what is amazing is we see her growth through every exchange she has. Now she wants to give a second chance to the Lex clone because she's like, it deserves a second chance. I got a second chance, and this time around, it's not because she thinks um it's not because she thinks that that Lex will do greater thing and change the world. It's really because she feels like it deserves redemption. And then they add more layer to that aspect. When she realizes maybe that's the true Lex, now she decides to stop helping the true Lex when she realizes that may end up being the true Lex. And this is growth again because she knows how dangerous the true Lex can be, and the true Lex can change the world, but she doesn't want that. And this is amazing. This showcased that Tess at that point is no longer that selfish bitch she was. She is no more that cow that gets under everyone's skin. She tried to be a better herself. And that's amazing characterization. And considering it's CW, guys, CW did that. They did it right. And
I mean, it's just a
and
shame they killed her off in the end. Where like,
yeah,
thanks for all the character development, she just dies.
and it's very interesting because she also has these really bad upbringing. It's very sad. Her backstory is very sad, and despite that, she proves that she can change. She can be better. She was amazing. Tess was probably the best part of season 10 because she was still a very great character. She did lots of shady stuff, but now it's really for the best of everyone and not her selfish way of looking at stuff. And to add more to Tess' character, she always liked Clark. She was like, it was hinted in season 8 and 9 that she may be in love on the idea about Clark being a god, and she may seek for that relationship with a higher strength. It's like a fantasy of her to be that uplifting person in that god surrounding. And in season 10, when Clark Luthor, her dream basically comes true. And I can't remember in which episode he comes back. I think it's Kent.
It's Kent.
Yeah, okay, so Kent showcased one of the best wrote for Tess. Because Kent is the episode where Clark Luthor is back. Tess has the chance to live her fantasy with Clark does like her, unlike the other Clark. But she refuses. She doesn't go along with this. So she is no longer that selfish cow she was in season 8 and 9. This is just wonderful. I am a huge fan of that great character moment. Um, so some of the issues with season 10, it's not necessarily the characters. Maybe it's more like the villain. They are not that memorable. They are not that great. They are like the Suicide Squad. It's Arrow did it better. Even the movies, even the bad movie did it better. So it the villain that season with Darkseid as well, and all of these entities that are working end to end with Darkseid, that wasn't amazing, and Godfrey only felt like a ripoff of the anti-vigilante, anti-blur guy we had in season 9, and it's sad because it's already used water. Um, Now, this season has some very weak episode. I won't spoil it because that's part of my worst three, and this will taint forever that season for me. And this is why this season got worse on my most recent watch. It's because of these episodes that really drag down the show. Um, but then we also got really amazing ones. Some of the best episodes in the entire show are right there in that season. And maybe another issue with season 10 of Smallville would be filler. I feel like
Oh
that
yeah.
season could have been 18 episode, 16 episode. But because it's CW, they needed 22. And this bugged me down a bit. But even among the filler ones, we still have decent ones. We still have entertaining ones, like the one with Booster Gold and Blue Beetle. That was a cool one. Um, but that's filler. Um, there's maybe one scene that really matter in the bigger picture, and there are other filler episodes I won't mention because these will be like in my worst three. Um, but season 10 really gives material to everyone, and even Lois get more layer, more depth, and the relationship with Clark is well built and constructed this season. And you really care as much as you care about their relationship as much as they care for each other, and that's really the charm of it. Clark and Lois that season, it's peak. Oh, and by the way, I ate Cat Grant, but I think she's meant to be that character everyone hates. She got a bit of the road, I guess, because when uh, the government goes after the vigilante, she basically helps out Lois on lying and stuff. But Cadran, man, why? What did you think of Cadran, Polus? I see your mic on.
Oh no, I was just about to say what Cat Grant feels like a dollar store Lois, because I understand, like when she got introduced, I could see what role in the cast she was supposed to fill. She was supposed to fill, or at least I think she was supposed to fill the role that Lois held like in the earlier seasons. She's supposed to be like this very brash, outgoing, very like mouthy character, which what Lois which was what Lois was in the earlier seasons before all her romances and before she became a main character. So I understand what she was supposed to fill. She was just super annoying. She was like a dollar store Lois to me.
And you know what's funny? CW, I see a trend. They like to do reflection of stuff. They like to swap around some roles, and that's the thing. Especially in Arrow, they did that so much with characters flipping around left and right, and even Flash did that a bit when the show was good. Um, but here, what they really wanted to do is they wanted to flip some characters around. In season 9, episode 1 and 2, I believe 3 as well. I can't remember 3. I think 3 is the episode where Clark basically came back. So I think it's only 1 and 2, but episode 1 and 2, we had like Lois being paired up with Corbin because Clark was not really Clark anymore. It was only like Kal-El the entire time. And here they wanted to flip, flap, swap the roles the same way. They were like, okay, this time around, Lois will be the one that won't be in Metropolis, and and basically Clark will be at the Daily Planet, and the best way they had to do that is, oh, let's bring Cat to replace Lois. So that's really what they want. That's really what they wanted to
How
do.
dare they? How dare they?
They were like, let's flip flap the characters around, and we will have Cat and Clark instead of Lois and Clark. And yeah, I just thought once Lois was back, they should have just rolled off Cat because Cat was not good enough. Um, I yeah, like I think her best episode was when she finally got some growth and she stood by the good guys for once. Um, but even there, that's not enough for me to enjoy that character. Now, season 10, you said it, Paulus, it's a step down from 9. It's a bit sad. As I said, for many years I thought that was hands down my favorite season, but on this most recent watch, I will fully rewatch it eventually because I want to do more Smallville content. But anyway, yeah, season 10, a bit of a disappointment. Now, I will ask the guessing game. Actually, no, before that, I almost forgot to talk about Lois' character arc because she has a quite interesting character arc. She is Lois. She is that normal human being that is in love with that godlike being, and that reflects very well Clark and Lois, or Lois and Superman. That's really good. And parts of her story arc is like, okay, I'm good enough. Even if I'm normal, I am good enough. My love is what will uplift him. My love will drive his desire to save lives. And there's a lot of adaptation. Now she needs to be more involved with crazy stuff. Like she goes after Clark because she wants to find Clark in Patriot and that kind of stuff. And another episode where she is very involved with the superhero aspect would be Dominion, when her and Tess have that argument, um, whether they should close the breach or not. So yeah, Lois gets a lot of screen time, and she cares a lot about Clark. And just like what they said in Ambush, Clark is the first person Lois really liked, like a lot. And this is wonderful. This is love for you. With that being said, Oliver, the coming out of Oliver as being the Green Arrow was very enjoyable. I think there's an arc about that in the comics. I say I think because I haven't read it, I only heard about it. So I guess they are very comic book accurate on that. And Oliver suffering from Chloe loss was great. I think it was well written. He cannot love anyone else. All of these O's around him are just a facade. He is more than just that playboy. Um, Oliver best season was still season 9. Season 10, it's more like, oh yeah, I messed up, but I will try to do my best to no more be messed up. But that's basically the same thing he had in season 9. So it's a bit of a letdown. Um, and parts of Oliver arc is trusting other people than Chloe in the chair and in the team. It's also dealing with being even more famous than what he was. So he still has a few good things. Um, yeah. Um, okay. The guessing game. Starting with Paulus. what do you think is my worst three, followed by my top three?
Okay. I Your worst three, just looking at the list, is probably gonna be ISIS. Is probably gonna be I was actually gonna say Booster, but you actually said you kinda like that one. I'm gonna say ISIS, Harvest, and I'm gonna say maybe Fortune. Three
Okay.
very filler episodes.
And what about top three? What do you think is my top three?
Okay. I think your top three is Homecoming. Uh, I'm gonna say Luther, and I'm gonna say, hmm, and I'm gonna say the finale.
Okay. Um, what about you, Cole? What do you think is my worst three, followed by my top three?
Harvest, Collateral, and Masquerade, and then top three. You said.
Yeah.
Lazarus, Homecoming, and Shield.
Very interesting. So the moment of the reveal. Now it's not perfect. I haven't rewatched recently the entire season. I've seen most of it. Well, half of it, I should say. So I will screen share. There is a very honorable mention, The Minion. That was one of the few episode I wanted to rewatch. Unfortunately, I didn't have time. So my worst three, um, maybe there's a slot for one I haven't seen. I will just rewatch the list. So actually, I will surprise both of you, but I think Booster would probably end up being low in my list if I had to rewatch it. Um, but here again, I would need to rewatch it to really know where exactly Booster would sit. Now you hit the nerve right, Polis, by saying Fortune. Fortune is godly awful. That's a terrible episode. That's like uh, top 10 worst episode of the show, and probably top 20-ish worst episode ever in any show. That was cringe, eye rolling, inducing crap. Um, so okay, Fortune is the last one. So based on the one I've seen, outside of Booster being a bit lower, ISIS is quite low, and Harvest are also they are both really low. So Harvest filler crap, um, pacing was terrible, and like in Harvest there was really one thing that really mattered, and that was like Tess and Lex. That was the only thing that really mattered with Harvest. ISIS was actually funny. Um, that's another filler crap. I almost skipped it, but I was like, oh, maybe I will give it a shot. And I enjoyed it more than I expected I would. But is it great? No. It's like really in the middle of what the show can offer. Now, be ready. My top picks are coming. Um, so okay. I'd like to share something else. The Minion, as I said, would be one of my favorites. So maybe it would be like in top three, and the main reason is the Clark and Oliver dynamic, followed by the Tess and Lois dynamic. I think everything is wonderful, and it's just a very compelling and really good episode. a very smart way to uh, close Zod's storyline. He is now the king of the Phantom Zone, and that's very fitting for him. He didn't deserve to live with his people after all he did in season 9. That was a great punishment. And that also works very well with the Superman lore. Because when Clark becomes Superman, Zod is like trapped in the Phantom Zone. So, like, this is several layers. So, Dominion, great one. Otherwise, I like Shield and Supergirl a lot. These are some of the top episodes the show had. We also add Lazarus. I like that one. That was a strong one. Followed by Ambush. Yes, I probably surprised both of you. If I liked Ambush that much, it's the depiction of General Lane. And this episode is the perfect episode to tell the viewer why Clark and Lois matter a lot. Um, yeah, um, I enjoyed that episode a lot. I still think Patriot and Homecoming are just much better. They are like amazing episodes, and I really enjoyed rewatching these two. Um, Easy, like top 10 best episode in the entire show. Easy. Um, Always like to see the Justice League in this show, and Homecoming is a great closure for the show. So I guess now I don't have much more to say. It's really hard for me to give a proper score, but I think I would give either a 8 or a 9 because it's still a very strong season. It has really bad moments, but overall, that season is competent. So, what would be your grade out of 10 for Polis?
I would give it a. I was actually gonna give it a 7, but thinking back with all the things that was going on, minus all the filler, I think I'd give it an 8, just a step below season 9.
Yeah. And what about you, Cole?
Give it a 7.
Okay. So how would you rank all 10 seasons of the TV show? Cole.
Mm. I would give the TV show like overall a 7.5, and then ranking the seasons, I really can't do that. There's really too many, but I'll try. Season 4 was the one we hated, right?
Yeah, I think it's universal.
The Witches.
Okay, so my seasons are gonna go by. Did we hate season 6?
You did, I didn't.
Season 7?
Polis did, but we both thought that was a very underrated season. But Polis didn't like it at all.
Right. I'm gonna go 3. Yeah, 3, 5, 7, 9, 8, 10, 6, and then 1, 2, and then there's only the one bad season, which is 3. But I really don't know. I can't. Yeah, actually, never mind. So I mixed it up. Sorry, it's 1, 2, then it's 6, and then 3. But I'm just saying them at random. I don't have anything in order. I'm not good with like doing season rankings because I forget. But I mean, if anybody cares enough, then they can go back to when I, said the ratings for the seasons, I guess. But anyway, the overall show gets like a 7.5.
Okay, what about you, Polis? I remember you mentioning it last week, but you can mention it again. I forgot, and probably the viewer also forgot.
Okay. For a series, for the entire series, I rated it a 7. It can't be any lower, any higher because of all its flaws, but also because it had some really standout moments. For the seasons, I can't do a full ranking either. I haven't had time to rewatch like a part like the seasons, but I will give you like the ballpark on some of the seasons that I do have opinions for. So season 9, obviously number 1. That was the best one for me. Uh, season 4, it's either season 4 or 7 that has to be the lowest. Maybe for with the sake of memory, I'll just put season 4. I felt season 7 was very messy, but at least it was very diverse. Season 4 was just one long slog with the witches and Jensen Ackles and nah. So I'll just put season 4. um I can't really remember much about the rest. I will say I hold the earlier seasons in very high regard, specifically the WB seasons, one and two specifically. I really liked those two seasons because it was a different show. We weren't so hyper focused on like the superhero aspect of it. We were just focused on purely character, and it was a story about a teenager growing up. It was a story about how a teenager like Clark with his like abilities was going to navigate through life and stuff like that. So I really loved the show for that. It was what I got hooked on in the first place. So I would say 1 and 2 might be arguably might even be in my top 3. So it might be 9, 2 and 1. But yeah, I'll just give that for now. Maybe in the future I'll do a more comprehensive recap.
Okay, so my ranking, here again, season 7, 8. I didn't have time to rewatch for the podcast. It's only based on what I remember from these two. And 10, I've only seen half of it, so it's kind of hard to rank that one. But here would be my ranking. In last place, season 4. That's godly awful terrible. I want to erase that from my memory. Season 9. No, I'm joking. Ninth place.
I was about to scream for a minute.
Ninth place will be season 1. Yes, I will shock a lot of people, but for me,
No.
season 1
No.
is rough. Like,
No.
if we look back on the episode, I will screen share again because
Okay.
that's the last time in the near future where we talk about Smallville. So the only episode I thought was amazing in season 1 was Jitters, and then we got a bunch of episodes there down there, like with 4 and 5s. So in ninth place, season 1, I don't want to ever see Drone ever again. I don't want to ever see Leech ever again. These two are really bad. um, yeah, season 1 I think is the most overrated season. Um, that's why I place it ninth place. Is it bad? I think season 1 is bad. As much as nostalgia is there, and season 1 has a lot of great moments, and it's the foundation of the show, I don't think it's a good season. I remember giving season 1 a 5 out of 10 on the most recent watch I had.
I am so heartbroken right now.
And then coming in eighth place will be season 2.
Are you kidding me?
And here's the why. Season 2 is the improved version of season 1, but I still had a bunch of issues with it. Like, if we really look into it, there's a bunch of episodes from season 2 that are like C plus, a few in C. Like, it's a bit messy where it gets. Um, season
You don't
2,
like red? You don't like red?
it's actually in the upper part. Red is right there. That
Yeah,
was
red
one
is
of
a
the
lot of
best
fun.
episodes.
Okay. Okay.
Red is probably a 9 for me. Um, so Red was really good, and it's funny
Ryan,
because
Ryan, and stuff like that.
yeah, Ryan is higher actually, but it's
Uh-huh.
funny because in the past I truly hated Red because I didn't understood Red, but the moment I understood Red, I liked it. So Ryan is very high. There's a lot of really cool episode in season 2, but the overall season was not well connected with each other. We had a good team, which is
You
the
can't
origin
compare
and
that. It was
stuff.
different things, different goals. You can't compare the connections.
Um,
I mean, what's 9?
um, so coming in seventh place, um, coming in seventh place, I need to think that one through. But if I only base on pure score on my last viewing, I'd say season 7 come in seventh place, and that breaks my heart because I enjoy a lot that season, but that's only based on my last viewing, which is uh like a year and a half ago. So maybe my opinion has changed, and maybe it's better or worse. Um, yeah, coming in sixth place, we got season 6. Really like in the middle for me. Um, Yeah. I think the Lana and Lex relationship was godly terrible. I truly hated this shit. I'm glad they were finally over with this crap. Coming in fifth place, we got. Now, again, this is based on my last viewing a year and a half ago because I unfortunately didn't have time to rewatch for the podcast. Season 8 of Smallville. Maybe that one will end up higher or lower when I rewatch from my videos. We will see. Coming in fourth place, we got season 10. Season 10 is most likely better than 8. And that's always something that stick to my mind. I always like season 10 more than 8. So I think that thing won't change. Maybe it will go higher once I rewatch, or maybe it will actually go lower. We will see. In third place, we got season 3. I think season 3 is wonderful. It's a great season. It's a season where I didn't give a shit about all of the filler they fed me. I was just like, all in. All in. Feed me more filler. um, Coming in second place, season 5. Wonderful season. Jonathan dies. Brainiac. So much good stuff is happening there. Grief. That was emotional. And first place would be season 9. So yeah, that's how I see it. For the overall show, I'm kind of torn apart because I can't remember if I gave Arrow a 8 or a 9. If I give Arrow a 8, I will now give it a 9 because I think Smallville deserves most likely 8 as an entire show, as one thing. Deserves a 8. And most of my issues are like with season 1 and 2 and 4. 1 to 4 are like really bad. Um So yeah, I guess now we can move on to Saw 3D, and we will let Gray start if he is ready to start.
Sure. So it's been a minute since I've seen Saw 3D. I think it's like, I don't know, almost 15 years ago or something now that it was released. I remember it
13.
pretty vividly. It was like the post Jigsaw one, so it feels a lot different than a lot of the other Saw movies. I don't know if that's like a good thing or not. That opening gag, we kind of talked about it before with the two boyfriends and the cheating girlfriend. I don't know. That one's it's a little out there. It's not one of my favorite Saw killings or whatever you'd want to call it. Not my favorite Saw trap, but it sticks with you. I definitely still remember that one. It had some other interesting ones, and then they tried for a bunch of different twists in this one. It wasn't my favorite villain. It was kind of cool to see Carrie Elwes come back, but yeah, apparently I didn't get it till I kind of tried to brush up on this a little bit today because I thought I remembered which one it was. But yeah, apparently the two boyfriends from the front are supposed to, from the start of the movie, are supposed to be the two guys with Carrie Elwes at the end. I did not get that at all. So that was like a decade-old memory or mystery that was solved for me today. I didn't put that together, so I'm not sure if I was just being clueless when I watched it. Could be, or if they kind of didn't really connect those dots. My overall thought on it was, it's pretty entertaining, but as far as the other Saw movies go, it's pretty low for me. This is kind of a low point for the series, except for the aforementioned Spiral.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's got into a low point since like 2.
You're coming very low, Cole.
I am.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Is this better?
slightly better.
Oh, okay. Is this good?
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. No, I was just saying. I mean, it's gone low since the second, so.
so great. Do you have more to say? There's echo. What's that echo?
Yeah, I guess sorry, I was just trying to remember like all the killings and everything. There were some interesting ones. I felt like the traps in this one weren't quite as clever as a lot of the other ones, and then the whole thing that they tried to do with the time frame was a little weird. But yeah, I don't know. Overall, it's pretty low in the Saw franchise for me, which I kind of was really into with like the first Saw movie, and then maybe into even like the I don't know, second or third. I would need to kind of revisit them, but this one's kind of a low point for me. I had completely forgot about it. I remember going to it in the theaters because they said that this was going to be the last one. I think there was like the final chapter or something initially. Of course,
Yeah,
there's been many since
I mean,
then.
that was never gonna be the final one, but they
Fair
called it that
enough.
for
I
some
bought the
reason.
hype at the time.
Yeah.
They got
Well,
me
no,
into the
this
actual
one
theater.
was supposed to be because the final chapter didn't make much money. Paranormal Activity came out at the time, and so it kind of got a low point at the box office. So then they planned for 3D to be the last one, which it was at the time. And because it got its ass kicked by Paranormal Activity 2, which is sad because that film's terrible, even if this one isn't good either.
Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know. There were some really fun traps, I guess, and I guess you finally get to see the reverse bear trap, which I don't know. I guess that's a highlight. Like they hyped it up for many movies, so I don't know. Kind of cool, I guess. But overall, just for me, it's pretty low. I think it might be my lowest one. I think I might do this under Spiral, but maybe I just give Chris Rock like a more of a pass than I should. But
No, give him no pass.
fair enough. I don't know. So I think for me, this is kind of my lowest ranked Saw one. I don't know. I didn't like the twist that they're trying to go for. I think like previous ones where like I didn't necessarily see the twist coming of who was working with them. I don't know, that kind of, it was nice to see, but yeah, this one I just didn't appreciate any of it. So I don't know, not my style.
Okay. Well, let me find my fucking notes here. I mean, unless you have anything else to say.
I think that topic will be short.
Yeah.
Because I rose the shit out of it, but I don't have much more to say outside of the roast.
I mean, okay, so I kind of enjoyed this Saw film again, just like the sixth one. Like, yeah, sure. Again, it's dumb, it's stupid, it's not a good film at all. Kind of makes no sense, but the same goes for Saw 2, the same goes for Saw 3, the same goes for Saw 4, and the same goes to Saw 5. So at least with 6 and 7, I appreciate that they at least understood this and, understood where the franchise is at, being a joke, which is what I hope the same director of these two films will do with Saw 10, and it seems like it, because with how it's being received, because he also did that. Yeah, he understood that. So the best thing, and he understood that the best thing to do is to just make a film that's fun for the fans and to not take it seriously and to also somehow get Tobin Bell in more scenes somehow in flashbacks. And once again, it kind of worked for the most part. And being in 3D and bringing back Dr. Gordon was also cool, which I guess he returned finally after his fucking lawsuit with the franchise. But yeah, however, I will say this is a far weaker film than the 6 for me. Because I would consider Saw 6 to be so good at what it does, despite being so stupid, that it was half decent overall. This, however, while still being hilarious and fun and a guilty pleasure in the best ways possible and being stupid and for fun, is also kind of a bad film because it does a weaker job at all that 6 does. And it also makes choices that have no reason to be as dumb as they were, and that aren't even dumb in like a fun way or just dumb, which I'll get into later. But I will say though, it is hilarious how the guy who plays Dr. Gordon though, he clearly doesn't give a fuck about the franchise, but he keeps trying to pretend like he
Come
does.
on, it's no Princess Bride, like it, I don't know. Gary Elwes is awesome.
Oh my god, yeah, he keeps it. Because there's actually, clips of him online of him being told the traps from the franchise and then having to guess which ones, they are from the films, like which films. And he guessed all of them wrong out of like 20 questions. It was hilarious. But I think he realized at a point, though, where people only know him for this and The Princess Bride. So, and you can see how soul crushing it is for him in interviews like, yeah, I guess I should probably be in this film now.
More people should know him from Men in Tights. That's a great flick.
That is true. But yeah, I know. I wrote let's see. Yeah, I wrote down a lot of notes for each film, I guess, from this because I have such this one reviewer, YMS. If you haven't seen his videos, I'd recommend checking him out. But he did reviews on this whole franchise, and yeah, I wrote down similar notes because I have similar opinions and loopholes and flaws with it. So recommend checking it out. But anyway, I will say the opening trap with the love triangle is fucking hilarious, especially that garbage cheesy. We're breaking up with you, Tina. I'm sorry, I love it and how it makes no sense. And like, how is this even in public? How did he set it up with like nobody noticing?
But how would she start rooting for one guy and then the other, depending on who's winning? I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
people
perfectly
had to
cheesy.
walk by noticing it beforehand, but somehow nobody did. It's like, did everybody walking by beforehand think this was like some 500 IQ advertisement display? And how did he get all that equipment in there at night or some shit? Yeah. And also there was this, I won't bring it up yet, I'll just keep talking about it, but there's this one funny moment in it that I'll highlight later, I'll share my screen on, but anyway, I also love how nobody that was even trying to help, and nobody's even trying to break the glass at all. But just that one guy with like a
One
suitcase.
person with the flat side of their briefcase. Yeah, like
Yeah.
the one way you won't break it.
Yeah. Anyway, also, I fucking hate still how this fucking bitch acts. The one who plays Jigsaw's wife, literally one of the worst actresses I've ever seen. It's like she acts like she's trying to be pretty at the same time with her fucking ego. And this is exactly the opposite of how you should act in anything. If you cannot remove that ego in acting, then you're always gonna suck. She tries to like look pretty when she's getting scared for her life or about to die. Like I laughed so hard when she was like hiding behind that
She's
shit in
not
the
even
beginning.
pretty, bro. She's like 50.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's
But
like I was
imagine if she wasn't trying.
Yeah, it's like behind when she was hiding behind that shit after she saw Hoffman escape from the trap with her face. God, she was like, "Oh no, I hope Big Daddy doesn't find me." He. It's like that's literally the face she gave off. I'm just like, holy fuck. It's like, are you in a horror film, scared for your life, or are you in a fucking porno? Like, and of course she runs like Megan Fox as well in like Transformers 2, where she's like giving that jog like a model. I also love how they just filled all of the law enforcement up
She's
in
not
this
even
film
good
again.
looking enough to be a model, bro. Why do you insult all these models?
And they filled up all the law enforcement with random characters they just introduced, not only because they all died in the previous films, but so Hoffman can kill just around 80 of them near the end for gore. And let's see, the one thing that's also so broken about this main test with the guy is the fact that Jigsaw literally put his wife in danger, and then to die later on when she was innocent. She knew nothing about his lying. So what the fuck? This makes no sense with his morals. Yeah, and also him being at that book signing at that period of time between the other films makes no goddamn sense if you know the times periods. But anyway, also, you know what's a good way to show how to not take this film seriously, though? By having more deaths in it for no reason. All right, yeah, let's have Jigsaw's wife fake die just to have a cool 3D scene. And then, of course, she wakes up afterwards still acting like a porn star. And then also, as for that sequence as well with Chester Bennington from Linkin Park.
I forgot about that section. The super glue.
Yeah, the original plan was to have him actually survive and be a character later on in the film, which is why it seemed like he did not even die in that scene. However, because of scheduling issues with his band and concerts, they had to kill him off. He was planning to. They were planning to have him do other stuff later in the film. No, they still left that whole fucking sequence in there for fun, though, and for the fans, so despite having no purpose anymore whatsoever. And you know what? I kind of respect it because it shows they understand now where the franchise is at. And I also
So
love how
wait,
you can,
we could have had like Chester Bennington as like the next Jigsaw. Like if he
Yeah.
survived, he would be working for him. I'm sure
who
that could have
knows?
been amazing.
Yeah, I also love how well, yeah, but then his character dies in real life, so
Hard to come back from that one.
That's sad.
yeah, and I also love how you can tell it is just fan service now because the music they played during that trap, it was no longer scary. It was like hype rock music when that car was driving. And I also find it hilarious that this many people have now been in traps and have PTSD or some shit. But there's now a whole fucking Jigsaw counseling therapy session. That is hilarious. And I guess they also did not care about fucking living afterward, after all. So it's almost like your thing's fucking broken, Jigsaw. Jesus Christ. And also, how
You
the
broke
fuck did some of
people
them
even
even
more.
survive? Yeah, how did some of them fucking survive? It's like I don't even think they even thought about most of it. They just needed to have as many characters in that scene, in the therapy scene, so they just brought back whoever they can think of. Because some of the shit characters they fucking bring back makes no sense to still be alive. Like, how did that one dude in Saw 5 who had all that blood fucking drained from his arm and his arm, like, and sawed in half like that? How did he survive? There's people who, like, die from, like, a simple wrist cut. It's like, good lord, makes no fucking sense. It was also pretty obvious he was lying before they even revealed it, but whatever. What makes no sense about it though is that the cops and FBI would know if there was a crime scene or not. So there's no possible way for him to actually fool the news in public like that. So that made no fucking sense because they knew about every other crime scene, so they would know if he was lying. And then also the traps the dude went through were fucking hilarious and entertaining. Though I loved that. And I loved how he just yelled at the one lady, "Why wouldn't you just shut up, you fucking bitch?" Let's see. Also, why is Hoffman still doing this shit for Jigsaw though? After he told his wife to try and kill him, it's like, why is he still being loyal to him afterwards? And then also with that last trap, he literally could have just put the hooks in his jeans or on his feet and climbed
No,
up.
only pecs.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, it's like, didn't you notice that, Multi? You could have just put the fucking hooks in his jeans or on his feet. Jesus Christ. And then also Hoffman going ham and killing everyone at the end was hilarious, so and entertaining.
He did have a neck stabbing spree for sure.
Mm-hmm. It was like Friday the 13th, and I did love the climax. After all of this time, we finally got to see this trap. Teased for 7 films, all the way back to the first. We finally see the reverse bear trap. And that was honestly pretty cool, especially since it was done to the most annoying character in the franchise. And then here's something that I can't fucking stand, though, that they did, alright? They said we were going to get tons of information on Dr. Gordon with his return, and that we would get a conclusion to his arc after all of this time away from him, and not knowing what happened.
But now you know. Now
Yes.
you know everything.
No, not only was he barely in the fucking film, besides like 5 seconds in the beginning and then the end, but it just left us with more questions and answers to close off this series.
What do you mean? You find out that he cauterized the wound with like a steam pipe. Tobin Bell gave him a fake foot. He was the guy who like put the key in the person's eye and everything. I don't know. You learn everything. He's been there
hilarious.
all along.
Like, how many times are they going to use this fucking twist? So let me get this straight. So
Did
we
you
had
get that it was the
Jigsaw.
2 lover boys from the beginning that were helping him? Because I don't know how I just glossed over that.
Really?
The 2 people that are with him at the end are supposed to be the 2 guys from that trap from the very beginning of the movie. I don't know. I didn't get that at all.
Me neither.
Really? Yeah, I didn't
I
realize
think
that.
I was just tapped out so fast. That movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
was
well, I mean,
just-
at least they got employed. You know, hey, maybe that would have been Chester there. Maybe would have been one of them there. I don't know. But God. So let's get this straight though, right? Let's get the timeline straight. So we had Jigsaw, but then before that we had that one dude who was helping him out. But then before that, we had that one girl, like Amanda or whatever her name is, helping him out.
And that was a
Then
fun twist when that originally happened. Like I
Yeah.
didn't see that coming, and then they've done it like
Yeah,
every movie
it's
since
too
then.
bad
But
she
sorry,
couldn't play a good antagonist or crazy person afterwards, so she sucked in the third. But it was a good twist. But then before that, we had Hoffman helping. But then before that, we had his wife helping. But then before that, we had Dr. Gordon helping this entire time in the fucking Scooby-Doo gang of Jigsaw. What is this fucking timeline, and how many times are going to use the fucking twist? No,
you forgot to add Spiral into it.
Wait
yeah,
and
don't
see
worry.
then.
We'll get to Jigsaw as well. I'm fucking me. Oh, and then also I get that it explains like the surgeries though. What the fuck happened to his family? Why would he do this shit with like his family? What the fuck? It's like, did we even hear from them? Oh my god, this makes no sense. Anyway, this didn't beat Paranormal Activity 2 at the box office, so this was indeed the last, at least at the time. And with this dumb shit, and with the same director of this and the 6th doing the 10th, I cannot wait to watch the 10th in theaters this week. Because as stupid as this is, he understands where the franchise is at and understands how to at least make an entertaining film. 6 was so entertaining, in my opinion. The one where like that fucking business guy goes through all that traps. Now that was entertaining. I hope we get that. I hope we get that in 10. Yeah. Oh, especially that
That's
one
cool. I
scene.
actually didn't know 10 was coming out this week, so now I'm actually pretty excited.
Yeah, I believe it comes
Hi,
out
Island.
worldwide on like the 29th or something, but in 3 days. But yeah, also, did you love that scene in the Six film where the girl's like, "I'm pregnant," and then one guy's just like, "No, you're not."
Yeah. Yeah, there's some classic ones for sure. But yeah, if he's the one who's doing that's gonna be I hope it's gonna be good. Interesting.
Yeah, I'm glad that he at least understands all this and has made some entertaining films. He seems to understand the franchise the most. He's been the one editing all of them, and his editing in the franchise has always been top notch. That's always like the highlight of these Saw films. And then you can notice how garbage it is without him when he isn't there for Spiral. But anyway, so who wants to go next? I guess.
I agree. I already talked about it, so I guess that's my turn. You know what's funny? I hear the both of you talk. I agree with everything. The movie got worse, and I didn't thought it would be possible.
It got more entertaining though.
Okay, roasting time. The dialogue is dumb. They asked someone if she is okay while she is Jigsaw next victim. Very smart dialogue there. The acting was bad, just like what you said. Um, right now I'm kind of distracted. I'm kind of distracted because Ail told me she has seen the 3D, I believe. That's the seventh one, right? Or Jigsaw is the seventh one. I can't remember. Which one is the seventh one? Jigsaw or 3D? 3D, right?
The seventh one is 3D, eighth is Jigsaw, and then ninth is Spiral.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I got distracted, but the acting was piss poor. Just like what you said, Corn Star, they do better, and it's insulting
Did
to
you say
them to
Corn
say
Star?
that the actress did better. Okay. So yeah, she just told me she has seen it, but she doesn't remember it. That's sad. So now I'm fully focused right now. I am no more multitasking. Um, the acting was bad. I already said it twice. I'll do Jigsaw know so much about the victim again for like the 10th time. Plot convenience. The detective just happening to be at the right place.
I mean, he is a detective, so maybe he used his skills. I don't know.
Nah.
Yeah,
We don't
it's
defend right
incredible the
here.
people he chooses. He chooses a group of racists, but then he just chooses like three people who just, a little bit rowdy. It's like, like it's like, is there any scale that does he just throw darts? Is that it?
Well, I mean, he doesn't. If you remember the spree at the end, I mean, all those guys can't be guilty of something, but he just stabbed everyone in the neck.
Yeah, if you smoked one cigarette, then you should die. Yeah, you don't appreciate life.
Too many characters. Again, plot convenience having a weapon in the cell. Like the pen, like it's so convenient and stupid at the same time. Whatever. Only a small hole was created by the pen, no bleeding at all. That's a carotid. That's a very important vein. Someone stab you there. If you don't get help for the next 5 minutes, you can die. But yeah, he just takes off the pen and he doesn't bleed. That area is dangerous, but no, it doesn't bleed. Anyway, I had apathy toward the entire thing. The nightmare sequence was entertaining, I guess. The survivor making up story was entertaining.
Really? They've never done like a nightmare or a dream sequence in
Yes,
one
there was
before.
one
I don't know.
at some
It seems
point.
weird to me. I don't know. It just seems like a weird way to do a fake out all of a sudden in like a, movie 7.
I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's entertaining, okay? I try to find praises. The trap were creative, I guess. Showing instead of telling was enjoyable. And that's it. That movie was so bad. 4 out of 10 for me. What would be the grade for you, Cole?
3. And for me, like, this would be above the 4th film, above Jigsaw, maybe above the 3rd, maybe, or so. I would put it like on par with the 5th, maybe, and then I would say that the 6th, 2nd, 1st are better. And I'm not even gonna rank Spiral.
That one is probably my least favorite 3D. I can't remember my notes for Jigsaw, but I think that's where the series hit rock bottom. What would be your grade out of 10, Gray Puppet?
Ooh, that's a tough one. It's been a minute since I've seen it. I guess I'd probably give it a 4, but I might be ranking it generously.
I feel very generous with my 4, so I feel like it's legit for you to say it's generous 4.
I just know there's like scenes that I remember, like the opening bit for sure. Like I can tell you what they look like in it. I can tell you what that dummy looks like. The dream fake out one where there's just the explosion of the dummy. I can still remember that hanging, and even like the strange body parts they chose to include. I don't know, parts of it stick out to me in the kind of it's so bad it's good type of deal, but I don't know, that's why I'm going 4, but I don't remember any part of it being like that's great. It was just it's memorable, where some of the other ones I've definitely forgotten some of the kill methods. So yeah, I'll go with 4, but that might be generous.
So next stop would be past lives. Paul's last topic. Okay, so since Puppet needs to go off soon, we will actually get your grade. What would be your grade for Jigsaw, and followed by Minority Report? Like, talk a bit about both.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's
but
fine.
yeah,
You
so I like
stood 4
Jigsaw.
hours. That's amazing. That's longer than most guests.
Yeah, just in the future, maybe we should try to like not talk as long on like certain subjects like Smallville, so we can if we have.
I think we should revisit Smallville every time. Definitely.
But we are done for now with Smallville. But anyway, Gray Puppet. Go on with Minority Report quickly and
yes.
Jigsaw.
Okay. Minority Report. To me, I don't know. It's a damn near perfect movie. I really like it. I was in like the age range that it indelled on me or whatever. But I just remember so many scenes of it, like the oracles, the balls, the weird prophecy balls. I don't know. It gave us so many tropes, like the fingertip computer things where people are just swiping at air. Like, I don't know. There's just so much cool stuff that's going on. I think it's based off of a Philip K. Dick story, if I remember right.
Yeah.
There's just so much good that's in this. It's one of the few Tom Cruise, roles that I really get behind. Sometimes he's just a little too much for me. Like that Reacher couple movies that he did, I did not see him as that character. But like, I don't know, just the opening scene where he's, he turns his back for a moment and his kid is just gone. Like, I don't know, that it just sticks with me. Just the acting and like the fear in that. It feels so real to me. There's some real like standout moments in this. So I don't know. It ranks really high for me, but it could be nostalgia at this point. I don't think I've seen it for like a decade. So I hope it holds up. But in my mind, it's like, I don't know, either an 8.5 or like 9 out of 10 for me. But this might be rose-colored nostalgic glasses or whatever.
That was a good movie. So I would agree with you.
I just absolutely loved that one. It was just totally in my wheelhouse, and it was at the right time for me.
Yeah.
But Jigsaw, that one's a little different for me. You know, it's kind of nice to see Tobin Bell. It had been a while, but yeah, this one, it's the one with like the buckets, right? Isn't that one of the traps, or am I mistaken?
To be honest, I can't remember a thing about it, and I've seen it like yesterday.
I think this is the one with the bucket traps. If it is, I don't know. I think that was actually the last one. Okay, so I am kind of confusing it with Saw 3D. I know I saw both of them, but
So the one yesterday, they did many plot twists. They made you believe Jigsaw was there, but he wasn't.
yeah, yes,
That was like they
that's-
misled you to believe the detective was part of it, but he wasn't.
yeah. Maybe it's the fact that I hadn't seen a Saw movie in like 7 years or something like that, but I rank it slightly higher than Saw 3D, but not by much. It definitely is kind of schlocky, and they're trying to do like the twists and everything. I don't know. I wasn't the biggest fan of it. If I remember right, this one also had like a detective, like forensic lady who had her own like museum or something
Yeah,
to
yeah,
like the
yeah.
Jigsaw things.
Yeah, now I remember.
There were some weird things going on in this one. A lot of plot contrivances. That being said, I think I enjoyed it more than 3D. Although none of the kills are kind of standing out to me. So I definitely remember like the Chester Bennington one and like the everything from the I do remember the very final one. Okay. It was interesting. I think this is the first time that lasers were used.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So that was interesting. I guess some of them do fall, stick with me. That's the first time I got to see like a human Demogorgon.
Jigsaw ones, or
Oh, I've definitely seen them all. It's just it's been a while.
well, it's like there's the one with the buckets and buzzsaw at the beginning, and then the one where it's like
okay, so that is this one.
Yeah, and then the girl
Or
gets
with-
with
okay,
like the
cool.
needle shot things, and then the guy who has his
Oh
foot
yes, the eye thing. Okay, yeah. I did actually like some of these. Okay, so it was
Yeah.
the bucket one, and then I
Yeah,
forgot,
and then the
like,
guy who got his foot
I think
stuck
pulled up
with
with
the
your
lever.
calf raise or something for the yes.
Yes,
Okay,
and then
there
in
was
that
some
sand
decent
pit.
ones with this one.
Yeah, and then there's the one with the
Okay.
motorcycle lever.
Yes. Okay, I do remember a lot of this.
And
one,
do you
actually.
remember the one
Yeah,
with
this
Jigsaw
one.
himself, where he with the shotgun and the key?
Yes, the whole I can't remember exactly the play on words, but
yeah, he
yes,
said,
I do
"This
remember
is
that.
your ticket to freedom." Always holding up a bullet, but there's a key inside.
Yeah. I do actually like this one. So maybe it's not just nostalgia. I'm just looking back on this as slightly better than the other one. Like I still wouldn't hold it up highly. I think for me, like 1 and 2 were pretty decent, and then it was a steep drop off.
Yeah.
I understand 2 isn't as great as 1 by any means, but I don't know. This one might be up there for me. But again, it might have been the 7-year wait since we've had like a Saw movie, and we actually got the Jigsaw back. So I don't know. For me, I'd probably put it as like 5.5 out of 10. This is probably where I'd rank it. But yeah, I totally dig it. It's a fun one. I actually kind of want to go back now that I know that it is the bucket one and it's got a few of those other kills. I don't know. They're kind of fun. I guess it's no reverse bear trap, but it's fun. I like it.
So, what do you have going on your channel in the near future or right now?
So on my actual channel, probably not releasing anything till next Monday, and then it's just our usual show, the Just Be Honest thing. But yeah, every Thursday I'm on that darn Kiddas channel. So yeah, Thursday check out that darn Kiddas channel for the thinkers.
Yeah, that's a very fun show. Thank you very much, Great Puppet, and for sure in the future, you're in the groups, you know the topics. If you want to join us, man. That was very
Yeah, just whenever you have the time or want to, no
Yeah.
pressure. But we
For sure.
post schedules every week, so you can see, which topics you've seen, or if you want to, you can watch some in advance.
yeah.
Oh
we
yeah,
will
that's awesome.
we will post the entire October schedule
right. We need to do that.
soon. So yeah, we will post the entire October schedule at some point. There's a cool. But anyway, thank you a lot, Dre Puppet. That was very fun. Have a great one.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You're welcome, man. You're a great
I
guest.
really appreciate it.
Have a good one
Well, thanks.
and take
Yeah, have a
care,
great
man.
night,
We
everyone.
will talk later. So
Nice. Okay, so which one do
cool.
you want to do first?
That past lives. That's the last topic Polis has seen.
Oh
But
right, yeah, past lives.
that's your.
Okay.
I'd like to say that, Cole. That's your moment of glory. We are more than two talking about a A24 movie.
Jesus Christ. Uh,
We are three talking about a A24 movie.
yeah,
Hell
I
yeah.
mean, look. So I want to say sorry that you didn't find a dub for this. I thought there would be one available, but I also thought that if there wasn't, then it might have been mostly in English, but it
That was
wasn't. But I hope it was still like watchable for you and you like got everything. But anyway, I mean,
I will let Paulus start because for like the last half an hour that was just
yeah.
us and Gray. So Paulus, what did you think of Past Lives?
Oh, thanks. No problem. I was just sitting here like laughing at all you guys roasting these Saw. I have to watch these Saw movies now. The way you guys have been talking about them.
Only the
Um,
first two are good. The rest are shit.
No, not even the second, in my opinion. That's mediocre as hell.
I liked the second one. I thought that was
I thought it was
average.
boring. Outside of like one trap, I thought it was just boring, and I thought it wasn't quality enough like the first, but it wasn't also like stupid fun enough like the sixes or any others. Like I thought it's just like whatever.
So
all right.
Paulus, that's your go now. Past Lives. What did you think of that movie?
Okay. I thought I feel like I have a unique perspective on this, me being an Asian immigrant as well. So I thought the movie was good. I don't think it was great. I thought there was like okay, I like the deeper meanings that they were talking about. I like the topics that they were addressing with hominess, with like tradition, um, with like like missing where you came from and stuff like that. So I like the deeper meanings. The problem is, well, the one issue I have with the movie is that it hinges on the fact that we're supposed to kind of like be sold on the idea that the main character, I forgot her name, like
I can't remember her
the
name either.
yeah, okay,
Oh,
the main character.
Nora.
Oh, Nora and was it Hesong, Hejong?
Yeah, Haesun and Arthur.
Hesong. Okay, so it hinges on the fact that uh, a lot of the tension and quote unquote drama of the movie is supposed to hinge on the fact that Nora and Hesong are a thing, which I couldn't buy for the life of me throughout the movie because they're so dull.
I mean, I don't
feel
think it was
yeah.
completely trying to like rely on that. I mean, I think it's also just like up for interpretation on if like there's even
Mm,
like any like chemistry or something there in the first place, or if it was just like some dream of like when the guy was like younger and now that he has always been just in his head still and doesn't know. It's up for interpretation. I think all that stuff and like how you watch it all play out, and then also his understanding by the end of it, and all the other
yeah.
messages with it and the relationships and everything.
Yeah. Yeah. I do agree with you. Like it is up to interpretation. I feel like different people who walk into this movie and watch it could come up with a totally different
Oh yeah,
um
and that's one thing I love
answer.
about it and love about
Mhm,
films like this. I think that's
mhm.
like just a good sign of like fantastic writing and direction and everything and what they want. And I think this does a great, just another example of a fantastic job at that, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that said, I did come out in maybe you disagree, but like I did come out of the movie thinking like they leaned too much into Haesung and Nora's relationship, because that final scene where they're just waiting for the cab and just staring at each other, it was actually quite suspenseful, like trying to uh trying to figure out like what's gonna happen. Are they gonna like it? They're kind
Yeah.
of like hinting that they're gonna kiss or something like that, which is where the suspense comes from, and
Yeah.
where my thought process was like, oh, they're kind of leaning into like she might actually like like go with his song and like basically cheat on the husband and stuff like that. So I just found like their relationship was it hinged a lot on their relationship, which I felt was not very strong. And maybe that was the point, but this is what I got out of it. They were kids, they had one play date, and suddenly they're soulmates, that kind of stuff. Um,
Well, yeah, I think that's kind
although,
of like, what it does, and I think it's like relatable to like a lot of old relationships, and then trying to like reunite and what think about things. But also, I think
Mhm,
the end thing, like, yeah, it kind of like it's suspenseful, like you think that's what's gonna happen, but then it doesn't, and I think it's like, yeah, again, the point of it is to kind of show like how like the understanding he came from, with him, because
mhm,
maybe he would try to in like in like another scenario, but now he after everything and throughout the whole film, it shows like the growth and now the you know what I mean, and now
mm,
understanding their
mm,
relationship and everything, and what's best,
mm.
but which
You know
shows
what I
just
think it
getting there.
is? You know what I think
What?
it is? I think Nora is in love with the idea of Haesung and not Haesung himself.
Yes, I think that's pretty much kind of the case. That and
Yeah.
many other things, and just like also the
Mm,
idea of possibly like Korea and everything. But again, just it's the
yeah.
the fantasies in your head, like what if this like turned out different? What would happen? And I think it's something that also another Asian kind of film, Asian slash English, slash American film last year did well. Everything Everywhere All at Once, kind of like
Mm-hmm,
touching on that stuff. So
mm-hmm.
along with many other things, and I think this is just another case of that. And again, just for me, I think they did a great job at that and showing that.
So yeah, it was a good movie. I must say, maybe I leaned too hard into their relationship and how it was awkward, at very awkward, mind you, in some scenes. Take out the wonderful music, right? They're just staring at each other for like 2 minutes straight.
Yeah, and I
So
really like that scene because I think it was like important for that to happen. Kind of just
mhm,
with like the audience, and I think it just like the message they were sending, and but like by the end of it, with the understanding now that he went
mhm,
through, and knowing himself now, and like being lost kind of, and still like thinking about the past and stuff.
mhm. Yeah. I like the deeper themes for sure.
Yeah.
And I feel like I know this guy. This Hesong guy, I feel like I know this guy.
Oh yeah.
Like I've
Oh yeah.
seen him before.
Yeah.
I have
I've had
friends
many
like him.
friends and such, yeah, who went through similar things like this, and with immigration and everything. So,
Uh-huh. Yep. Yep. So that's what I think. What about you guys?
well, I guess I'll say my notes, but
I will roast the shit out of it as much as I can, and then I will let
yeah.
you
Well,
talk because I think you like it more.
I mean, you're wrong, but okay. Anyway, this, this is anyway, I think one of my favorite films of the year.
Okay,
And all
roasting
the
maybe is a big word because it wasn't that bad. I
Nitpicking,
admit it wasn't
nitpicking.
that bad.
Maybe
Uh,
nitpicking.
I thought the pacing was horrendous. Uh,
really,
yeah, I was bored. I didn't care about anything and anyone. The
wow.
story, I, I, I didn't connect that much.
I do admit it
Uh,
was a little slow at parts.
I think it needed to be that slow down in all the scenes. Like there wasn't really like a single scene in this film where I don't think like had no reason to be that slow with like the message and what it was telling. And with the characters and the acting and the charisma and all them and the scenes themselves, like there was never really a point where it felt boring or slow to me because of that and all the interesting subjects it was going through. But that's just me.
Oh, Sorry, I just have to mention. Sorry, multi-topic. I
Yeah.
just forgot to mention one thing. That scene where they were in the bar and Nora and Haesung were just talking at each other, ignoring the husband. Like that scene went on, I think, at least 5 minutes or something without her even looking at him. I was screaming under my breath, like, "You bitch! Talk to your husband! Involve him!" Like I was just screaming under my breath, like in
Yeah.
the theater. I was just like,
Yeah.
"Oh my god, can you be?"
I love that scene though, because I think there's a
You're
lot
such
of
a
like different
bitch.
there's a lot of different like things that it like went through in that scene and that they touched on, and even with the husband as well, and with him like understanding and everything, and like understanding in her shoes, like what she's going through and
He's just
everything. And
poor guy, man. Poor guy. He's the
He's the
third
victim.
wheel. He's the third wheel. He comes and no one even talks to him, and he pays for the shit. Come on. Yeah.
Second
Sorry,
issue,
multi-topic. Go ahead.
more scene where nothing is happening. Third issue, telling instead of showing. Fourth issue, telling instead of showing. Fifth issue,
what
pacing
do you
again.
mean? Telling instead of
There
showing.
were like two stories that were telling about their past, and they didn't show the shit. They just told us.
They did many times. What do you mean? There were many like background scenes and everything that hinted at a lot of things, especially even from just like the scene of the guy like watching that one movie she recommended. It said a lot if you know like the film Eternal Sunshine. And then also the lighting played a huge part as well, and like the tones and everything, and what they were feeling. Like there was a lot of show, no tell, but also
I
the tell.
died inside, bro.
They told a lot of different stuff each time. Multi. It's like they went through many different like subjects each time.
I died inside, bro. I will admit, the characters are likable, the music is decent, the movie was well made, the actor did their job, the music was good, accurate depiction on how society value net worth, money. The husband, man. The husband, he is the OG. He is the victim, man. Free the husband. Poor guy. But yeah, that's my thought.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of it, though, I mean, again, it's not like it like was turned out horrible for him. Like I think he, like again in the beginning and with how he was feeling, so how the film like tricked everybody to thinking where this like might go, which is another thing I like about it. Like, sure, but I think like near the end and stuff, and also like over the halfway point, it kind of shifted like that, and also learning like his situation, and also just like kind of hear him talk about a lot of things and their relationship, and also him like talking about how he understands like if he was like in their shoes how it would feel. So I mean, I don't think there was like any like by the end of it, I don't think there was like anything like that feeling with it, like think he got like absolutely fucked over or something, like the
No, he
opposite of
didn't.
anything by the end of it, worked out for him, if anything.
That movie could have been an hour and 20 minutes. I'm telling you, they stretched it so much. It's like Mr. Fantastic and the Fantastic Four. They stretched it too much.
I completely disagree, but also they had such a long period of time with the years with the characters. I think they did a good job. I don't really see the pacing issues, but that's just me, I guess. But
So, I will let you talk now that I blasted one of your favorite movie of this year.
I mean, honestly, all I heard was show no tell
Pacing.
and pacing.
Pacing.
So basically, not even really like any flaws. So that just kind of gives me confidence.
Hey, the
It was
pacing
basically
is
perfect.
trash.
Is that what you're saying, Malty? It was pretty much perfect.
Yeah.
No. No.
Yeah.
Pacing
Anyway,
is horrendous. I
now
stand
the
by this shit.
acting's amazing. You pretty much said like every film thing is amazing, but then just said the pacing and like it's show no
pacing is
tell
the pacing is important. You're there to entertain, not to make me put to sleep, bro.
For me, I find high art entertaining, and I thought this was high art, and I wasn't bored.
I thought it was.
I mean,
I'm in the middle. I just thought it was a little slow. It wasn't like ungodly, unbearable,
Thank
but it
you,
was
Paulus.
a little slow in parts.
A little slow.
okay, I will say there was one part where it's a little slow, and that was like on the boat. But that's about it.
Even you, Cole. You admit it.
Yeah, but it wasn't a flaw though.
It
It
is a
didn't
flaw.
break the film down.
I thought the
It was just a
train
small
scene
train.
was very unsettling.
Oh yeah, it was great. There's so many unsettling things, and I think the length of time that they go through with these scenes adds to it and adds a lot of character and telling. Unlike what Malty said, I think they told a lot with just the visuals. But anyway, I'll try to go through some things I wrote down, I guess. But again, all of the acting, including the child actors, are amazing, and the story flows so well. I had no issue with the pacing or the scene structures. I think the scene structures were amazing, and with the transition shots, the way it's shot and directed is amazingly done, and there's just a lot of care put into it. And with all the visual storytelling, such as in the beginning with the two paths, just to give
Oh,
Malty
the
an
houses,
example.
right? Going
Yeah,
up
just to
and
give him an
going straight,
example
yeah.
of how this is just one of many things they did. There was many visual storytelling in it, and that's just one. All right, there were two paths they go down when he says goodbye in the beginning of the film, and it shows the landscape that they'll be growing up in because it's similar to then the landscape in the cities, and it, with how they look, and it also shows, her going up the stairs, which represents her in his eyes moving up in the world, while he in his eyes kind of stays in the same sort of spot. There's just one example, Multi, and then again, great writing, genius lines, and just genius character growth or character interactions and clash of cultures and everything. And moving and all that stuff and the barriers. And I think it sort of reminds me of Lost in Translation a bit, but better. Oscar bait films such as Nomadland attempts to do the shit that it did, but it just comes off as empty and passionless, unlike this film. So I like that. And again, its depiction of a child moving to a new country in Canada or America is also very accurate. Again, from somewhere such as Korea or China, especially, and how they grow up there and everything else, throughout their life when they become an adult. Just very accurate and realistic. And I can say from someone who had a bunch of classmates, growing up and friends and all that, going through very similar situations. Now, some say also want to say some. Okay, well, I actually haven't heard anyone say this is mostly, in case Multi mentioned it, but I guess he didn't. Luckily, but I'll bring it up. Some say, which is mainly Multi maybe, but I guess not in this case, that it might be a plot convenience that, she thought of him again and then looked him up on Facebook, and then, when she decided to just randomly thought of him, he made that a post suddenly 11 days ago. But, what I'd say to that...
Much.
Okay, well, again, it's just you've done similar plot conveniences, so... But anyway, I'm just saying to anybody
My
who
plot
thinks...
convenience are logical all the time, my methods.
I don't know about all the time, but anyway, what I would say to anyone who might think of that as a plot convenience is
think that this way. If I don't mention a plot convenience, either I haven't seen it or there's none. That's how I see it.
Yeah. Okay, well, what I would say to anybody who might think there's one with that scene, I would say that he probably made that post many times, and that was just that was just the most recent one. And you can also see that on the laptop screen as well. And that also, that happens all the time. It's a weird Mandela effect or whatever.
By the way,
but,
Cole,
yeah.
if I cared for the movie, maybe I would have nitpicked that. And I would have said there's a plot convenience.
Well, you should.
So you got lucky there.
Well, I mean, you should because it's an amazing film, but I suppose that A24 though is only for people who have an IQ of 240. So,
so you pretend to have 240. Interesting, Cole.
Yeah, well, I do. I'm the smartest man out there. Anyway,
I know you're smart, but 240 is off the chart, bro. I know you're
Anyway, it's a
smart, as
common
I
thing
said,
in life.
but
Happens all the time.
240.
But anyway, let's see. Yeah, the way to as I said before, the way they utilize like the lighting and editing and other aspects like that is so good and creative, and a lot of visual storytelling again there. And then over the things it touches on are so good and are just done so well and covers. Also, all the stereotypes, kind of swerves a lot of people. Sort of reminds me of the film After Sun we watched, Multi, where
Yeah.
it's basic. It's basic on its surface, and you think you know what's going to happen, but then it does something pretty unique. And then the travel stuff, again, it's all just really well done and relatable, in my opinion. And then,
After Sun was better, though. Much better. Far better.
uh,
It's not
well,
even the same league, bro.
no,
Don't
I wouldn't
compare
say
them.
I wouldn't say that at all. They're both amazing films. I do like After Sun more though. But anyway, like I would say like that travel shit is pretty relatable though. It tends to happen with a lot of people where it's like they'll finally like contact somebody for the first person ever, sorry, for the first time ever in a while, and then they get like all excited and stuff, and then they like plan shit out, but then they snap out of it and realize it can't really work, and that they're trying to make a life for themselves there, and then being too ashamed afterwards or scared to then like meet up with them when they finally do visit that place that the other person is at. So I thought all that was like very relatable to me. Anyway, this film I'd say meant a lot to me. Again, I've had many friends who went through similar situations, and there's a lot about it that I can relate to as well, even if I'm not like even if I like didn't go through the exact same scenario. But I have moved a lot, and there's a lot of character things that I can definitely relate to, especially with the Arthur character. Really, and I think this is just a very good film to like help someone maybe in their shoes try to find a healthy solution for that they seem to can't get out of. I think just a very beautiful, well told story, very impactful, and I really have no flaws with it. I think it's just amazingly made on every writing, filmmaking, acting level. It's like there's really isn't like a flaw there. Like if you don't like the film that much, okay, but I think it's more so like you might not like, I guess, the
Could have
pacing.
been 1 hour and 20 minutes and tell the same story.
Okay, but I mean, I do think
You can cut 25 minutes.
sometimes pacing's subjective though, and I mean, especially when the scenes that the long scenes do have visual storytelling in them. So I think sometimes that can be subjective, like here. And other than that, I mean, I can understand if you don't like it that much, but I think more so just not liking it instead of there being like really any flaws, because I think just everything it's set out to do pretty much flawless on. If you don't like it that much, then I just think you just don't think like the film's just on an amazing level. That's all. Instead of like having like flaws that push it down. That's just my opinion, of how I look at it. But again, really love the film, and yeah, I think it does a fantastic job at almost everything and all the subjects. So yeah, but that's just me. So I guess we can go to grades unless anybody else wants to say something. I mean, do you, Paulus?
I'll just add one final thing. I just thought the movie as a narrative was fantastic. I love the commentary on stuff like the American dream, Asian idealism, all that kind of stuff. I thought the subject matter was really good. I felt it was a little weaker on the character side of the story. So the narrative was great, but the character focus was a little like hit or miss for me. But nevertheless, it was still a really good movie. Fantastic and good equals still pretty good. How about
That's
you,
good
Multi?
to hear. I don't have much more to say. I said it. Movie could have
Okay.
lasted 1 hour and 20 minutes, and could have been better. Could have been 10 out of 10 if it was 1 hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah,
But it's
I'm
not.
sorry. That's just like that would have been way too short.
Nah.
Yeah, but
7
also the
out of
film's
10
only
for
an
me.
hour. Oh, 7 out of 10. Okay, I was just gonna say the film's only like an hour and 40 minutes long, so that's only like 20 minutes cut anyway.
20 minutes is 20 minutes, bro. That's 20 minutes. I cannot
Yeah,
get back.
Mal-
then you
Malty
could have
is
eaten a
like, this
sandwich.
movie
And,
shit is too slow. What, 7 out of 10?
For me, it's average. So my scoring, like, if it's a 5, it's bad. If it's 4, it's awful. If it's 3, it's terrible. If it's 2, it's unwatchable. If it's 1, it's like rock bottom. So far, we
I mean-
haven't got any 1.
I mean,
6,
technically, Black Panther, Wakanda Forever.
yeah, it went on in the negative.
Yeah,
But then I
but
patched
I
it up.
mean, I'm just saying, I think like the way you described 3, 2, and 1 though is like the same rating scale. So I mean, wouldn't you think it's like better to like make 5 the average than 4 mediocre, 3 bad, 2 terrible, and then
No,
1
because
garbage?
5. I still think 5 is bad. I mean,
Yeah,
5.
yeah, but if you make
you
5
failed your
average,
test, bro.
yes,
And
but
that's
well,
coming from someone
wait.
that was bad at school.
wait, but a 5 isn't a fail though. That's in school ratings in like certain places.
5 out of
Yes,
10 is a pass.
yeah,
Yeah, but you just understood half of the material you were given to.
yeah,
So
but that's
it's
still like average. Like, but it's different. It's different from school. Like, you can't compare it to school ratings or other things. It's
but
different.
that's how I see it. Okay, that's my grading.
A
scale.
5 out of 10. It's like if we like, for example, if we do it in star ratings as everybody usually does, a 5 out of 10 is two and a half
2.5.
stars out of
Yeah.
out of 5. So you're saying 2.5 stars out of 5 stars is bad? What?
Yeah,
I
it's
don't get
bad.
that. And so you're saying 3 out of 5 stars is mediocre.
Yeah, it's like
Doesn't make much sense.
it
to
could
me,
be
but okay.
worse. It could be better. When it's 7, that means you're average. Like, you understood the course, you did the right thing, you passed the test.
Okay, well, anyway, I guess I'll give it like a 9.5 out of 10.
Oh
This
my.
is this is one of my favorite films of the year. Yeah.
I like Missing much more. Missing is my favorite movie this year.
Yeah.
I think it's
Another-
in my top 3 movie on top of that ever. Anyway, Poldus, that was very fun having you
Oh,
on.
did he give us rating?
Yeah, I think it was what was your rating already?
I was thinking of giving it a 7 or 8. It was a good movie, but a big part of rating movies for me is how much I want to rewatch them. And I don't know if I would want to rewatch this. It's just, I'm not saying it's
I
bad.
know I
It's
don't.
just not that kind. Yes, we know you don't, Multi.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean,
Uh,
for me,
yeah.
I'll just say, just for me personally, with the rewatching factor,
Mhm.
now, like, with how many films are out there and how many come out per year, which is thousands, just tens of thousands. I mean, I don't really see as much worth in I do, but I would definitely prioritize over just watching as many new ones as possible than rewatching the same ones. So because of that, the rewatch factor doesn't matter as much for me anymore in my eyes. But
Mhm.
and also just like the first time experience thing, unless you can like point out certain flaws, and then that's understandable. Just like Joker, when I point noticeable flaws on a second watch, but I more so mean just like the enjoyableness you get out of it on a rewatch. But that's just my opinion of like how I view it. Why it doesn't matter as much for me anymore. That, and also God, I think I lost my train of thought. I was gonna say something else.
And by the way, Cole, even if I didn't really like the movie, I still found the strength to find good stuff about it.
Yeah, you were on the battlefield
Yeah,
trying to fight. Yeah.
that was
Uh-huh.
a very hard fought battle. Anyway,
Oh my God.
Paulus, you
I
were
will. Yeah, I'll give it a 7, maybe bordering on an 8, just because I don't foresee myself rewatching this ever again. It's my mind always goes to Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
Breaking Bad,
Well,
one
also,
of the best
that's
shows.
the other thing I was gonna mention, right?
Yeah.
Which is that okay?
One of the best shows
Well,
ever, but
yeah,
too
well,
heavy for
let's
me to
face it,
rewatch.
though.
Yeah.
Let's face it, though. The
Uh-huh.
majority of stuff that isn't like blockbusters or comic book stuff is not going to be really rewatchable because they're heavy dramas. So should you really criticize a
film for not being rewatchable, and really like the majority of like heavy dramas for a lot of people isn't going to be.
Depends
Like I
on you. I
eh,
think depends from people to people. Like Paulus brought good example. If some people value something you can rewatch or not,
yeah, it
then it
definitely
matters.
depends, but I'm just saying like a slow drama like this, like no matter how much you enjoyed it the first time around, you're more than likely not going to get much out of a rewatch, value there because it's still a slow drama. Like for example, me
Mm.
rewatching After Sun, I love that film. Was one of my favorite of the year, and I do get some rewatch value out of it, but because of that, not too much because of the type of film it is and everything.
Okay.
I get what you're saying, Cole. I feel like I can be objective. Like I can actually
Again,
like
I'm just
equalize all
getting
this stuff.
my
Yeah.
point of view on it.
Yeah.
That's just my point of view. Everybody's point of views and on like
Yeah.
rate and stuff is
Yeah.
different. I just find it fascinating to like talk about and say different things. So that's all I was doing.
Right. Okay, I'll give
That's
it
the
an
point
8.
of
I'll
this
give it an 8.
podcast.
I'll give it an 8.
Okay, well deserved, I think. I still
Mhm.
believe in my 7, but I understand 8. Anyway, Paulus, what do you have going on your channel?
I'm still working on my Smallville every episode ranking video. I severely underestimated the amount of work I have to do for a video of this size. So I'm still working on that. Please be patient. I'll get that out soon.
That's fine. And as I said in the past, if you want a guest, you know how to contact me.
Sure, if I ever start a podcast or something like that.
Even a video, like sometime videos. Anyway,
Oh,
um,
videos. Okay, I'll think about that. Thank you.
yeah, videos like anything, man, anything. Like podcasts are not the only thing, you know. Anyway, thank you a lot. You were amazing as usual. I will
Thank you,
send
guys.
you our October schedule so you can still see stuff and let me know once I sent it to you. What you have seen and would be interested to cover with us, and let me know in advance as soon as you get it and as soon as you know what you have seen, so you can let us know, because usually before you came here we usually started earlier, but knowing you're on a different time zone, I planned this out so we start later, so it fits very well everything. But yeah, I will let you know the October schedule.
Sure, I'll do that. Yeah, thank you.
And thank you again. You're amazing. I like having you a lot on, and I'm sure you have seen other movies. We cover like lots of movie, and yeah. Anyway, you're amazing. Have a great one. Take care, and we will talk later.
Thank you, guys. I'm about to go watch Ahsoka now. Have fun.
Have fun.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that premieres while we're doing this stream.
Yeah. So, okay, time for Jigsaw.
Right, Jigsaw. Let me roast this film, sort of. I mean, look, I
Jigsaw.
also, just like the other ones, I understood it's stupid and everything, so I did get enjoyment out of it, but just like the seventh one, it's did a worse job at that and as a film, so it's lower on the scale when it comes to those films, but I would say it's better than films that just fails at both, fails at being quality films and entertaining, kind of such as 4 and 5 and 3, really, so, and kind of 2, so. But I don't know where I'd really rank this. This is a weird one. I think this would actually be like near the bottom. I think this would be like better than 4 and Spiral, but I don't know if it would be better than any others. I really don't. But anyway, just like the other reason too, though, this makes no fucking sense. So look, I enjoy that. After all of like all the direction we got from certain directors, where visually, where it almost feels like they just don't care. It's like lazy, kind of. That we now get a film that's just filmed more regularly in the franchise in its style and without shaking as much and everything. Now, it does not. That's also to its deficit, though, because it doesn't have much of a style or anything, so it's not good. If not, kind of worse in comparison to others. But it was at least a refresher to see it shot decently well like this in comparison. And maybe if, had better filmmakers, then it could have been pretty good. But sadly, these two filmmakers who worked on it, they're brothers. They did stuff like Daybreakers, I believe. Actually, yeah, let me look up what they did actually. Yeah, it's this guy. Let's see what these two did right. They did Undead, Winchester, which are both terrible films. Then they did Jigsaw, The Big Picture, yeah, Daybreakers, and then Presentation. So yeah, not really good directors at all. So yeah, but whatever. I like the attempt at least. They're just, if there was better directors on board, then it would have been better. But let's see, they tried their best to at least make a film that doesn't require you to watch the other 7 films in this kind of reboots of some sort with its name and such and what it does. It does try to distance itself from it, and just like everything in this film, half of it worked and half of it did not work. And then there was also dumb stuff in it that dragged it down to being a bad film like all of the others. The characters weren't that fascinating or well written, and the shit they did was predictable with who did what, but they were kind of watchable still, kind of enjoyable still, kind of. Unfortunately, though, this one isn't as entertainingly dumb and as a guilty pleasure than the others, and it feels too grounded at this point in the franchise. So it was just whatever, was kind of boring at points. I at least enjoy how it took place in the same area, though, kind of like what the first Saw film did. The reveal is by far the worst thing I've ever fucking seen in my entire life, though. I kind of love it for that. Okay. Let's get this straight, everybody, all right? First, we had Jigsaw. Then before that, we had that dude helping him out. Then before that, we had that one female helping him out. But then before that, we had Hoffman helping him out. But then before that, we had his wife helping him out. But then before that, we had Dr. Gordon helping him out. All right, but get ready, Multi. Now the ultimate plot twist, the one they've done in every single film, which is a tradition for a Saw film to have a plot twist. The legendary plot twist they came up with, something that totally hasn't been done before 10 fucking times. But then before that, he had this random fucking guy helping him out in the background, and who invented the fucking reverse bear trap, and who was there before the fucking Saw 1. Who was the guy who was supposed to check over his health or something. Yep, that's the ultimate plot twist. The fucking 30th fucking person in the Scooby-Doo gang of Jigsaw. And all gunning for each other like this is fucking Bullet Train. And this is excuse me for one moment when I just need to go jump in this fucking lake of acid. Oh boy, this is... Also, this shit makes no fucking sense, so... Why did he trick everybody by doing that whole trap setup thing with 5 new people decades later to mimic the original thing with those bodies, and to make it seem like those are the original bodies, which is also why Tobin Bell showed up in it near the end, because it was the flashbacks and everything of the original version of it that you then are seeing to trick everybody like that and to hide his own identity as the one person in it. So then he can become the new Jigsaw. All right, why did he do all that when literally nobody even knew about the original bodies and murders and never found them in the first place, or the traps. None of that was known. So who was he tricking or doing that for? Literally the only people he's fooling by bothering with all of this shit and reenacting this shit is the fucking audience members watching the film. Also, Jigsaw looks oldest in this film, despite taking place before Saw 1. And then also this film and that original trap took place before the first film, according to this film and its timeline and its universe, right? Because this was before Saw 1, right? So all this took place before Saw 1, right? Right, Multi?
I don't know.
Yeah, because it was a prequel to Saw 1, because that
Really?
guy was there in the beginning. Yes, he's the guy who made the reverse bear trap and everything. That's what I was saying.
What?
So this was the very original one, at least. Like at the end, it was then like it was modern day, but the flashback.
It's so messy. Didn't they say it's like 10 years later?
No, the original the traps that we saw with those people and with Tobin Bell. That was before Saw 1. And the guy who got, in the buzzsaw, which turned out to be that guy at the end, who was like in that trap at the beginning, who almost died, but then Jigsaw saved him. Yeah, that was also, before Saw 1, and then he made him a part of the fucking gang, and then he made the reverse bear trap and everything. And then
I remember one of my issue with this shit. Now I remember.
Yes, and then it picks up years later, the modern day, at the very end, with him catching the one guy, and then with the lasers and stuff, with him being the new Jigsaw, and pretending to be a detective. All right. However,
now I remember something.
Yes. Okay, but okay, we got that clear though, right? So that all took place before Saw 1, right? Right?
Okay.
You got that clear? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna need. There's a problem. So in Saw 1, it took place in an era where the characters such as Dr. Gordon were using old devices like pagers, which means it was probably took place very long ago, which means they fucked up on a bunch. How do I even explain? Okay. Despite setting the Saw 1 taking place ages ago, like very old, like sometime in like maybe the 80s or 90s or something. All right, where they're using fucking pagers. They had in the film and the timeline where it's supposed to be before Saw 1's timeline, they had a flat screen TV in one of the traps, the one with like the sand where then the shit's falling. Yeah. Which means Jigsaw had to literally be the one to invent those cameras and flat screen TVs just to do this trap. Also, this takes place on Jigsaw's wife's farm, who is being investigated a fuck ton at this exact time in the other films, in the first films. Yet they found nothing. Wait, but they investigated his entire place and they found nothing. But at the exact same time, they were doing this on his wife's farm, who they investigated the whole place on. What?
The movie got worse, bro. I didn't thought it would be possible.
The entire timeline in many other ways as well. This also means that in order for all this to happen, with like Dr. Gordon, Amanda, and Hoffman and everybody, because of what they set up in this film with the timeline, it would have to be all literally take like Saw 1 to Saw 7 would all have to take place in literally the span of a year, which is impossible. So, yeah, there is no way the writers and directors watched the previous films before making this. And there's so much else that doesn't make sense either. Like, how did Jigsaw know about that random purse thief incident that caused that incident when he was nowhere near there and when she was wearing a mask? and that random incident with the dude and his drunk friends fucking a while ago, and Jigsaw knowing she was responsible for the fucking baby's death also makes no sense with how they set up. Even if they were neighbors, there was no way he could have known. Then why do you even need to set up that shit to frame the one guy at the end in those jigsaw traps? You literally could have just murdered people regularly without having jigsaw traps, and then frame him with how they told it in the film. There was no need for the jigsaw part of it, especially when now he made it where the dude was obviously a victim in a trap with his head being fucking sliced into 6 pieces, where it's obvious that he was put in a trap now. So him doing that literally just made it so it's obvious now that he fucking is the victim if they ever do a future one. Which I hope they're not actually going to continue with this fucking random guy as Jigsaw, right? Fucking Randy. This is shit, but also fucking hilarious and entertaining, but also not as much as the others because it's a lot more grounded and generic. So overall, I would say it's watchable, kind of entertaining to an extent, and with the stupidity. But overall, I'd say it's one of the weaker ones, though. It's one of the weakest. I'd say it's better than 4, which is just a huge clusterfuck of what they attempted and what they did, which just ruined so many scenes. And it's of course better than Spiral, which is worst of them all, which I can't wait to cover next week. But outside of those two, I would say this is right there. This is like the 3rd worst. So anyway, you can go now.
Roasting time. Telling instead of showing. How do Jigsaw know so much about everyone? Too many characters to care again. Pacing. How did Jigsaw know about the mother actions? The movie retconning itself to work didn't make sense. What I mean by there is the movie tell us that everything happens 10 years later after Jigsaw dead, but the plot twist is that in fact some of the scenes were flashbacks. That's terrible. Here again, I didn't give a shit. I was watching along. It was entertaining at first. The player escaping was entertaining at best. Creative trap. The music added tension. Well, the reveal of the guy, they did good job to subvert expectation by ending the girl life with the shotgun. And that's it. I think this movie got worse after this talk. This movie was terrible. I truly didn't like it.
Yeah. This is like a 2.5.
I will sound crazy. 4.5 out of 10. Just like Banshees of Inisherin.
Oh, 4.5?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Just
that is
like
way too
Banshees.
fucking high. That is way too high, but okay. Anyway, so I guess we
I
can
thought
do
that was slightly better than 3D.
Okay,
Slightly.
well. Sandman.
And I will
okay.
offend you, but I think it was slightly better than Banshee of Inisherin.
Well, you're wrong, but okay. I still listen to like your complaints on the rerun of Banshees, and literally like majority of them are just like, I think you just misunderstood what they were going for with the characters and what in the story. Like you keep asking like why the guy keeps annoying him when he doesn't want to be, when he wants to be left alone and everything as like your flaws. And I'm just, I think you like kind of missed the point of like what the film's going for and what it's telling there.
I guess now we will talk about the Sandman.
Yes, because I want to get this out of the way. Fucking this shit.
And
Look.
we will keep Minority Report last because I think we will both agree Minority Report is better than Sandman.
But yeah, well, I don't know. I'm like really much at all to say. I'm literally just gonna say like, yeah, it's great. And because again, this was one I didn't have time to rewatch, so I'm gonna talk about it next week. Actually,
yeah.
I'll just let you talk about it this week, and I'll talk about it next week. But also, after that, we can do the tier list.
Yeah. As the final topic, right after Minority Report.
I mean, you didn't make it, right?
Yeah, it's ready.
All right, good.
Already.
Anyway, but I'll just quickly say this shit with Sandman. Like I'll start off by saying that just like the Watchmen TV show, the Sandman has always been kind of woke, and woke is also isn't a negativity. Those YouTubers just make it sound like it is negative nowadays. There's actually good woke and there's bad woke with the definition. And the comics was good woke, and it's always been woke. So I just wanted to mention this because those idiots have tried saying they turned it woke as if it never was, which
Wait,
is
what? I
which
have
is
no clue.
which
They-
is
they-
further proof. Yeah, which is further proof they're grifters who don't read any comics. Anyway, like it's fine if you hate that they race swapped, like a character, for example, and I don't really have opinion on them casting a non-binary
Constantine.
actor.
Constantine.
Jesus. Yeah, I don't really have an opinion though on like casting a non-binary character. Sorry, I mean actor to play a character because I'm not sure how the character was in the comics, but nonetheless, people saying it just now became woke or dumb. It was always a woke comic and woke thing, and kind of political, just like the Watchmen comics with the TV show. Like if you think this is bad woke, okay, but it's always been woke. So yeah, you're an idiot. But
I don't think we can call woke being an issue. I
Yeah.
I
I'm
I
just
just
bringing
think
that up
this,
because that's what all the videos say, and it's
Yeah.
like it's stupid. It's like you clearly never read the comics.
I think the Sandman has just enough issues for woke not being one.
Oh yeah. But anyway, this is pretty bad. It isn't like garbage or anything as people say, and it's very hard. And what I'll say is this: it's very hard to properly adapt an IP like this onto the screen. It had, like the only reason like The Crow even worked, that film, is because of its time period, and it was really a fluke. Like it's really very hard to adapt IPs like this from comics. Like The Crow and Sin City are really like the only successful attempts at it, really. But anyway, it had potential and it had some style. They still dropped the ball with it, and it's still poor. The CGI is a mess at a lot of moments. They try to go for stylistic moments that are similar to like David Cronenberg films, but fail miserably. The pace in there was nothing wrong with the pacing in particular, but the way they structured the episode lengths in each episode sucked for this show, and was the issue with it. And there's no clear narrative or goal with this really, and it just feels like they are doing whatever throughout the show. The antagonist sucks. They didn't make him a big enough threat to Dream. The way they build any characters in this is poor. The lighting and cinematography is okay, but for a show like this, I would expect that to at least be half decent. In fact, it's pretty bad if it isn't great, since that should be a highlight of something like this, such as The Crow was. And also, they rely too much on filler and action set pieces, with the action set pieces not even being very good. And also, what I can say is that they at least were consistent in what it attempts instead of not knowing what it wants to do for the most part. It's just too bad that what they wanted to do was something undercooked, lackluster, and poor. And also, it's pretty bad when people agree with all these complaints about the show and say it has no stakes, but then try to defend it by saying, and I quote, "It has good references and Easter eggs." It's like, I didn't know that makes a good wow.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
yeah,
Easter eggs
yeah.
are enough for
Yes.
you to like something? Are you kidding
listen,
me?
Yeah, it's like, listen, the show might be bad, but you know what? It's actually good because it has references and Easter eggs. Like, fuck off. Like MCU fans and being like, well, at least it connected the universe. Like, fuck you. Fuck your mother. Anyway, if you read the comics, also know the context of them, then I guess you could find the villains and heroes to be kind of creepy and charming. But I haven't read much of it, and I'm not giving the show unfair leeway. The image distortion choice by the creative team and creator or director, I don't mind. It it kind of reminds me of the scene in Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Madness where the screen does that, which then made all the MCU fanboys who don't know Sam Raimi style angry. But anyway, that's about it that I'll have to say. This is a very bad show. It isn't like it's the same of like to me like Terminator Dark Fate, where it's bad, but it's not like garbage. Or as people say, like it does do some things right, and in my opinion, or there are definitely worst, attempts at this stuff out there. But anyway, that's all I have to say. You can go now.
You know, it breaks me. I like a lot of the ideas. I think that show could have been amazing. It's my cup of tea.
Yeah, they were close to canceling it after the season, and because it costs a lot to produce episodes of with how high the budgets are. But they announced the second season recently. They said it won't come out until around 2025, though.
So when I roast the shit out of this show, this breaks my heart because it's not a good show. I want it to be. You could be one of the greatest hero among us, but you're not. Okay. First of all, whoever is the gender swapped Constantine doesn't feel like Constantine. I didn't care about that character. It's not because you name drop Constantine that I will be like, oh, amazing character. Like when you have Matt Ryan on the CW and then you get this, you're like, how is she Constantine?
I mean, wait, actually, I think the character. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you can look it up. That might
She
be
is
actually
Constantine. They call her
I'm saying
Constantine.
no, I'm saying that might be the non-binary character. So I don't know if it goes by she, the person. I don't know.
They
It
them
might not.
Constantine, regardless what pronoun they use. The character is not that great. We got many great representation of diversity. We got many great women that love other women, and men that love other men. And John Constantine on the CW was bi, and he was a great representation of that. He had great relationship with both men and women. Sarah Lynch, the same thing. Great relationship with men and women again. Even Eva is a good representation of woman liking other women. But this, I just didn't feel anything with that character relationship toward the other person. And I call her woman because I don't know the backstory. Maybe that's a non-binary character, but if it is, I'm sorry to misgender. That wasn't the purpose of it. But they them looked like a woman. That's why I thought they were a woman.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm just like I'll look it up actually.
It's just that the character, I just didn't give a crap. I don't know if it's the writing. Well, actually, I think it's the writing because if the writing is good, any actor
Okay,
can.
never mind. It wasn't the character playing Constantine. It's the one who played Desire.
Oh yeah, the nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Constantine. Why? Like, you won't charm me just because you use the name. It just doesn't work on me. Easter eggs, cool. But if your character doesn't sound or act or seem, or she doesn't even wear the kind of outfit Constantine would. She doesn't smoke. She doesn't talk like him. She is not Constantine. I'm very sorry if she is your favorite take on the character. I think it's a poor representation of Constantine. I'd rather pick Keanu Reeves over her. and I don't think Keanu Reeve was a great
Yeah, well, he's somebody who you
Constantine.
wouldn't even consider to be that character.
More than this Constantine for sure, but
Well, of course, but
this character is just a really bad representation.
this
Um,
character is the equivalent of like the Joker's daughter in the Gotham Knights.
Actually worse because Joker's daughter, I cared about her, and that character I didn't. So yeah, overall the show, I got more likes than dislikes. I don't think it's a good show, but I got more likes than dislikes. So overall, throughout the show, uh, issue number one, horrendous pacing. I feel like they could have trimmed down every single episode. Episode zero was filler. That's the episode with the muse. I didn't feel the need to insert it in the series. I watched it afterward actually, um, and it wasn't good at all. Some of the dialogue feels very off. It's off-putting. The writing of the dialogue is really bad, and the show does so much, way too much, telling instead of showing. And I can bet all of that was to save money. Let's just talk about lots of stuff because Easter eggs. Now, my likes. I said it, I have more likes than dislikes. Lots of the message are good. The set design was nice. The story was creative. It was a entertaining show when it was decent. The main character growth was really cool. The twists and turn were well written. So really, like, the pacing is really what killed this show. Really, really hard with the bat of baseball. Um, it's so sad because there are these episodes I really liked, and the average is just like mediocre at best. Um, so I I thought that was an experience to experience. I'm looking forward for season two. I hope they learn from their mistakes. I don't want to watch another thing just like that one. I want better TV. And it's
Yeah,
sad. I don't have
it is.
much more to say.
Yeah, I don't either, but it's sad. It's had a lot of potential, this comic, and adapting it, but Netflix did a poor job. Whatever. There is season two. We'll see. It won't come out until a while. Like honestly, I could get hit by a bus before it comes out. Like 2025 or some shit. But we'll see. In the future if they improve on it. It does give them a lot of time. But anyway, for this, I'm gonna give it like a. But I don't know what's been going on. Usually, I rarely give out this fucking rating, but for some reason, this entire stream, it's just been like the go-to rating today. But 3 out of 10, fucking hell. Hey,
Okay,
maybe they'll change it up. I'll give it like a 3.5.
before we move to my grade out of 10, I will ask you what would be your top three and worst three episode, and then
I
you
can't
do the
choose. I
guessing game.
didn't keep track. I'm sorry.
You can't get okay. So
Usually ones like this that are just like a season long at the moment, I forget sometimes to do that. I remember
okay,
to do it with Punisher this week, but yeah,
okay. Well, that's fine.
you can say yours.
My worst three. Let me grab these notes. So my worst three would be worst three. The first three episodes are the worst. They were really rough around the edge. They all reflect very well every single issues I got with the TV
Hmm.
show. So episode three, telling instead of showing, pacing, two scenes telling the same thing, telling instead of showing, pacing.
I think that's why the show was so hated when it first came out, but then it gained back some positive ratings over time because it was shit in like the first 3 episodes.
Telling instead of showing. The explanation of the magic is uneven and it feels like it does whatever the plot wants it to do. Um, that's the only episode where I really point out that one out. Like usually I thought magic was well depicted throughout most of the show, but in this episode I can't remember the exact example, but that was an issue I had.
Yeah.
So episode 1, opening dialogue did pretend to be deeper than what it was. Too much telling instead of showing. Pacing was horrendous. More telling instead of showing. Telling instead of showing again. Episode number 2. Telling instead of showing. Telling instead of showing. More bad pacing. Pacing. Telling instead of showing. Pacing. You see, these 3 episodes, they are all 3 like 6.5 out of 10. And this is the lowest it goes. So the Sandman doesn't go as low as Punisher or Iron Fist, but it doesn't fly high when it's low. Now, when it comes to my favorite episode, I will shout out the episode where the guy affected the restaurant. I think that's not the best episode. There are issues here and there, but that episode was entertaining. I liked the message. That was like the highlight when you talk about message when it's well handled. But there are so many surrounding that this episode is like in the middle of the pack. Like it's clearly better than the first 3, but it's nowhere near as good as the top episode that season, I think. So
Yeah.
my top 3 would be episode 4. The only issue I had was more telling instead of showing. But I was very hooked by the lore about L. That was really fun lore. The fight against the Lucifer, the devil, that was entertaining. That was unique. That's something I have never seen on TV. Just like lots of interesting concept clashing. It's not really a physical fight. It's like a fight about who's the smartest. Um, and I think it's interesting. That's a very good spin. And after that episode, I was hyped. I was like, this show can be amazing. But then episode 5 happened. You're like, oh, that's amazing. Oh, no, that was just a one-off. So my second favorite would be number 6. The only issue I had would be plot convenience. The bar being there for over 400 years. 400. Like, I get it. 100, okay, you push your luck. But 400, are you kidding me, bruh? But here again, that's a great episode. That delivers a great message about how time can change. The message about immortality, you don't really want that. But when you get it, you start enjoying it after a long time lived. And there was also a message about friendship. You cannot force friendship. You cannot say, "Oh, I consider you a friend, but the other person doesn't give a crap."
Yeah, I don't consider you a friend. Fuck you.
That episode was really good. I enjoyed it so much, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
that was one of the better ones.
after watching it, I was like, "Oh, I'm hyped. I want to see more." And then episode 7 happened.
Oh god.
And then episode 8 just put me down. I wanted to stop watching the show after that. I was like, it cannot
well,
get back.
Listen, good news though, you don't have to watch any Sandman for at least 2 years at minimum. Since you finished this now, because yeah, they're not making another till 2025, and you never know, it might get canceled. So hey, just think of the positives.
So the third place on my top three um, would be episode 9 with a 9.5 out of 10. The two issues I had would be pacing, plot convenience, them bumping into each other. Um, but I liked that episode because the librarian growth was great. The bird was enjoyable. Um, Man, the bird, great sidekick. I like it. The vortex affecting everyone was enjoyable. Crack scene in the dream world was very fun. Um, the villain had charisma. I thought. Um, and I will also have a shout out to episode 10. I also liked episode 10 a lot. So you see, like it's all over the place. There are like these episodes I'm like, oh, that's really fun. I like it. But
Yeah.
then there's these episodes I'm like, bruh, what am I watching? Why am I suffering? Put the dog down, please.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, you have anything else you want to say, or
My grade out of 10 would be a 6.5. Like the
fair enough?
IRI, but the lows, bro, the lows. Why?
Yeah,
Why?
nice. So I think now what we have left, let's see, Ahsoka, Sandman, Punisher, Smallville, Indiana Jones. Yep, we just have the one, and this is one. Yeah, I'm not gonna say like really anything at all. Just like Total Recall. Wait next week, and I'll play catch up. I would have caught up completely this week and watched this in time, but well, rewatched, but because of my sickness and everything and what happened, I didn't have as much time. But I should now this week. Oh, but speaking of that, though, I did. There is just to quickly since we didn't, you can add this in the time stamp, I guess, if you want. Since we didn't actually close out on Event Horizon, if you want to do that quickly, I mean, again, I think it was a decent, solid film, and it had a lot of good ideas. I just think that it was a letdown in a lot of areas with the character development and not really many horrifying gore scenes, and just not that well made. But it had a lot of potential, and it could have been great. But the problem is they fucked it over. They had a rogue editor for some reason come in, and he cut out the majority of the fucking gore scenes and the majority of the character development scenes. This is like Alien Isolation when they cut out all the fucking character build up for some reason. And not only that, but they forced the director to film all this in only 3 weeks. So they fucked them over, but I still think it was decent. For me, I give this like a 5.5 around that. What about you?
Even Horizon, 9.7 out of 10. And I can bet my only issue was freaking too many characters. Um, so yeah, even Horizon, I wish we had better developed character. Um, Probably my favorite horror movie we covered. I think it's the highest score I ever gave to a horror movie.
Damn. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if horror is the main genre, but yeah. I mean, I know you definitely. There was one that I know you really loved, but I forgot what it was. But
Talk
yeah.
to Me, I liked it a lot.
Well, that
Um,
too. But yeah, I was thinking of another. But anyway, was there anything else you wanted to say on it, or
Not that much. I just
okay?
enjoyed the trip. And we will
Well,
cover it anyway a bit when we do the tier list because that's on the tier
right,
list.
forgot. But yeah, I mean, Minority Report. So again, next week I'll say more. But nonetheless, I thought it was a great film and fun premise and idea and premise. I thought Tom Cruise did a good job. I thought all of them did a pretty good job overall in the film. I thought it was pretty well made. It's another Steven Spielberg directed film, and this isn't just like Total Recall in the same sort of universe as like the Blade Runner thing and everything. And yeah, I thought it was well directed, well shot. It's a little cliche at points. It isn't like anything too special. This is one of those films to me where I think it's just a film that's like from start to finish, just like very good, but never on a higher level, never on the lower level.
That's about it. Just without rewatching it, and then I'll rewatch it and say more next week, I guess probably. But my rating would probably be like a 7 out of 10 right now, 7 to 7.5, around that. Yeah, like a 7. Anyway, you can go now since you're gonna actually be like going in depth on it.
Yeah, I like that movie a lot. Right now, I'm trying to find my charger for my computer because it's about to run out. Um, so yeah, I've seen the movie many years ago, roughly 10 years ago, and I thought that was a very enjoyable movie. I also thought that was a better movie when I was turning off my brain because on this most recent watch, I found out a few issues here and there, and this makes me a bit sad because I like a lot the ideas this movie give. Um, so yeah, now my screen is back. So I'm back. Okay. My first issue: Tom Cruise breaking lots of glass without getting any cut, especially with the jetpack scene where they went by the window fast. He should have at least gotten some injuries.
Yeah, well, this seems to be like a trend in a lot of Tom Cruise films. For some reason, he always breaks through glass and never fucking gets cut. It's so
Yeah.
weird.
Uh,
And I also, God, I wish that film would just like do that more often. Like when somebody breaks a car window or something, I want there to like be like a little bit of like a tad bit like shard of glass at the bottom you don't see, and then they crawl through and they like slice your knee up a bit. Something like that to make it realistic. Fuck's sake. All
they
these
have
films freaking do
jetpacks,
that.
bro. It's like rushing through a freaking wall with a car. It's the same shit. And you're telling me he doesn't even get a cut? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's dumb, but yeah, that's the
Um,
Tom Cruise films.
yeah. Plot convenience. The scene where Tom Cruise was stuck on a car. He got freaking lucky to not get deleted by the process that was building the car. Like, yeah, it was eye rolling. Um, all the character had to do was to listen to the precon when he arrived in the building. But hey, we need a third act, so he won't listen. Telling instead of showing. But that's the only thing because most of the time they did show what was going on. They only did one thing where they told something instead of showing. Now this movie, oh my, should we stop crying before it happens? That's very interesting. That's very authoritarian. If you want my opinion on that, um, what if people have their own free will? And the other thing is, it can be manipulated as the movie has showed it. People can do abuse of power. If you decide to like, okay, we start by deleting, ending people lives. What's next? We will stop people from um, shopping because they could possibly start stealing when not everyone is a stealer, or arrest people for grape when they didn't grape anyone, but the precon said he would or she would. That goes like way too far. The movie depict it very well. I like a lot what they are doing, and yeah, Tom Cruise, uh, as usual, you're doing great job, man. That guy is invested. You can tell the guy, man, he really likes his job and you want to give the best he can give.
Yeah, and so you can donate to his real weird cults. Yeah.
Um, I thought that movie got me hooked fast. It's a very good trailer with a lot going on, and it's 2 hour and like 25 minutes. And at no point I looked at the time and said, "Oh, it's a long movie." No, this movie just hooked me. Boom. And now I think I will sneeze. My, that's gross. Um. Anyway, Minority Report. I got so much to say, but I don't know if I will say everything because there's just too much, man. Fight choreography was very enjoyable. The lore behind everything was created was cool. Tom Cruise's desire to break destiny was fun because in the end he didn't really broke it. He just went there. um, Tom Cruise's belief being challenged throughout the movie was great. Like he thought Preycon was amazing until he was one of the victims of that system. Then it was like, oh, I need to go against what I
Mhm.
stood for. That's just wonderful. The doctor backstory was enjoyable. The wife backstory was also very cool. The machines are really entertaining. Funny moment of truth when the guy realized Tom wasn't lying about bringing a precog. That was probably my favorite joke in the movie. The guy admitting being part of the setup, the system being triggered was a great reveal. The guy getting ended by the villain, that was the good guy that was like, oh, there's something wrong, and then boom, boom, he died. Um, yeah, I just think the writing is really good outside of the few
Where
technical
would you
aspects.
where would you rank this, like, with the new Mission Impossible film you saw? Like I know you probably like that more, but where would you, like, by how much of like a point difference do you think?
I will spoil you already. They are the same score, but I'd say
Oh,
um, Minority Report is slightly better because Minority Report has more depth and it has much more message, and the character growth of Tom Cruise character is more interesting. But they are the same score, so for me they are like on the same level. But I think Minority Report has a small gap where it's a slightly better movie. Well, actually, no, it's a much better movie. I think it's just the same score because it has around the same amount of issues. Um, so yeah, I think Minority Report is just wow. Um, I didn't like it as much as 10 years ago, but I understood it better than 10 years ago as well. So I said it. I give Minority Report a 8 out of 10, but that would be probably the highest 8 out of 10 I gave. Um, on top of like Get Out, I remember giving Get Out 8. What else? That's the most significant one. Oh, Hereditary. I gave Hereditary 8 out of 10. Um, so yeah, Minority Report, really, really good movie. It's sad I don't have much more to say. I just think it's a good movie. When it's a good movie, I feel like I have less to say because I'm really hooked. I take notes, but reading notes is not as entertaining, you know. And I'm glad
I
they brought like counter argument to the machine and precon and that kind of stuff. That's really fun. So now is the time for the tier list. The juicy. I will screen share. Where are you? Tier list. Bow, 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 bow. Predator 2. Where would you place it?
A.
You know what? I'm with you. A as well. So Predator 2 right there. Soldier 1998.
I mean, I would give it a C, but if you want to put it in B, I'm fine with that.
Perfect for B. Uh, tier list of the Alien franchise. Okay. So B. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Alien versus Predator. Except if you'd like to place it at C.
I mean, you should probably make like an F tier.
We don't have that many movies. We can replace D by F.
Okay, true. Let's put it in D. I mean, if you want, we can put it in C, but
Nah. Predators.
oh, definitely D. But this
Lower
is the
than.
thing, though. Like, this is where
Oh,
I
yeah.
put an F for. If we had an F tier, I'd put Predators in that and others. That's why I think we need an F.
Okay. Uh,
Yeah. Hmm.
we cannot see it anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's D anyway, not F. Right, and I would put Predators in F, and then I would put Alien versus Predator in D. But yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I'm with you. Okay. The Predator.
this is one from like 2010 or so, right?
Yeah.
Wait, unless it's the original. Hmm.
No, the original is further down the line.
Oh, okay, okay.
It's here.
Okay. That's around a C or a D. What do you think?
Uh,
Where would you put it?
I think I would put it higher than Alien versus Predator. So
Because
C.
put it in C, yeah.
Alien Covenant. The
D.
masterpiece, the one and
Yeah,
only.
this is a D.
I agree. Prometheus.
D.
Minority Report.
B. For me, at least.
For you, B. For me, okay, so that would be low A.
Yeah, okay.
Or IB. 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 There we go. IB. IB. Okay. The first Alien movie.
I would do S, but that's just me.
Me, I would say C, so that would mean top B. Yeah, there we go. Event Horizon.
I would do C. You'd probably do S.
Yeah, so that would be low A, IB.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
You can put it in A if you want.
AA is not crowded enough. Serenity. I know exactly
A.
where. S. So IA. There we go.
I mean, you can put it in low S if you want, but you know.
Firefly.
B.
B. You know what? I'm with you with that one. Alien versus Predator. Requiem. Now this is the
A.
first Predator. A. I'd say A as well.
And
like
then this
that.
one's definitely an S.
Yeah. The only one. Total
For this-
Recall.
I'd give this like a high A.
I'd say IB low A, so low A. Like that.
This is a D for me.
For me, that would be a between C and B. So let's say
Put it
C.
in C. Yeah.
Yeah. The first Blade Runner, I remember
I'd
not
put it in
really
S.
enjoying that much. For you, S. For me, that would
Yeah,
be
I
like
remember you put it like a 9. I know that.
8 or 9. I can't remember. That would be an A for me. So I guess IA. There we go. No, Serenity was better. Alien Resurrection.
Oh, yeah. Let's put it there.
There are these movies we already know where they go.
Yeah.
Alien
what would
2.
what would you put Alien 2?
Um, it's been a long time, but I remember enjoying it much more than the first one.
And you give it
Um,
like an 8 or a 9.
yeah, I think it was most likely a B, so that would be like IB low A.
Okay, let's put it in B.
And the third Alien.
Good lord. C.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. So, do you think we should swap some around?
I mean, maybe.
So, okay, Alien Resurrection. Is it rock bottom for the franchise? Which one is rock bottom?
I mean, I think all those are rock bottom, basically, for their respective franchises. Like, I think that's perfect. Like, we have the rock bottom for Alien, then Predator, and then both.
Um, it's so sad to see Serenity there. But
You can put
okay,
it in S. You can put it in S if you want. I'm fine with that.
low S. Okay, now that breeds. I like that one.
Yeah, I like this list. Yeah.
That's amazing. That reflects very well the podcast, I think. And
Mhm.
I know if DC would be around, Alien 3 would be higher because I remember him liking it a lot. That would be
Yeah,
like
and
B.
oh yeah, and Predator would be in C tier, and Serenity would be in D tier.
Yeah, yeah. That was fun, man. That was quick. That was fun. That was
Yeah.
enjoyable. Man,
hmm
Cole, you're amazing. Um, cannot wait to have the schedule, the planning for October, so I can send it to Polis.
Yep. Yeah, I'll post that tonight. Have it all planned out, hopefully. But also, right, there's also the right, 2 other tier lists. Make sure you remember for us to do. I believe at least 2 or 3
DCTV.
actually. There's like the CW/DC kind of show universe. Yeah, stuff like that, or CW and such. And then there's in the future when we eventually do Evil Dead again, we'll do that tier list of those films. But and then I believe there was like one other, but I forgot right now. But nonetheless, it's not too important right now. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's whatever. I mean, we're getting
About
close to like doing a lot of Steven Spielberg films. Maybe in the future we can do a tier list of that because he's made
yeah,
like 50.
that could be very funny. That could be an entire bonus about it.
Mhm.
Speaking of bonus, once Ashoka is over, I plan on airing a bonus where we have Chillmonger on. So maybe that week, like maybe not next week, but the following week, to make sure he has time to see it. Like 2 weeks from now, we could look into having Chillmonger on, and we
Yeah,
will
that would be
try
cool.
to we will try to make it work with everyone, but that will
I
be
mean, look, I
challenging.
would say like with streams like that, I mean, the most important thing is at least have like your workout for the guests. So if nobody else shows up, it's just you and him. That's fine because it's just a bonus stream after all with you and him discussing like 1 or 2 things. But I mean, I'll try to same with everybody else. But it's not like you shouldn't make it like a priority. You just don't worry. You know.
Yeah, yeah, because I value your opinion a lot, and we will talk about Shoka for sure next week and the
Mhm.
following week. But yeah, next week we go back to our regular time, and
Mhm.
most likely the following week as well. The biggest reason why last week and the week prior we had a different time is to make it work with Polis, because he is 12 hour apart from me, and he is waking up as we stream. That's why we started later. But next week, except if something comes up and we change the time, but most likely 5:30 will be our time, like it used to be for like many months. I
Mhm.
think I think it's the perfect time. Um, I really like that time to stream. It's just perfect. Anyway, Cole, you're amazing as usual. I am having a blast every week with you. We are near our longest episode now. We are like 10 minutes apart. Um, but yeah, our Barbie stream is about to hit 200 views.
That's nice.
Yeah, and that's a lot considering how small my channel is. So I'm glad. Um, so yeah, the planning cannot wait. That was fun. Take care, Cole. Have a good one. We will talk later.
Yep. Have a good day.